Chapter 1. The sound of metal clashing came from the speakers, and on the computer screen was a game screen of a ninja and a samurai duel. Zhu Qinjian was concentrating on flicking the knife, manipulating the ninja named Wolf, struggling to resist the attack of the sword master of Ashina Castle, Ashina Ishin. Don't underestimate my sword flicking technique. Zhu Qinjian had been tortured by Ashina Ishin, who had returned from the underworld for a week, and now was the 99th attempt to clear the finale that was just around the corner. Zhu Qinjian was concentrating, but judging from the shaking sword in the hands of the game character, it was clear that the technique of flicking the knife perfectly had not yet been mastered. Without medicine or resurrection, he could only fight with the sword, but looking at the almost full posture bar of Ashina Ishin, he thought that he should have a chance this time. Brush! At the critical moment, the wolf's body was pierced straight through by the 7 guns due to an accidental failure to eject the sword, and the blood bar was emptied. Then a scream came from the speakers. If you hesitate, you will lose. Listening to the ridicule from Ashina Ishin, and then looking at the big word death on the screen, Zhu Qinjian's eyes went black, and he felt dizzy and fainted. When he woke up again, the scene was no longer the room he was familiar with. Ding! First meeting, congratulations to the host father for crossing, the system has been activated and bound, I will be the host father's little cotton padded jacket in the future. Current world background, Demon Slayer. Fuck you, you just didn't beat that old bitch Ishin, how come you traveled through time and space, and you're wearing a mask? Zhu Qinjian woke up slowly, rubbed his head, listened to the lowly voice in his mind, and looked at the old and dilapidated temple in front of him, and couldn't help but complain. After a careful inspection, he found that there were still traces of undried blood on the dusty ground and bricks. Zhu Qinjian couldn't help but feel nervous and cautious. Friendly reminder from the system, dear host dad, because you have a super rare blood physique, you have attracted the attention of a ghost around you. Haha, listen to me and thank you. For ordinary people, this world is not dangerous during the day, but it will be different once the sun sets. The evil ghosts hide during the day and come out at night. Without the clamp of the sun, they are the masters of the night in this world with immortal power. Ding! Please choose whether to exist as a ghost or a human, which will determine the rewards in the novice gift package. Of course it's a human. Who would want to work for a scumbag boss like Muzan? Tongzi, don't just stand there, hurry up and save your dear host father. Zhu Qinjian is now almost powerless, and it is unlikely to face the crisis in the dark, so he can only ask for help from his little cotton jacket. As for being a ghost, he has never thought about it. He dare not guarantee that after becoming a ghost, he can evolve like Nezuko into an existence that is not afraid of the sun. Zhu Qinjian feels uncomfortable all over when he thinks of not being able to bask in the sun. Ding! Novice gift package, demon slaying version. What are you waiting for? Open it quickly, otherwise keep it for the new year. My little cotton jacket doesn't seem to be very smart. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the following rewards. Undead/Waylay, possess the power to cut off immortality. In the Demon Slayer world, it can cause irreparable damage to demons. As long as it can hit the main body, even the Demon King will die on the spot. Note, this is a special weapon, and no one except the host can control it. Sakura Dragon Tears, tears received from Sakura Dragon. Only the Undying / can offer tears. Sakura Dragon's body is eternal and immortal, and the tears left behind can also remain the same and never dry up. In the Demon Slayer world, the power of the combination of the two and the everlasting Sakura flower can restore the demon to a normal person. Eternal Sakura flower, cherry blossoms blooming in old memories. In the Demon Slayer world, the power of the combination of the two and the Sakura Dragon Tears can restore the demon to a normal person. Special breathing method, breath of blood, types 1 to 9. Vajra constitution, the same constitution as Kenroji Mitsurai, with 8 times the muscle density of ordinary people, huge strength, and the disadvantage is that the appetite is too large. So I'm still connected to Miyazaki after traveling through time, right? You deserve to die for attacking his genitals. Although Tachibana Kinjian complained in his heart, his body was honest and he happily accepted the reward. This is the immortal slash. Compared with the Nichiren sword, the difference between the two is the difference between a musket and a cannon, and this cannon is naturally the immortal slash, and it is not an exaggeration to even say that it is a nuclear bomb. A weapon that can directly kill Muzan Kibutsuji. If the Demon Slayer Corps' Lord Yubayashiki Yoya knew about it, he would probably kowtow and beg me to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Blood breathing technique, is it related to my super rare blood constitution? Tachibana Kinjian hurriedly tried to feel it. In addition to the knife technique, this exclusive breathing technique also has a bug-like effect similar to the field, which has a great suppressive power on demons. If it can be perfectly mastered, the power will not only surpass Tsugakoko Yoshika's sun breathing, but it may not be much less. Coupled with 8 times the muscle density, Tachibana Kinjian felt the huge power hidden in his body, and instantly had the illusion that he could easily knock down the next unlucky demon. It's not like he will encounter the 12 demon moons at the beginning. If that's the case, Tachibana Kinjian doesn't need to run, just find a place to pose in a cool posture and wait for death. It's rare blood, little demon, your taste really makes me intoxicated, I want to taste it carefully, ha ha ha. At this time, the demon in the dark finally appeared. He was on all fours, with his disheveled head turned at an incredible angle, looking straight at Ju Kinjian and letting out a morbid and childish laugh. Chapter 2. The ghost was so arrogant that he thought he was scared. Of course he was afraid, but he was more disgusted. Ju Kinjian was really shocked by the ugliness of the ghost in front of him. Is it your first time seeing a ghost? It seems that you are scared. Forget it, I will eat you quickly. Otherwise it will attract stronger ghosts and it will be more trouble than gain. Seeing that Ju Kinjian did not move, the evil ghost who looked extremely arrogant thought that he was scared. Then he exerted force on his limbs, like a spring, and rushed straight towards Ju Kinjian. The evil ghost stretched out a pair of sharp front claws, and when he thought that he would soon taste the thin blood, he couldn't suppress the hideous smile on his face. Maybe after his strength surges, he can be appreciated by that adult, and even compete for the position of the 12 demon moons. Facing the sudden evil ghost, Ju Kinjian clenched the immortal slash, suppressed the tension in his heart, took a deep breath and concentrated his mind. The next moment, unsheathed the immortal slash. Swish! When the evil ghost was about to touch him, Ju Kinjian moved his feet slightly and dodged to the side, and then cut off the evil ghost's claws with a knife. The immortal slash is worthy of the name of the artifact for beheading ghosts. Although it looks damaged, the cut surface of the evil ghost's arm is as smooth as a mirror, and then blood gushed out. At the same time, the broken arm that fell on the ground, like ice and snow under the sun, has slowly melted at this time. Indelible damage is not only on the body, but also makes the ghost experience intense pain like burning. The screams of the evil ghost behind him just confirmed Ju Kinjian's guess. Slight pain can make people sober, while severe pain can make people twitch or even faint. This is also true for ghosts. However, the damage caused by ordinary weapons will not make ghosts feel pain. How is it possible that the body cannot heal? Is it that knife? Yes, there is something wrong with the red knife in his hand. At this moment, a ghost panicked. Since he became a ghost, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. His healing ability that has never failed seems to be useless in front of this young man. Feeling that something is wrong, the evil ghost does not care about the severe pain from the broken arm, and just wants to leave this place quickly. Swish! However, before he can make any move, the red knife light flashes again. This time, including his legs, his limbs have been cut off by Ju Kinjian. You're not stupid, but you're too weak. The huge force made him unable to move. How can a weakling who doesn't even know blood magic have the confidence to shout at me? You are a stinky rat who only dares to hide in the dark, which is really disgusting. Through your blood, I can feel that you have eaten people. No matter how pitiful and pathetic you were in your life, you deserve to be killed. Zhu Qinjian mastered the breath of blood, so he naturally knew everything about blood. While mocking, he raised the undead slash above his head, and then swung it fiercely at the neck of this unlucky ghost. Devil, you are the real devil. Even though his head was chopped off, the ghost still had fear on his face, and he kept chattering in a trembling voice while it was still not melted. It's ridiculous that a ghost actually called me a demon. The undead slash returned to its sheath, touched his stomach, and Zhu Qinjian endured the hunger and prepared to leave this place. Although Tongzi said that there was only one ghost around, it was only temporary. After the noise of this battle, it was hard to guarantee that a second ghost would not be attracted. The most urgent thing was to find a populated place to fill his stomach and solve the minor disadvantages brought by the Vajra physique. Who? Zhu Qinjian sensed a figure approaching outside the temple gate, and a faint sense of oppression came, but from the perception of blood, Zhu Qinjian knew that the other party was indeed not a ghost. Young man, did you kill this ghost? I guess you must have gone through a lot of hardships to do it. You are really brave and pitiful young man, Amitabha. A deep voice came, and then the tall figure gradually became clear. I saw a giant man walking slowly. He was wearing a brown cassock with the words Namo Amitabha on the outside of his Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and there was a very deep scar on his forehead. It was Gyumei of Biming Island. Although he was blind, he was able to fight with his excellent perception. Feeling the surrounding scene, he couldn't help but imagine the hard scene of the boy fighting the evil ghost just now, and he burst into tears at the end. Boy, is that the sun blade in your hand? Your breath is very strange, I can sense that you don't belong to us. Bai Minjiahu Xingming felt very surprised that Zhu Qinjian could kill the ghost at night. Surprised, but this did not prevent him from recruiting the other party to the Demon Slayer Corps. What Nicaran sword? This sword is passed down in my family. Zhu Qinjian was ready to pretend to be confused and began to make up stories. Another power that can kill evil spirits? Great, boy, join us, the Demon Slayer Corps needs your power, Amitabha. Bai Minjiahu Xingming became more and more excited as he spoke, and the tears that had not yet dried up continued to flow from his eyes. But this uncle, I'm so hungry now, can we eat first? Zhu Qinjian just wanted to fill his stomach now. As for joining the Demon Slayer Corps, it was not impossible. It was said that the salary was quite high. It was indeed a high-risk and high-paying job. Young man, thank you. In order to thank you for killing evil spirits, I will treat you to this meal. Let's go, Amitabha. Bai Minjiahu Xingming clasped his hands together. From the tone of Zhu Qinjian, it was almost certain that he agreed. He was happy and excited to tears. Chapter 3. The boy was so hungry that he could still kill the evil spirits. What a brave boy! He was so determined to kill the evil spirits even when he was hungry. It's sad and lamentable. Amitabha. In the restaurant, Bai Minjiahu Xingming looked at the table next to Zhu Qinjian, which was piled with more than 10 or 20 lunch boxes, and he couldn't help but start to imagine again. He just felt that the boy next to him was really unlucky. Uncle, you are a grown man, can you stop crying all the time? You can't afford the bill, right? Also, don't call me a boy. My name is Zhu Qinjian. Zhu Qinjian couldn't stand Bai Minjiahu Xingming's tears, so he hurried to stop him. Don't call me uncle. My name is Gyumei Bai Minjiahu. I'm only in my early 20s. I see the potential of a pillar in you. So please allow me to formally introduce our organization, a force that exists specifically to kill demons, the Demon Slayer Corps. Then, Gyumei Bai Minjiahu briefly introduced the significance of the Demon Slayer Corps to Tachibana Qinjian, and bowed slightly and sincerely invited, Qinjian, please join us. After all, apart from the familiar ways of killing demons such as sunlight, wisteria, and the sun wheel sword that the Demon Slayer Corps is familiar with, it was the first time he saw other powers that can destroy demons. Just for this reason, Tachibana Kinjian deserves the respect of Gyumei Baiminjiu, even as a rock pillar. Trigger mission: successfully join the Demon Slayer Corps. Reward: full concentration breathing, always hit. Is food and accommodation provided? With Tachibana Kinjian's current appetite, he has become one of the rice pillars and asked the question he cares about most. Baiminjiu Xingming was stunned when he heard this, and even the tears on his face stopped. He said dully, "Of course, this is not a problem. Okay, I agree. After all, killing demons is what I like the most. Even if it's not for the welfare of the Demon Slayer Corps, at least he got the Demon Slayer Edition gift pack. If he doesn't take Muzan out to bask in the sun, it would be a shame to carry this immortal slash. Then young man, let's set off for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with me tomorrow, Amitabha." When mentioning the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Baiminjiu Xingming clasped his hands together with a pious face. After wasting half a month, the two finally arrived at noon. "Young man, we are here, you can find a house to stay, and tomorrow we will go to Fujiki Mountain to participate in the assessment." Baiminjiu Xingming saw that Zhu Qinjian really fulfilled his promise, and the stone hanging in his heart was also settled. There was no way. He was hurt by Yu Yu in the past, and he felt a little resistant to contacting people younger than himself. If he didn't value Zhu Qinjian's talent in killing demons, he wouldn't have done it. "What? There's still an assessment?" Zhu Qinjian asked in disbelief. With his current strength, taking the assessment would be like a top-level boss entering the novice village and killing people at will. "Qinjian, I know you're strong, but the process must be followed. That's the rule. Not to mention you, even the Lord can't take the back door." Baiminjiu Xingming clasped his hands together and explained patiently, fearing that Zhu Qinjian would be upset and leave in anger. Okay. For the mission, Zhu Qinjian had to agree. At that time, he would bring out a bunch of people who won by doing nothing, which would cause the level of the swordsman of this session of the Demon Slayer Corps to be worrying. Just don't let him take the blame. Concentrating his thoughts, Zhu Qinjian prepared to find a house to live in. Seeing this, Baiminjiu Xingming also left in a hurry, ready to inform Yubayashiki Yoya of the manager during this period, and focus on the magical demon-slaying power that Zhu Qinjian mastered. On the other side, Zhu Qinjian found that he seemed to have triggered his directionlessness and got lost while walking. "Little brother, are you okay? You look anxious." At this time, a soft and tender voice came from behind, which was extremely gentle. Turning around, a girl with a gentle smile on her face stood in front of him. Her 3,000 black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, her purple eyes were filled with soft light, she was wearing a colorful butterfly pattern feather, and butterfly hairpins with purple-red edges on both sides of her hair. "This is Butterfly Kane. I traveled so early." Zhu Qinjian was shocked and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that Butterfly Shinobu's sister was still alive. It seems that he traveled quite early. Moses. Seeing Zhu Qinjian in a daze, Butterfly Kane walked up and waved in front of his eyes. "Ah, this gentle lady, are you also from the Demon Slayer Corps? I just arrived and wanted to find an empty house to stay in, but I got lost. Even if you are not a Demon Slayer yet." As for the team members, Tachibana Kinjian also used the word "also." "Anyway, this is a done deal, and it is the most appropriate language art to bring people closer." "Oh, so you are new here? I will take you there." Along the way, the two got to know each other. When she learned that Tachibana Kinjian killed a demon and was brought back by the rock pillar, Kane obviously felt the same way and opened her heart to him. Although it was the first time they met and there were not many words, both sides had an impression of each other. Finally, Tachibana Kinjian found an empty house next to the butterfly house to live in. In order to prevent getting lost again when going to the Fujiyama tomorrow, he also asked the butterfly Kane for a route map. Since the assessment is tomorrow, you have to take advantage of this little time to learn more about the blood breath that belongs to you. Chapter 4. The blood was so thin that the blood was so thick. I didn't expect that I came here with the thin blood constitution that the evil ghosts like the most. Based on the research in the past half-month, Ju Qingjian has a preliminary understanding of the blood breathing. After mastering this breathing method, his blood regeneration will be very fast, and combined with the diamond constitution, he will be a real glutton. There is no way, this breathing method that uses one's own blood as a battle must obtain more energy from food. It's just that during this period of time, I have been moving with the rock pillar of Baiminjiahu Xingming, so even if I meet a ghost, Ju Qingjian has no chance to attack. So far, although this set of blood breathing can be used, it is only on paper and has never been put into practice. There are 9 types of blood breathing, but the attack method only accounts for one of the first 5 types. First form, Bloody Wind Flash. Performs a single slash at an extremely fast speed, leaving an invisible attack track along the way. Once the enemy touches the attack track left before, it can attack through blood at will, which can be called the Flying Thunder God in the Demon Slayer world. Second form, Confusion. Uses one's own blood to create illusions, which has the effect of confusing, releasing desires or conducting mental attacks. Third form, Blue Sky Condensation. Passive domain, senses, and weakens the power of demons and blood demon arts. Fourth form, Yellow Spring Induction. Active domain, increases one's own strength and speeds up recovery from injuries. Fifth form, Night Shadow Replacement. Uses one's own blood to create an avatar, which has a cooperative combat consciousness and has all the strength of the main body, except for the system and breathing method. Sixth form, Blood Cherry Dance. Seventh form, Blood Vortex Cloud. Eighth form, Blood Lotus. Ninth form, True, Undying Slash. The last 4 types are not available to Tachibana Qingjian at present. If he uses them forcefully, he will end up with his blood and qi exhausted and his body disappearing. I think he should wait until his blood and qi are strong enough. At present, it seems that he needs to eat more to replenish his blood and qi. But then again, this thing is called a breathing method, but it looks like a blood demon technique. He should quickly make a name for himself in the Demon Slayer Corps, otherwise he will be easily misunderstood by the pillars as a demon similar to the upper one. By the evening, after summarizing this afternoon, Tachibana Qingjian is increasingly looking forward to the assessment of the attack on Fujiyama tomorrow. He doesn't know how many of his immortal cuts that Chubby Hand Demon can withstand. It's a pity that the 5th type clone can't use the breathing method, otherwise there would be infinite clones, and the main body would prepare enough food and find a place to hide, and the clones would directly defeat Muzan Kibutsuji's infinite castle. But even so, I, Tachibana Qingjian, am willing to call you the strongest breathing method. Tachibana Qingjian has never experienced the sun breathing in person, and this wave is a bit like Wang Po selling melons and boasting. Just as he was busy sighing, the voice of Butterfly Kane sounded outside the house. Qingjian, are you hungry? It's time to eat. Opening the door, Butterfly Kane stood in front of the door with rice balls, shrimps, and tea in her hands. She squinted her eyes and smiled at Tachibana Qingjian. She was gentle to everyone, like a neighbor girl who was easy to get along with. The breeze blew the hair by her ears, showing her warm kindness under the reflection of the sunset. But looking at the little food in her hand, Tachibana Qingjian was embarrassed for a while. This. Thinking that this is just a little, who can eat it? Why? Is it not to your taste? Seeing that Tachibana Qingjian was hesitant to speak, Butterfly Kane asked. Fearing misunderstanding, Tachibana Qingjian quickly replied, It smells good, it's not to your taste, but it may not be enough. That's easy, Qingjian-kun, come with us, and if it's not enough, just make it again. In this way, Tachibana Kinjian relied on his appetite as an excuse to enter the disc house for the first time, and it was the boudoir of Butterfly Kane and her two sisters. Kinjian-kun's appetite is comparable to that of Rengoku Kyojuro, the son of the Flame Pillar. Looking at Tachibana Kinjian, who was eating heartily, Butterfly Kane immediately covered her face and laughed. Butterfly Shinobu on the side would occasionally look at this boy who was a few years older than herself with a cautious look. "I've been a foodie since I was a kid." Tachibana Kinjian laughed and made a casual excuse. Of course, his appetite was comparable to Rengoku Kyojuro's, and even better. After all, he not only had the diamond physique of Kenroji Mitsurai, but also had blood. Breathing. These two things alone are both big eaters, not to mention that they appear on the same person at the same time. Then, under the strange eyes of Shinobu Koko, Tachibana Kinjian shamelessly ate until he was 8/10 full. Only then did he leave the disc house with satisfaction and go back to his temporary room to sleep soundly. The next morning, after packing his luggage, Tachibana Kinjian went out early and happened to meet the two sisters of Butterfly who were cleaning. "Kinjian, you are going to take the test, come on." Kane Koko was the first to greet him and gave him a gentle smile. "Yeah, it's dry." Zhang nodded. Tachibana Kinjian carried the undying slash and a lot of dry food and a water bottle on his back, then looked at the map in his hand to identify the direction and set off. The test of Fujikasan Mountain is to stay in the range of the wisteria flowers for 7 days, even if all the ghosts kept in it are killed in advance. With his voracious appetite, if he didn't bring more dry food and water along the way, Ju Kinjian was really afraid that he would not die at the hands of the ghost, but would starve to death. If he really starved to death, it would be a shame for the time traveler. Of course, he put the food into the system space after he was ready to step out of the disc house. As for the iron ore for making the sun wheel sword after passing the assessment, he would also have to choose it. Although he had the great weapon of the undying slash, it would be good to have an extra sun wheel sword for the clone. In front of the disc house, the two women temporarily stopped their work and watched Ju Kinjian leave with his back. After a long time, Shinobu Koko spoke up, full of gossip, "Sister, you seem to have some special concern for him. I have a feeling that Qing Yanjun will change the situation where the Demon Slayer Corps has been crushed by evil spirits for many years." "Ah, him? Isn't he just a glutton?" He himself admitted it. "Qing Yanjun is not as simple as you see on the surface." "I really didn't see that." In response, Koko Kane just smiled and said nothing. What she didn't know was that her fate would also change because of this. Chapter 5. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was full of clouds. In the evening, Ju Kinjian arrived at Fuji Mountain on time. At this time, he had long lost his early morning luggage, and only carried a red and simple immortal sword. From a distance at the foot of the mountain, the sunset and the wisteria flowers on Fuji Mountain complemented each other, and the scenery was really good. But the hidden dangers here are what ordinary people can't avoid. Without time to appreciate too much, Ju Kinjian continued to move towards the mountainside. As the assessment site of the Demon Slayer Corps, Fuji Mountain is full of wisteria flowers all year round from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. The effect of these flowers is similar to that of sunlight, and they can also restrain ghosts. For ghosts, if blood is food, this flower is poison, and it is a disgusting poison. As long as there are enough of them, they can produce qualitative changes. Even if the upper strings come, they will have to suffer. It can be regarded as the best fence for keeping ghosts. Generally speaking, the ghosts here are relatively weak. Moreover, they have not been supplemented with human blood for many years, and the originally stronger ones are almost hungry. However, nothing is absolute, and there may be outstanding ones among a group of dwarfs. The hand ghost who was captured here by Urokadaka Seikanji many years ago was the most powerful among them, and rounds of team assessments also gave him food supplements. After eating dozens of people, the strength of the hand ghost is one of the more outstanding ones among ordinary ghosts, and he can be regarded as the first ghost under the blood ghost art. Speaking of which, most ghosts were pitiful people when they were alive. But even so, Tachibana Kinjian thought that he still couldn't be like Tanjiro, who was fighting for life and death one second and showing sadness and sunshine-like tenderness the next second. All he could do was to send these ghosts to reincarnation as quickly as possible. Soon, Tachibana Kinjian arrived at the test site. In order to save energy, he didn't rush at full speed. Looking around, there was no sense of tension, more like a tourist who came for sightseeing. I didn't expect to meet acquaintances. Tachibana Kinjian whispered, and several familiar figures appeared in his sight. The fox masks of the three people were quite prominent, and from the hair color, body shape, and clothing, Tachibana Kinjian immediately deduced the identities of the three people. They were the disciples of the retired water pillar Urokodaka Seikanji, Satoshi, Makomo, and Tomioka Jiu. Just as Tachibana Kinjian was looking at the three people, Santu also looked over as if he had sensed something. His eyes were slightly fixed, and he felt that the boy in front of him, who was half a head taller than him, was not like an ordinary person. He had a burning feeling that was completely opposite to the breath of water. This strange feeling was naturally due to Tachibana Kinjian's blood breath. His blood was much stronger than that of ordinary people, so he felt a burning feeling like the scorching sun. The two of them simply met, and without much communication, they were interrupted by the voice from the front. Thank you all for coming to the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. Under the red torii in front, Yubayashiki Yoya expressed his gratitude and welcome, and then introduced Fujikiyama and the conditions and rules of the final selection. During this period, his eyes kept scanning, and finally found the boy behind him carrying the ancient sword. According to the description of Gyume of Sadness Island yesterday, Tachibana Kinjian mastered a demon-slaying ability outside the Demon Slayer Corps. This may be the hope of eliminating Muzan Kibutsuji. So even if the odds were slim, the weak Yubayashiki Yoya would not hesitate to come in person. After the assessment began, people crossed the range of the wisteria flowers and headed deep into the mountains in groups of 3 or 2. When Tachibana Kinjian passed by Yubayashiki Yoya, he didn't expect a gentle voice to come to his ear. Kinjian, keep working hard. Yet. Seeing the other person smiling constantly, Tachibana Kinjian was stunned for a moment, and agreed stiffly, while criticizing in his heart. No, can you, a grown man, not get so close? Although the voice is as gentle as that of young Daimei, this is not a reason for you to be mushy to me. If it were Yubayashiki Amane, it would be acceptable. It was not until Tachibana Kinjian angered the depths of the wisteria flowers that the rock pillar by Minjiu Xingmei appeared from the dark and seemed to be discussing something with Yubayashiki Yoya. After a while, it was late at night. Although this time point is when evil spirits are most likely to appear, Tachibana Kinjian doesn't care at all. After having supper, I took out my blanket and spread it on a slightly flat stone and prepared to sleep. In theory, the test for Tangzishan is to survive in the mountains for 7 days. In this case, I need to reverse my biological clock and stay in the sun during the day. Sleeping and escaping at night are the most correct choices. However, after all, he is a man with a cheat, so he naturally doesn't need to go through so much trouble. He can just use the 5th form of blood breath to make a clone to keep watch. It's a pity that in such an uneasy place, there will always be ghosts to provoke you, not to mention that someone's super rare blood physique has a fatal attraction to ghosts. This smell is rare blood, rare blood. A sharp female voice came from the dense forest. Hearing the voice, Ju Kinjian frowned and felt irritated. It seems that he can't sleep well tonight. The black shadow flickered in the dense forest and appeared not far away in a few breaths. With the hazy moonlight, the outline of the female ghost can be basically seen, and a little spring light is revealed between the tattered dress. It's just that the light is not clear at night, and some key places are really not clear. A ghost that can talk? But it's still too weak. Alas, for a ghost of your level, I don't even have the desire to draw my sword, but…" Zhu Qing changed the subject and said with a sinister smile, "Well, I think you, a female ghost, still have charm." While speaking, he took out a bundle of strong ropes from somewhere, and the clone took it and walked towards the female ghost with a grin. You, don't come over." The female ghost was frightened and stuttered after seeing this scene. The fear in her heart made her take a step back. She couldn't figure it out, and she doubted whether she was a ghost. In this situation, why did the boy in front of her look more like a ghost, and she became the vulnerable group that was about to be victimized? Just scream, even if you scream your throat out, no ghost will come to save you, hee. The clone tightened the rope in his hand, his smile became more sinister, and he quickly approached the female ghost. "Don't come over here!" Then, the screams of the female ghost could be heard from time to time in the dense forest. The clone of blood breath has all the strength of the original body, and this kind of ghost cannot resist in terms of strength and speed. Not long after, looking at the female ghost tied up by the tortoise shell, Zhu Qingjian clapped his hands to brush off the non-existent dust and nodded continuously, obviously very satisfied with the masterpiece of his clone. "Look, isn't the rope art improved? Sure enough, I still want to improve too much, even the clones don't miss any opportunity to learn." First, he sighed to himself, then Zhu Qingjian rubbed his hands and laughed, "Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you a few questions. I don't want you to run away, so I use some rough means. Next I will ask you to answer. First question, where is the ghost with hands all over his body?" He was on the top of the mountain before, but he came down after the assessment started. Now he should be in the west. Hearing this, Zhu Qingjian nodded, rubbed his chin with his fingers, and asked after thinking for a moment, "Second question, has he eaten people?" "No. No." The female ghost hurriedly answered when she heard this, fearing that she would be killed by the evil star in front of her if she disagreed with him. That pitiful look really shouldn't appear on a ghost. She had just experienced Zhu Qingjian's means herself, and that kind of huge power really left no room for defense and resistance. Chapter 6. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Really not? Zhu Qingjian's eyes narrowed and he asked again. "I really have never eaten anyone." The female ghost who was tightly bound was trembling under her feet. Well. Seeing this, Zhu Qingjian let out a slight sigh. He could naturally feel the stench in the female ghost's blood, and it was obvious that she had eaten people. It's a pity that the other party failed to seize this opportunity to confess and be lenient. Lies are really disgusting things. As is the case with humans, so is the case with ghosts. I'm glad you could give me directions, but I don't like the fact that you lied in your second question. As he spoke, Zhu Qingjian expressionlessly raised his hand to grab the handle of the immortal slash behind him, and then slowly pulled it out. The blade and scabbard were constantly rubbing against each other, making a crisp sound of gold and iron, as if announcing death to this ghost. No. I was wrong, I have eaten people. That's right. Lying is not a good boy. Zhu Qingjian's gentle smile gradually faded, and suddenly her style changed and she said, "Since you've eaten people, it's easy to deal with it. Come and die for me." "No. Don't worry, it won't hurt, it will be over in no time." In the horrified eyes of the female ghost, Zhu Qingjian swung his sword. It was so clean and quick that the ghost had no time to react and lost its head without even letting out a trace of grief. In the past half-month, he has completely adapted to this world, and there is no psychological burden at all when he starts. As the ghost's body was reduced to ashes, Zhu Qingjian withdrew his clone, picked up the rope on the ground, and thought about his next plan. To the west. This hand ghost is quite clever. If it's in the west, it can delay the morning sun to a certain extent. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Qingjian carefully identified the direction, and then headed towards the west of Tengzi Mountain. It seems that it is impossible to sleep tonight. I will try to get rid of the ghosts in this wisteria flower prison and rest peacefully. On the other side, vines attacked the west side of the mountain. There was a flash of knife light in the forest, and 2 emaciated ghosts who looked like they were malnourished were beheaded. With Kyuntu here, we will definitely pass the final assessment. The people around him cheered, obviously thankful that they had hugged him. The leading boy in the crowd is Chu-Tu. He has medium long pink hair and wears a yellow, orange, and green tortoiseshell pattern haori. There are horizontal lines in the silver pupils, and the fox disaster fighting mask that carries the will of Seikanji is worn diagonally on the left side of his face. There is a scar on the right corner of his mouth that reaches his cheek. Judging from the way he moves and the timing of his sword release, it is obvious that he has honed his skills to a certain extent. In the words of Bei Minjiahu Xingming, this Kyuntu also has the potential of a pillar. Don't be careless. After warning everyone, Kyuntu whispered to the 2 people beside him, Yiyang, Mission, do you still remember the ghost that teacher Lintaki mentioned? Little foxes, I found you. There are actually 3 of you this time, ha ha ha. As soon as Kyuntu finished speaking, a shocking sick laughter came from a distance, and a huge figure could be vaguely seen. Immediately, the appearance of the hand ghost gradually appeared in front of people. His fat body was covered with arms, and veins protruded from each arm, making the whole ghost look like a giant toad. Just looking at it can make people lose their san value. Under this strong sense of oppression, he couldn't help but cause a stir among the people around him. Are you kidding? How could there be such an alien monster? Run, you will definitely die if you fight this monster. Among them, some were trembling because of fear, some were so frightened that they froze in place, and some gritted their teeth and forced themselves to cheer up. Others tried to escape, but found that their legs and feet could not exert any strength due to excessive fear. Little foxes, if you don't go back this time, how will Nintaki-sakan feel about this time? I think he will. The hand ghost seems to enjoy the way humans show fear when they see him. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, another laugh came from further behind him, which was even more arrogant than him, the boss of Tengzi Mountain. Xiao Gui, I found you, ha ha ha. This villain-like laughter naturally came from Zhu Qinjian. He never likes to get stuck in rescuing people like Brother Lucky. If he can come early, he won't be a second late. Seeing the hand ghost's huge body, he couldn't help but laugh excitedly and arrogantly. How come someone who doesn't have good eyesight comes from me? You guys, if you disturb my mood, go to hell. What greeted Zhu Qinjian were several arms shot out from the hand ghost's body. In an instant, whistling sounds continued to sound in the air, and one could imagine the consequences of being hit. However, after these arms entered within 10 meters of Zhu Qinjian, they seemed to lose their subsequent strength and enter sage mode. In the end, it was like a pile of soft mud, worthy of crawling at Zhu Qinjian's feet. That's it. Zhu Qinjian kicked him with disgust on his face, looking extremely arrogant. Then with a movement of his wrist, a red sword suddenly appeared and cut off these arms. After feeling the pain, the hand ghost quickly retracted his arm as an attack weapon, only to find that the bowl-sized wound had not healed as before. The blood that kept flowing out seemed like a big joke on him. Breath of Blood Type 1, Xing Feng Shun. After the battle started, Zhu Qinjian no longer held back. His body sank, he took a deep breath, and suddenly felt a burning power surge through his body. The next moment, his figure had jumped to the top of the hand ghost's head. So fast! But my neck is very stiff. This guy probably only has the advantage in speed. If he lacks strength, he should keep cutting. Just focus your strength on your arms around your neck. The hand ghost could vaguely capture Zhu Qinjian's movements, but his body couldn't keep up with his consciousness. Hey! Just as he was secretly rejoicing, he found that his perspective was spinning, and then he saw a familiar headless body. No, that body seems to be your own? The hand ghost was not sure until his head came into close contact with the ground and rolled around a few times before he realized what he was doing. His neck was cut off. Damn it, how could such a strong person appear in this selection? That red sword, the Nichiren sword. It's a pity that I couldn't kill Rinteki Seikanji's disciple. While the hand ghost was screaming, the memories of his life emerged like a tide, and then dissipated into the world with endless regret. I'm here, I'll kill you in one blow, what's there to say? After Zhu Qinjian's words fell, there was silence, the ultimate silence. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was stunned. They listened to each other's breathing and couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. I'm afraid that a slight movement will shatter this hard-won beauty. In the end, it was Jiang Tu who reacted first. So strong. He was still tense, but his face was full of disbelief at this time. Just when the hand ghost appeared just now, the sense of oppression made him immediately understand that he was beyond his power and that he was no match at all. He almost thought he was going to see Tai Ni. But he didn't expect that Zhu Qinjian, who had met once before, would appear domineeringly and turn the tide and win with one blow. The breathing method used is still unheard of. At this moment, the grateful Kyunta secretly clenched his fists and regarded Zhu Qinjian as the target of pursuit. Is this a win? One move lasts seconds. Does this kind of person need to be tested? I'm afraid he already has the strength of a grade A swordsman. Great, I survived again. The crisis was over, the crowd began to get restless, and then came the surprise of the aftermath. Many people collapsed on the ground unable to do anything, either feeling lucky, staring blankly, or crying with joy. Chapter 7. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meal. Are you all okay? As the protected party, I hope you can give me some water and food. I think you won't refuse, hee. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, Zhu Qinjian slowly walked towards the crowd, his slender figure looking unusually tall. Everyone looked at the cruel smile on his face, and shuddered when they recalled the miserable state of the hand ghost a second ago. This person seemed to be more terrifying than a ghost. After knowing the power of Zhu Qinjian, these people did not say too much nonsense, but hurriedly nodded and agreed, and took the initiative to offer the food with both hands. Among them were Azumurata, Suuntu, Zhengu, and Tomioka Jiyuu. The action of queuing up was smooth and flowing, as if they had practiced it thousands of times in private. They did not complain about the way Zhu Qinjian asked for food. It was just because of this strength that they felt they had found a new thigh. And this thigh was thicker, stronger, and safer than Santu, and anyone who was not a fool would know how to choose. At most, he would eat less, and compared with a little food, how could it be more important than his own life? You are very strong. Santu's face was a little complicated. He kept thinking about the amazing slash just now in his mind, and finally sighed and smiled, admitted his shortcomings, and affirmed Zhu Qinjian. In fact, with the current strength of the remaining ghosts in the Wisteria prison, they could not threaten Santu at all, but he still divided his food. It was not to seek protection, but just to express his gratitude. I think with Zhu Qinjian's strength, he will definitely shine in the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. This kind of strong man is the one that he, Suuntu, deserves to befriend. Zhu Qinjian looked at the young man who was full of fighting spirit and recognized him. His face was slightly startled, then he accepted the food and responded, "Thank you, you are not weak either." Hearing this, Suuntu nodded, looked deeply at the other party, and the undead slash behind him. He wanted to ask which school the other party's blood breath belonged to, and why he had never heard of it before. But after thinking carefully, the two were not very familiar with each other, and finally suppressed his curiosity. In the next 7 days, everyone, led by Zhu Qinjian, huddled together for warmth, and the person involved did not refuse cruelly. As the saying goes, if you take someone's food, you will be soft-hearted, and if you eat someone's food, you don't need to do it to the extreme unless it endangers yourself. But to be honest, Zhu Qinjian originally thought that the food he brought would not let him be completely full, but if he ate sparingly, he should be able to survive these 7 days. But the facts proved that he still underestimated his appetite. If it weren't for the protection fee collected from others, he might have starved for a few days. During this period, the ghosts in the Wisteria prison basically lost their desire for human flesh and blood when they saw the large number of examinees this year. A few hungry ones wanted to launch a sneak attack, but they were solved by Tachibana Qinjian's clone in a few moves. In this way, everyone survived these difficult 7 days without any danger, and it was generally safe. A few days later in the morning, with the first ray of sun rising, it means the end of the assessment. I hope more people will pass this time. The Demon Slayer Corps needs to inject fresh blood. Yubayashiki Yoya was a little sad, and even his tone was not as warm and sunny as usual. He understood that this kind of assessment was extremely cruel for these reserve members. But there was no way. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, fighting with demons was not an easy thing. It was common to get injured or even lose one's life. For such a dangerous job, the salary offered by Yubayashiki Yoya is also very high. There is a saying that goes, those who have everything taken away by people become demons, and those who have everything taken away by demons become pillars. If you are too poor to survive, you might as well join the Demon Slayer Corps and face Muzan head-on. In the final analysis, this thing still requires mutual consent. Everyone wants to kill demons, some pay money and some just work hard. Not long after, Tachibana Qinjian came out first. The white Haori was extremely clean, energetic, and radiant, as if she had enjoyed 7 days in there. This is indeed the case. In the past 7 days, Tachibana Qinjian ate and slept as usual, without any delay. Seeing this, Yubayashiki Yoya nodded slightly, his expression full of happiness and affirmation as a matter of course. When the 3 of Santo came out, the smile on his face became even bigger. However, with the grey, as the dusty people kept coming down the mountain, he couldn't help but frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. When the last person came out, he was no longer calm, and the puzzlement on his face turned into astonishment at this moment. 28 people, all qualified. The Gyume of Baiminjiho beside him was also shocked, and kept chanting Buddha bless Amitabha. The 2 of them counted the number of people silently over and over again, and finally accepted this fact that should not happen. Since Tachibana Qinjian eliminated the hand demon at the first time, everyone chose to rely on his protection with food, so this selection competition achieved a 100% pass rate for the first time. This is a situation that has never happened in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps' assessment system. However, there are too many qualified people, and a problem arises. That is the number of raw materials for making the Nichiren sword. Yubayashiki Yoya obviously did not consider the situation that all members passed, and the amount of Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore prepared this time was not enough. After a brief understanding, Yubayashiki Yoya finally understood what happened in the Wisteria prison during these 7 days. It is naturally a good thing that all members can return alive. However, in this way, the strength of this group of team members may be weakened, becoming flowers in a greenhouse, not to mention fighting demons with the Sun Wheel sword. If it really doesn't work, some people can only be arranged to join the hidden department to manage logistics. Yubayashiki Yoya made a decision in his heart, looking at Tachibana Qinjian with satisfaction, and there was a little helplessness hidden in the satisfaction. I thought that this young man who possessed a different power from the Demon Slayer Corps might change the current stalemate between the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil demons, and might even be able to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. Congratulations to everyone for passing the selection. From now on, everyone will be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. With Yubayashiki Yoya's announcement, it also means that the task issued by the system has been completed. Ding! Mission completed, reward issued, full concentration breathing always hit. Full concentration breathing always hit, a higher level of fully concentrated breathing method. Even when in a sleeping state, one can continue to concentrate on breathing, which can greatly improve body functions and maximize strength, speed, perception, reaction, etc. After receiving the reward, Zhu Qinjian felt the changes in his body and found that while he became stronger, his appetite increased again. He said that this was simply an unmatched appetite. If he hadn't become a pillar earlier, the salary of an ordinary swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps might not be enough for him to eat. Without waiting for Zhu Qinjian to think, Yubiashiki Yoya clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and continued, "In the future, you can choose to fight the demons on the front line as a swordsman, or you can choose to become a member of the hidden and provide logistics in the rear. Next, please follow me, the children who choose to become swordsmen, and choose or to make your own Nikaran sword." After the voice fell, everyone made a choice quickly. Most of them stayed where they were, and only a few followed behind Yubiashiki Yoya. Looking at the iron ore on the table in front of them, they tacitly made way for Zhu Qinjian. Out of respect for the strong, the rabbit signaled with his eyes to let Zhu Qinjian choose first. Azumurata said bluntly, "Big brother, please go first. In that case, I will be disrespectful." Zhu Qinjian did not pretend to be shy, and took a step forward and chose the largest piece of iron ore. Then, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't understand him, he took off the undead sword on his back and cut his arm with pain, and the blood dripped onto the ore. Chapter 8. The young man was so confused that he was lying on the ground. "Qinjian, what are you doing?" Yubiashiki Yoya looked puzzled and asked the question that everyone was wondering. Although Gyumei, who was standing by, could not see the picture, he could smell the blood and sense Qinjian's behavior. However, the instigator turned a deaf ear to it. Qinjian didn't stop until the blood completely dyed the surface of the ore red. He stopped the blood from the wound with a thought and said casually, "It's nothing, just dripping blood to recognize the master. I guess doing this will probably make me more compatible with my Nikaran sword." Although he said so, he didn't think so in his heart. Since he can use blood as a breathing method, this blood must not be simple blood. Maybe it can be perfectly integrated into the Sun Wheel Sword and forged into a pseudo-immortal slash. Of course, this is just a guess. Everything will have to wait until the Sun Wheel Sword comes out to know whether it is useful. Qing Yanjun is indeed not like an ordinary person. With your strength, you will definitely make the evil ghosts retreat. Even Yubiashiki Yoya can feel the activity in this blood. If it weren't for Tachibana Qinjian standing in the sun with a comfortable look on his face, he would have doubted whether the boy in front of him was a ghost in human skin. Then, the blood-stained ore was put in a box, with Tachibana Qinjian's name and the style requirements of the Sun Wheel Sword written on it. As for this style requirement, Tachibana Qinjian didn't do the fancy ones, just the same sword style as the immortal slash. However, what no one knows is that the bright red color on the surface of the ore lying quietly in the box is gradually fading, and it is becoming more and more consistent with the original with the passage of time. Soon, the members who chose to become ghost hunters had chosen their favorite ores, and this year's Fujishi Mountain assessment came to an end. But Zhu Qinjian couldn't stand seeing Yubiashiki Yoya looking at him from time to time. Finally, he said, "Don't worry, don't look at me with that eager look. For tasks and killing ghosts, just mark the price clearly, no one is cheated, as long as you pay, everything is fine." As he said, Zhu Qinjian raised his eyebrows and smiled and raised his hand to rub his fingers. As long as the money is in place, the upper strings are useless. From the beginning of the journey, he has been on the road of killing ghosts. If he encounters the 12 demon moons, he may even trigger the system task. With the generosity of the system, he estimates that he will have the strength close to that of Shugakoko Yoriichi after a few more times, and then spend some time to settle down and stabilize. By then, it will not be just a thought for him to pull Muzan out to bask in the sun. I think being able to bask in the warm sunshine will fulfill Muzan Kibutsuji's 1,000-year wish, and he will definitely thank me sincerely. As for the price tag, it was just a way for Tachibana Kinjian to get more money because he was afraid that he would be hungry. Yubayashiki Yoya is from a wealthy family, so he naturally doesn't care about this little money. However, Tachibana Kinjian's eye stunned both Yubayashiki Yoya and Baiminjaihu Xingmei. As the head of the Yubayashiki family, Yubayashiki Yoya is always flattered wherever he goes. It was the first time that Tachibana Kinjian's witty and joking tone reached his ears, which seemed to have a strange sense of intimacy. Speaking of which, Tachibana Kinjian's age is similar to Yubayashiki Yoya, so it's not impossible to address him like this. In response, the Lord didn't say anything, and Baiminjaihu Xingmei, who had originally complained, also chose to turn a deaf ear. Then, Yubayashiki Yoya came back to his senses and smiled happily. It is my honor to be able to use money to exchange for Kinjian's powerful power. It is obvious that now Tachibana Kinjian has no sense of belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps, and completely regards killing demons as a transaction. But as long as he is willing to kill demons, Yubayashiki Yoya doesn't mind paying a little money. After all, they have plenty of this stuff. As the boss of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya's words are very nice, and Tachibana Kinjian can't find any faults. With each party getting what they need, the transaction between the two is a natural outcome. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the lowest level GUI level swordsman has a monthly salary of 200,000, and the purchasing power is about 9,000 RMB. It is conceivable how rich the Yubayashiki family is. They have accumulated a lot of wealth with the so-called power of seeing through the future, and they can fully support the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Not to mention other sponsoring families, their clothes are marked with wisteria flowers. Yubayashiki Yoya made a promise. On the premise of guaranteeing the basic salary, he would give 20 million for each lower-rank demon killed and 100 million for each upper-rank demon killed. If he could kill Muzan Butsuji, he would give 50% of the Yubayashiki family's assets to Tachibana Kinjian. Seeing that his employer was so good at dealing with things, Tachibana Kinjian also showed his sincerity. Ordinary demons would not be counted as money, but as gifts from him. After the finalization, he smiled and said goodbye to his ayah. When he was about to leave with his own crow, the rabbit blocked his way. At this time, he, Makomo, and Tomiokaji had taken off the fox masks, as if they were waiting for Tachibana Kinjian. With a smile on their faces, they said, "The hand ghost is of great significance to us. If possible, I hope you can come to Sagiri to have a talk. Big brother, you saved us, and you are so powerful. Master Urokodaki will be very happy to see you." Makomo on the side cheered and prayed that Tachibana Kinjian would agree. Tomiokaji acted as if he didn't care, but pouted his lips and said, "Master Urokodaki's radish salmon is delicious. Looking at his appearance, I was really afraid that this kid would suddenly say I am different from you." Urokodaki. Retired water pillar. Hearing this, Tachibana Kinjian was somewhat moved. For now, his strength only comes from the undying slash and the breath of blood. With comprehensive strength reaching the best among the A-class swordsmen, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the first person under the pillar. He can even rely on the strangeness of the blood breath to fight with the pillars in unexpected situations. But when it comes to swordsmanship or combat experience, Ju Kinjian is almost at the novice stage, which is an obvious shortcoming. Once he gets into a protracted battle, he will definitely lose in the end. As a man, he must not only have explosive power, but also be persistent. So, if he can go to Sagiri Mountain to find the old man Urokodaki for training, his strength will definitely increase again. I think he killed the hand ghost and saved Santo and others. From the perspective of his apprentice's life-saving grace, this retired water pillar should not refuse. Do you have a map? Ju Kinjian did not agree directly. He planned to go back to the disc house first. If it was on the way, he would go to Sagiri Mountain with Santo and his group the next day. If it was not on the way, he could only choose another time to go alone. Hearing this, Santo took out a scroll from his arms and opened it. It was a map, much larger than Ju Kinjian's. Important places such as Kyoto, Sagiri Mountain, and Zifo Mountain were marked on it. Ju Kinjian took a quick look. Coincidentally, the dish house and Sagiri Mountain were in the same direction, so they were on the way. In this way, he immediately accepted the invitation of the rabbit. In order to avoid being hungry on the way, Ju Kinjian, who was in a hurry, took advantage of the rising sun to leave Zifo Mountain with the 3 people and headed south. At this speed, he should be able to reach the dish house before the evening. Then he got some food from Kane for free. Oh no, he would replenish some food and set off for Sagiri Mountain the next day. After making a simple plan, Ju Kinjian took the lead and rushed on. It was just that the rice ball paper and fruit peels thrown from time to time along the way made the people behind him marvel. In this regard, Ju Kinjian could only say, "Don't ask, the question is the breathing method. All the unreasonable blame should be put on the blood breath. After all, in a world where ghosts exist, how can we talk about what is reasonable or not?" Chapter 9. The two sides of the battle are still in a state of panic. On the other hand, since the assessment of Fujikiyama has ended, Yubayashiki Yoya, who originally came for Tachibana Kinjian, also returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters under the escort of Gyume Shime. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, how long will it take for Kinjian to become a pillar, Xing Ming? A demon who can behead a demon with blood demon arts in one encounter will probably reach the level of a pillar in a short time. Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming rarely didn't cry. After thinking for a while, he said again, but considering the conditions for becoming a pillar, it's hard to say whether you can meet the 12 demon months, and it's not easy to find 50 demons. It's conservatively estimated to be 4 months. Considering Kinjian's obsession with money, killing demons is very motivating. Yubayashiki Yoya is very happy to spend money, but this money is not spent in vain. At this point, he really hopes to hear news about Tachibana Kinjian as soon as possible. As for the future, the voice in my mind tells me that he should become a pillar soon. But his breathing method is quite peculiar, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the name of the pillar at that time. Obviously, through this assessment, Yubayashiki Yoya learned that Tachibana Kinjian has his own breathing method, the breathing of blood. Although creating one's own breathing method is not a common thing, it is not the first time in the Demon Slayer Corps. After hundreds of years of inheritance after Kuniyashi, a group of swordsmen derived 5 basic breathing methods from the sun breathing, wind, water, fire, thunder, and fire. On this basis, the breathing methods of sound, flower, insect, snake, rosy clouds, and love were derived. Later, Inashuk created the breathing of beasts. Of course, this is a later matter. If you name it after the breathing method, why not call it the blood pillar? Gyume Baiminjiahu's face did not fluctuate, and he still looked compassionate. It doesn't sound good, I have to think about it again. Yubayashiki Yoya tapped his head lightly with his fist and said helplessly, "Ah, it's really a headache to think of a name." Although he said he had a headache, he couldn't stop smiling. The Demon Slayer Corps has added another fierce general, and the possibility of completely destroying the demons has increased a little bit. Yubayashiki Yoya is happy from the bottom of his heart. At dusk, several black crows circled in the sky on the road not far from the disc house. "Respected boss, please give me some more food." A sonorous voice came from above, from Ju Kinjian's crow. It is said that the character of this thing is like its owner. Ju Kinjian's crow is called Luying, and its speed is the best among its kind, and its appetite is not small. During the period of waiting for work, it was either eating or on the way to find food. But now that I follow Ju Kinjian, I don't have to work hard. I think I just need to say a few good words to my master. Lying, right? You have done nothing but dare to take my food for free. Ju Kinjian looked up at the black shadow running around in the sky and said, "You speak nicely, and the boss is very happy, but I don't like your behavior of taking it for free." Ju Kinjian hurried on his way, looking at the outline of the building in front of him, and said unhappily, "The butterfly house is just ahead, go find food by yourself." Brother Ju's crow is a perfect match, and they are equally good at eating. Zhengu's voice came from behind, mixed with the laughter of the other two. Ju Qingjian waved his hand indifferently. It should be said that this thing is about fate. As for Lu Ying, as his crow, it can be said that they are not from the same family. However, before the salary is received, Ju Qingjian does not plan to keep this freeloader monster and let it fend for itself. As for the people who had come with him, although they didn't have much communication during the 7th day in Fujiki Mountain, they became familiar with each other after more than half a day of traveling. They were very open when joking. Not to mention Santu and Zhengu, even the taciturn Tomiokaji would occasionally interject a few words. The saying "if you don't make a sound, you will be amazing when you make a sound" probably refers to people like him. Night is the home of ghosts. It's too dangerous to travel rashly. Let's stay here tonight and set off for Sagiri Mountain tomorrow. Others did not refute Tachibana Qingjian's decision. After this assessment, they had a new understanding of their own strength. Santu was relatively good, but Zhengu and Tomiokaji were much worse. It would be bad if they encountered a powerful ghost while traveling at night and dragged others down, resulting in casualties. As they were talking, the group arrived at the door of the butterfly house. As soon as Butterfly Kane put down the medical surgical tray in her hand after stepping out of the door, she turned around and glimpsed the figure that she had not seen for a week. She smiled and walked over slowly. She understood that Tachibana Qingjian had passed the assessment and officially became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. And looking at the spotless feathers, it seemed that the process was very easy. In this way, she had a preliminary estimate of Tachibana Qingjian's strength. "I'm back. After not seeing each other for a few days, I missed this gentle girl a little." Kane's temperament was like a spring breeze, which made people like to stay with her. This made it difficult for Tachibana Qingjian to refuse. "Congratulations to Qingjian for passing the assessment. Xianan is already preparing dinner." Kane knew someone's foodie attribute very well. Before the other party opened his mouth, she said the key. For a moment, Tachibana Qingjian didn't know how to say it when it came to his lips, and finally turned into a smile. "Are you injured?" The next second, Kane grabbed Ju Qingjian's left hand and frowned at the scab on it. This is not." Alas! Then, Ju Qingjian was pulled into the disc room before he finished speaking. Kane took out alcohol and gauze and other medical supplies and began to bandage it carefully. A few minutes later. "Hey, it's a good thing I came in time, otherwise the wound would have healed." Looking at the white gauze wrapped around his arm, Ju Qingjian fell into a brief stagnation. "No, Jaime. Let's just say, is it really necessary? Is it too much of a fuss? The wound must be treated in time to prevent infection." Seeming to understand Ju Qingjian's eyes, Kane turned her head away without leaving a trace and explained with her professional medical knowledge. At this time, Santu appeared out of nowhere. "Brother Tachibana, is this my sister-in-law?" Although he had practiced under Urokodaka Seikanji for many years, he had lived in Sagiriyama before that and did not know the existence of Daiya and the Butterfly Sisters. Seeing that Tachibana Qingjian and Kane got along so well, he imagined some gossip scenes that young people liked. So he said such a stunning sentence without thinking. Upon hearing this, Kane's smile suddenly froze, and then she lowered her head and did not speak. Her little face was quietly covered with red clouds, which was beautiful under the light. On the contrary, Tachibana Qingjian raised his eyebrows and looked at Santu, who looked serious. For a moment, he just felt that this boy was really good at dealing with things. "Ahem, not yet." Tachibana Qingjian took a sip of tea and coughed lightly to try to resolve the embarrassment, but he did not expect Santu to misunderstand. "I understand." Then, he turned to Kane and began to introduce himself. "Hello, future sister-in-law, my name is Santo, and I am a disciple of the retired water pillar Urokodaka Seikanji, Wu. Chapter 10. The two of them had a very good conversation. Puff. Before Suuntu finished speaking, Ju Qingjian spat out a mouthful of tea and quickly reached out to cover Suuntu, who was only talking, for fear that he would continue. They had already thought of a name for their child. Shut up, go out and wash your hands, and then eat. Ju Qingjian kicked Suuntu's butt and thought, I knew you were good at it, but I didn't expect you to be so good at it. Butterfly-chan Ahui, please give me more advice. While Suuntu hadn't left completely, Chan Ahui made a brief self-introduction and glanced at Ju Qingjian's face. Seeing that the other party didn't react excessively, she shyly lowered her head again. Seeing this, Ju Qingjian seemed to understand something. He could not guarantee anything else, but at least the girl did not hate him. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. After a while, Koko Shinobu brought the shabu-shabu to the table, along with sushi, tempura, and ingredients for the shabu-shabu. You are lucky. You actually passed the test. At the table, she looked at Ju Qingjian and muttered with a surprised look. Although her voice was not loud, it was heard by the three people of Suuntu at another table, and they immediately felt sorry for Ju Qingjian. I thought that even as a guest, we have to say something today. Brother Ju is not relying on luck. That's right. He killed the strongest hand ghost in the Wisteria prison with one sword. In response, Ju Qingjian just waved his hand and said nonchalantly, you are exaggerating. That ghost was able to withstand my sword. It was really a hardy battle. Listen to this, is it human language? What do you mean by being able to withstand a single blow? He killed the enemy instantly throughout the whole process, and he didn't even break a sweat, and he still said that it was a hardy battle. Such Versailles is suspected of being invisible and pretentious. Tisk, you are awesome, okay. Looking at the other party's somewhat smug look, Koko Shinobu felt that she was a little embarrassed, and the hair on both sides of her forehead became messy. Of course, there are even more awesome ones. When I become a pillar one day, you will worship me, little sister. Not feeling any malice, Ju Qingjian became interested and started to brag, preparing to deliberately tease this little butterfly. Then you have to hurry up, if this girl becomes a pillar first, someone will have to call me sir when they meet in the future. Oh, sir, you should have gone with me to this assessment, I guarantee you will pass. You, damn it. After a short confrontation, Koko Shinobu was defeated. Because of anger, her chest kept rising and falling, and her little face was red and swollen, bulging like a bun. Even eating could not stop the two from talking. In the middle, Koko Kane was already used to it, and just smiled without saying anything. As for Koko Shinobu herself, in fact, she didn't really hate Tachibana Qingjian, but she was a bit sister-controlled. Seeing her sister, who had been dependent on her since childhood, was so optimistic about Tachibana Qingjian, it was like something was taken away, and she felt uncomfortable. However, this bad mood changed quietly after she learned that Tachibana Qingjian passed the assessment with a strong force. As for whether there was any fraud, Koko Shinobu didn't consider this. Because this assessment was hosted by Yubayashiki Yoya and Rock Pillar, there was no possibility of cheating. Moreover, Koko Shinobu also learned about Tachibana Qingjian's strength from a few words. Although she didn't know how strong she was definitely stronger than herself. Of course, she couldn't say these thoughts easily. Because the parents of the two sisters of Butterfly were deprived of their lives by demons, and because of their hatred for demons, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't get angry at Tachibana Qingjian, who was about to be on the front line to kill demons. However, the Tsundere girl only thought so in her heart. As for her words, she would definitely get angry whenever she got the chance. Therefore, the bickering between the two was more like a daily entertainment where they signed in when they met. At the same time, in a distant valley. This is one of the settlements of the sword-forging village. A group of sword forgers wearing firemen's masks were busy doing their jobs, accompanied by the sky-high flames and scorching temperatures, and various knocking sounds were heard. Looking at the busy scene in front of him, the short-statured Tai Kai Heiwen Taizan asked in a slightly vulgar voice, "Is there any beautiful girl who passed the test this year? Her Nichiren sword was forged by me personally. Village chief, please put aside the beautiful girl. Here is the letter from the Lord, and I have asked you to open it in person." A member of the hidden group stood up. He was covered with a white mask and his face could not be seen clearly, but he knew the village chief very well. This unruly old man. Then he fumbled in his arms for a while and handed over a letter with both hands. Not long after, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin finished reading the contents of the letter and then threw it into the forging furnace that was burning vigorously at the side. The general content of the letter was that Yubayashiki Yoya asked Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin to personally forge the Sun Wheel Sword for Tachibana Kinjian. Since it was Yoya who personally asked, I will naturally agree to this matter. As the village chief of the sword forging village, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin is also the best sword forger with forging skills. With Yubayashiki Yoya's status, he actually wrote a letter to request in person, which is enough to show that this lord attaches great importance to Tachibana Kinjian. Then, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin opened the box with Tachibana Kinjian's name on it, and a pungent smell of blood came to his face. Blood? Interesting, this sword should be very spiritual. Having said so, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin sent the ore into the forging furnace. Forging a sword requires constant pursuit of perfection. Often a small detail determines the quality of the finished sword. The short village chief threw away his arms and personally went down to control the temperature of the forging, and began to forge the Sun Wheel Sword for Ju Kinjian. His rare serious look seemed extremely focused at this moment. While the sword forging village was busy, Ju Kinjian, who was next to the butterfly house, took a cold shower and prepared to go to bed. The scabs on his arms had fallen off, and there was no trace of injury. Although this recovery ability is not as good as that of ghosts, it is too amazing compared to humans. As long as it is not a fatal injury, it will be fine after a good sleep. This is the power of the breath of blood. Stay away from me when you go to bed later, and don't hit me. After saying that, Ju Kinjian returned to the house, leaving Santu and Tomioka Jiuo looking at each other, with confusion in their eyes. Because the other empty rooms were not cleaned up, the three big boys had to squeeze together tonight. As for the little girl, Makomo, she lived in the same room with Kane. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, the plan remained the same, and everyone prepared to continue heading towards Sagiri Mountain. But before that, Ju Kinjian had to replenish supplies first, and added a lot of food to the system space. While storing the food, he was thinking about a question, wondering if ghosts could be collected. In theory, it should be possible. The system space can only store items without life characteristics, but if living things are put in, they will become dead things, so they can be stored. If ghosts are not considered living things, they can be collected directly. If they are considered living things, it would be even better, and they will die directly if they are collected. In this way, wouldn't it be an extra killer move? He. Imagine yourself sneaking up to Muzan Kibutsuji and kicking him into the system space. This can also be considered as elimination in a sense. Just when Ju Kinjian was about to laugh, the voice of the system rang, and suddenly a bad feeling rose from his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a system bug, which has been fixed. This system space cannot store any ghosts. What the hell? It's just, quite sudden. No, buddy, I just thought about it and haven't started to act yet. Ju Kinjian slapped his thigh, so angry. By the way, what does your system bug have to do with me? Let me use it for a while before fixing it. However, the system seemed to have not heard his complaint and issued rewards on its own. This system is deeply sorry for this situation, so it will issue rewards as compensation. Reward, Refining Ghost Banner, already stored in the system space. Refining Ghost Banner, it can collect ghosts that have lost their ability to resist, either physically or mentally, cut off the connection with the ancestor of ghosts and use them for the host. And you and my friend, you are their real master. Chapter 11. The old man was very happy. This little thing is good. With the thought, Zhu Qinjian flipped his right hand slightly. A black light flashed, and a black flag more than half a meter high appeared in his hand. The flag was as black as ink, and a hideous and terrifying red skull was embroidered on the flag. Just looking at it would make you feel a chill. This is the treasure that Zhu Qinjian just got, the Refining Ghost Banner. I heard that one of the important reasons why Muzan Kibutsuji did not allow the ghosts to gather together on a large scale was that he was worried that these ghosts would unite and rebel. After all, after this scumbag boss was intimidated by Jiguo Yunyi, everything became cautious. In the original work, after seeing Tanjiro's earrings, he didn't even dare to do it himself. However, Tachibana Qinjian felt that the statement that Muzan Kibutsuji was worried about his subordinates rebelling was not very tenable. In fact, the relationship between demons is very complicated. There are competition and contradictions between them, and it is basically impossible for them to truly unite. However, the appearance of the Refining Demon Banner will change this situation. Now that he has such a good thing in his hand, Tachibana Qinjian can't help but think of some tricks. He thought of a way to disgust demons. For example, subdue the 12 demon moons. Then use Muzan's subordinates to deal with him. Isn't it beautiful? That picture is beautiful just thinking about it. According to the characteristics of the Refining Demon Banner, this plan is feasible. I just don't know if Aya is willing to pay for the lives of demons after subduing the 12 demon moons. After all, the two of them agreed to pay for killing demons. Forget it, if you encounter this thing, just collect the ghost first. Whether it lives or dies is up to you. Zhu Qinjian no longer worries about this problem. After licking his old face and borrowing 100,000 yuan from Chan Ahui, he left the butterfly house with the three of them. A taste of soft rice, half a month's salary of butterfly Chan Ahui is really fragrant. As the saying goes, a good iron must be hard. Although he has a variety of powerful plug-in abilities, it is always beneficial to learn the experience of killing ghosts from the old predecessors. As an old retired water pillar, Urokodaka Seikanji has experienced countless battles and accumulated valuable experience and skills. If he can learn from him, Zhu Qinjian can learn a lot of skills, thereby improving the efficiency of making money from Azai, and at the same time avoiding being exploited by some strange ghosts when he is swiping. Life is only once. In this dangerous world, although it is not necessary to hide, it is still not too wasteful. Thinking of this, Zhu Qinjian's heart was burning, and his pace became faster. The distance between Butterfly House and Sakiyama is not short, and it takes several days to travel on foot. Everyone traveled during the day and looked for hotels or villages nearby to rest at night. This is why Zhu Qinjian borrowed money. He had just arrived and was penniless, so he was more familiar with butterfly canne, so he asked for it with a thick face. Otherwise, he would have to sleep outside in the dark. Zhu Qinjian came from 100 years later, and it has only been 10 days since he traveled through time, so he obviously cannot fully adapt. Unless it is a situation like the selection of Fujikasan Mountain, he will not suffer himself. No, not at all. In this way, time passed day by day, and it was 3 days later in a blink of an eye. It was a sunny day with a clear breeze, a good day for sunbathing. After a long journey, the 4 people of Zhu Qinjian finally arrived at the foot of the Sagiri mountain. It was noon at this time, and the sun was high in the sky, casting warm light on the earth. I think Muzan would like it. There was silence all around, with only the breeze blowing the leaves and making rustling sounds. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Qinjian looked up at the towering peaks. The mountains were steep and surrounded by clouds and mist, giving people a mysterious and majestic feeling. Presumably, a little further up was where Urokodaka Seikanji lived. This distance would not take much time. After a while, a small wooden structure house appeared in front of them. From the outside, the house looked a little old, but it had a historical charm. It was surrounded by a dense forest, as if it was integrated with nature, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. On the side, you can also see a small and exquisite courtyard with various common vegetables planted in it. You all passed the selection. At this moment, Urokodaka Seikanji happened to open the door of the room. The appearance of several people surprised the old man, especially when he saw that there were no wounds or blood on the bodies of Santo and the others. He widened his eyes under the Tengu mask, unable to hide his inner shock and confusion. The hand ghost was captured by Urokodaka Seikanji himself and put into the Wisteria prison many years ago. In addition to the death of his previous disciples, he knew the strength of the ghost very well. Among the three, Santo's strength is likely to pass the selection, but it would never be so easy and comfortable. But it seems so now. The three people were neatly dressed, their clothes were spotless, their faces were full of confidence and calmness, their eyes were bright and firm, as if they had just taken a relaxing and pleasant trip, rather than a fierce and cruel battle. That's right. It was all thanks to the 100,000 borrowed by Tachibana Kinjian from Kane that they avoided sleeping in the wild. Even after traveling for so many days, their hair was not messy or bloody, their faces were clean and fresh, their skin was healthy and shiny, and there was no sign of fatigue or scars. Of course, Ju Kinjian was not kind-hearted. The money he spent was recorded in the account of Suuntu and others. Although less than 20,000 yuan was spent in the past few days, after the Demon Slayer Corps paid wages next month, there was no way to escape the repayment of 100,000 yuan, and each person had to pay 100,000 yuan. Such behavior would make capitalists cry and loan sharks cry. It cannot be said that Ju Kinjian was cruel. After all, he could not repay the life-saving grace, and a little money was a bargain for them. However, these are all later stories. What does your skeptical and shocked tone mean, old man? After hearing what Urokodaka Seikanji said, Santo immediately became angry. He widened his eyes and said confidently, "How could I fail the selection? I want to be a water pillar in the future." Makomo on the side also echoed, "That's right, master, you said it as if you don't want us to pass the selection." While she was talking, she didn't forget to reach out and pat Santo on the shoulder to show her support and encouragement for him. After being patted by Makomo, Santo immediately straightened up and looked more energetic. He crossed his arms and looked determined, as if he had seen the day when he would become a water pillar. Makomo stood beside him, slightly tilting his head, with a confident smile on his face. Both of them looked at Urokodaka Seikanji, as if waiting for his response. Did they really all pass? Under the mask, Urokodaka Seikanji frowned and confirmed again in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. What's going on? Could it be that these three little guys encountered some adventure or got help from a noble person? Thinking of this, Urokodaka Seikanji's eyes finally fell on Tachibana Kinjian, who was looking up at him. He noticed this strange boy as soon as he saw him, but he didn't think about it at first. But since the three of them brought him here, there must be a reason for doing so. Now it seems that the reason why his disciple was able to pass the selection is most likely because of this person. Chapter 12. The two of them were very happy. Xiantu turned aside and prepared to introduce Tachibana Kinjian with a proud look on his face, saying, "Teacher, this is my half-brother, Tachibana Kinjian. Demon Slayer Swordsman Tachibana Kinjian, meet Senior Urokodaki." Tachibana Kinjian nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. Faced with the attitude of the retired water pillar and trainer of the Demon Slayer Corps, if it were someone else, Xiantu and others might have already started to spray. However, this person is Tachibana Kinjian, and everything that happened to him seems so reasonable. After all, he is the one who dares to bargain with Yubayashiki Yoya. As soon as he finished speaking, Makomo on the side couldn't wait to add, Master, you would never have thought that Brother Tachibana only used one knife to kill the hand ghost. Her eyes flashed with admiration, and she had turned into a little fangirl. Then, as if to verify Urokodakase Kanji's guess, Santo and Makomo ignored Tomioka Jiyu who was about to speak, and began to brag about Tachibana Kinjian's story. Describe in detail everything that happened in the Wisteria prison, including the battle with the ghost and the subsequent operation of paying protection fees in exchange for a safe 7-day tour. Seeing his apprentice so much respect for this boy, Urokodakase Kanji couldn't help but be moved. It's not surprising that he won the game without doing anything. It turned out that not only Santo and others passed, but all members were 100% qualified. This is unprecedented in the selection of previous years. Hearing this, Urokodakase Kanji nodded, and there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Tachibana Kinjian. If he hadn't known that the other person had his own breathing method, the old man would have prepared to accept him as a disciple. Good, good. I'm glad you're back. The disciple returned intact, and Urokodakase Kanji was filled with joy and excitement, saying several good things in a row. Although his expression could not be seen due to the mask, it could be known from the trembling voice that the old man was not calm at the moment. Then, he continued, "Young man Kinjian, I won't say much thanks. I'll go prepare dinner first. Everything is in the wine. Master, I'll help you." Xianta's eyes turned, as if he had thought of something, and he hurried to the side of Urokodakase Kanji and whispered in his ear, "Master, Brother Tachibana can eat a lot, so you have to prepare more. Don't worry, ghost hunters consume a lot of energy, and they are usually big eaters. I know my limits." Although he said so, Urokodakase Kanji still felt that his eldest disciple was exaggerating a bit. As a former water pillar, he knew the appetite of ghost hunters. "If it doesn't work, Master, you can just take a rest, and the three of us will do it." Seeing that Urokodakase Kanji didn't take his words to heart, Xianta simply cooked himself, and at the same time, he didn't forget to wink at Makomo and Tomioka Jiyu behind him. He had seen how much Tachibana Kinjian ate, so he naturally didn't think he was making a fuss, and even thought that the planned ingredients might not be enough. The other two immediately understood, and after settling Tachibana Kinjian, they hurried to meet up with Santu. "No matter how much this kid eats, there must be a limit. I just don't believe it." Then, Urokodakase Kanji was asked to leave the kitchen by his disciples, and he still kept muttering. Unable to find anything to do, he could only sit on the steps outside the house with Tachibana Kinjian. The two of them each held a teacup to cool off in the shade of the trees, and refilled the tea from time to time. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Tachibana Kinjian wanted to learn more about the Demon Slayer Corps through Urokodakase Kanji. Similarly, Urokodakase Kanji also became interested in him, especially the ancient knife. The two chatted with each other. However, when asked about his origins, Tachibana Kinjian could only say that he had come from the western continent across the ocean. Urokodakase Kanji was a little surprised about this, but he did not show much surprise. A few hours later, it was evening. In the room, Tachibana Kinjian and the four masters and apprentices sat together by the fire, making the already small house seem more crowded, but also lively. A few fresh fish were strung in the ashes to make a simple rabata yaki. In the center of the fire, a casserole was hung above the flames, and in the pot was cooked radish salmon, which was Tomioka Jiyu's favorite. At this time, Urokodakase Kanji had taken off the Tengu mask and turned into a dry eater. "Urokodaka Senior, I heard from Santo that your training method is very interesting. I came here to see it for myself." While eating, Ju Kinjian did not forget his main purpose. He took the initiative to bring up the topic and said straight to the point. "Those are just gadgets that I use to train my disciples in my spare time. With your strength." Urokodakase Kanji already understood Ju Kinjian's intention and did not finish his words. What he did not understand was that with the opponent's strength, there should be no need to carry out these meaningless training. It is naturally unnecessary to open my eyes, so I will try it with my eyes closed. Zhu Qinjian picked up a tempura and swallowed it in one gulp, then said without hesitation. Close your eyes? This is interesting. Young people are full of fighting spirit. Urokodaka Seikanji laughed heartily and nodded, you will know tomorrow when you go up with me. In that case, I thank you in advance. After thanking him, Tachibana Kinjian continued, in addition, I know that my swordsmanship is not mature and sophisticated enough. I was able to kill the demon during the selection just by relying on the weapon. Therefore, I came here to ask the senior for advice, hoping to learn more about swordsmanship and skills to improve my strength. If you say so, I hope you can practice with me after I close my eyes and finish the training. Seeing that Tachibana Kinjian was planning to do this to him, Urokodaka Seikanji was a little surprised and said, You are making things difficult for me, an old man in my 60s. You are a young man, and you come to deceive and sneak attack me, an old man in my 60s. Is this okay? This is not good. Hearing this, Tachibana Kinjian was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and raised his glass and smiled, that's right. Urokodaki is still strong and his strength is one of the best in the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Senior, don't underestimate the affirmation from the younger generation. As the saying goes, flattery never wears out. If you want something from someone, you have to say something nice. Sure enough, no matter who it is difficult to resist the compliments of others. After all, everyone has the desire to be recognized and praised. This psychological need is a common instinctive reaction of human beings. Hearing this, a sense of pleasure rose in Urokodaka Seikanji's heart. He, who was nearly 70 years old, could not suppress the strange excitement in his heart for a moment. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he agreed immediately. In response, Tachibana Kinjian raised a triumphant smile. Must eat. Chapter 13. The sound of a crow rang outside the door. Gaga. At this time, the sound of a crow rang out from outside the door. Boss, I'm back. A sturdy crow with human language landed on the windowsill. It was Tachibana Kinjian's crow, Luying. Is the matter done? The matter that Tachibana Kinjian mentioned was actually asking Luying to contact Yubayashiki Yoya to change the delivery address of the Nichiren sword. After the selection was completed, he originally planned to live in the butterfly house. However, after he changed his mind temporarily and accepted the invitation of the rabbit, he thought that the training in Sagiri Mountain would not be completed in a short time, so he asked Luying to go to Yubayashiki's residence and made a small request to Yoya. That is, let the people of the sword forging village change the delivery address of the Sun Wheel sword to Sagiriyama. I am known as the Thunderbolt Flash in the Crow world. You can rest assured with me. Luying raised his head, with a humanistic pride on his dark face, which he learned from the gorgeous crow of Hungguan. In this case, you have finally made some contributions. I will reluctantly support you for the time being. Zhu Qinjian nodded, quite satisfied, and threw a charred grilled fish to Luying. The Yubayashiki mansion is not far from here, why did you arrive just now? Luying knew that this fish was not so easy to eat. He, boss, don't we have to wait for the news from the sword forging village to the lord? And this crow also needs to rest, okay, I won't deliberately slack off. What do you mean, I just eat a little bit? Chun treats me like a cow and horse, right? Luying was a little upset, but he didn't dare to show it. I hope so. After saying that, Zhu Qinjian threw out 2 more fish. The next morning, the dawn was just beginning to appear, and a hint of white appeared on the horizon. Zhu Qinjian and Urokodaka Seikanji got up early and set out for the mountain top. In fact, the downhill training discussed last night would have a better effect at night. However, Zhu Qinjian chose to blindfold himself, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to this point, no matter when. Originally, the three of Santu also wanted to follow and see it, but they were rejected by Urokodaka Seikanji. In his words, he was afraid that Ju Kinjian would dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples. After all, if the gap is smaller, there is still the momentum to catch up, but if the gap is bigger, they just want to play badly and look up. An hour later, at the top of Mount Sagiri, Urokodaka Seikanji looked at Tachibana Kinjian, whose breath was steady, and felt more satisfied. Although this kid was not his disciple, it would be a good thing if he could make a powerful pillar appear in the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps needed more powerful swordsmen to fight against evil spirits. As a trainer now, Urokodaka Seikanji naturally hoped to see these young people continue to grow and improve. Just go down from here. In an open area on the top of the mountain, Urokodaka Seikanji raised his arm and pointed in a direction casually, saying to the boy behind him. So casual. Seeing the other party nod seriously, Tachibana Kinjian was a little surprised and added, I am born with a poor sense of direction and may get lost. It doesn't matter. There are traps everywhere on this mountain. Even if you get lost, the training effect is the same. I will leave first. Urokodaka Seikanji explained briefly, and his figure disappeared in the thick fog after he finished speaking. Ju Kinjian smiled and shook his head, thinking, as expected of you, Urokutaki Layadeng. Then he took out a piece of black cloth to cover his eyes and prepared to go down the mountain. At this moment, Ju Kinjian seemed to have installed a radar station, and the pictures and scenes appeared in his mind very clearly. And with the continuous growth of qi and blood, the detection range of this radar has expanded by several meters compared to the time in the Wisteria prison. In this area, whether it is the rope buried deep under the dead leaves, or the logs and bamboos hidden behind the bushes, all traps cannot escape his perception. And now what Ju Kinjian needs to do is to improve his reaction speed so that he can be fully aware of any subtle changes in the area, so that he can go down the mountain safely without opening his eyes. The air on the top of the narrow fog mountain is relatively thin, but this is nothing for Ju Kinjian who breathes blood. Even if he does not breathe now, the oxygen in his blood is enough for 10 minutes. However, because of closing his eyes, his body is. There is still a slight discomfort similar to fear. After a brief psychological adjustment, he was fully prepared and finally took a step. He jumped according to the scene in his mind and disappeared into the dense jungle. At the beginning, in order to increase the difficulty of training, he deliberately touched all the ropes that triggered the traps. Feeling the stones, kunao, bamboo and logs whistling around him, Ju Kinjian showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. These traps were easily resolved by him. However, just when he was secretly proud of himself, he suddenly discovered a very unpleasant fact that he was lost again. No, why did I say again? I knew it would be like this. Ju Kinjian frowned, a little speechless in his heart, and he got what he wanted. While moving forward carefully, he carefully felt the surrounding environment. I don't know if it's because of bad luck. Ju Kinjian seems to have entered an area with dense traps. Every few steps, a new trap will be triggered. The traps in these areas were so well designed that Tachibana Kinjian didn't even understand the triggering conditions of some of the traps for a while. It can't be infrared heat, right? It seems that I can only use a knife. Finally, facing such intensive attacks, Tachibana Kinjian had no choice but to take out the immortal slash. An incense stick later, Tachibana Kinjian, who had crossed the narrow fog mountain, appeared at the foot of the mountain. There was no trace of scars on his body, only a few torn corners of his clothes. Even if you were blindfolded, you can still go down the mountain intact, and you also broke the record of the rabbit, just as I thought. Urokodaka Seikanji walked slowly, with Tachibana Kinjian's crow on his shoulder. Not enough, I didn't plan to use weapons. Tachibana Kinjian shook the immortal slash and said with some helplessness. You can still say such things after passing through a densely populated area. I can only say that you are a pervert. Hearing this, Urokadakase Kanji didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally uttered a word. He then asked, "This doesn't look like a Nikaran sword. I smell an ominous breath. The dark red color of the blade seems to be infected by a large amount of blood." Swish! The immortal slash returned to the sheath. "It's really ominous. Only I can use this sword. If others try to pull it out, they will surely die. But so what? A sword that can kill ghosts is a good sword." Tachibana Kinjian didn't explain too much. He believed that Urokadakase Kanji was not a pedantic person. "That's right. I was just imagining it." Sure enough, Tachibana Kinjian got his approval the next second. "At this point, let's have breakfast first." Chapter 14. After that, apart from eating and sleeping, Ju Kinjian concentrated on training in the narrow fog mountain. Time and time again, dodging became more and more natural and smooth, almost integrated with the environment of the mountain forest. Interestingly, although the direction of going down the mountain was roughly the same every time, he always appeared in an unexpected place at the foot of the mountain. As time went by, Ju Kinjian became more and more adept at controlling the Biluoning domain, and his perception of traps became more and more acute. In perception, he could detect potential dangers through subtle sounds, breath, and even changes in light, and respond in advance. This high sensitivity to the environment and accurate judgment allowed him to easily deal with various complex situations. In this way, after 2 days of unremitting training, Ju Kinjian finally ushered in a breakthrough. On this day, he successfully avoided all traps without using weapons, without any damage, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. There is a reason why he took so much effort to conduct this kind of special training with eyes closed. The 3-piece set of Demon Slayer combat power, Red Sword, Stripes, and Transparent World. The Red Sword can greatly suppress the regeneration ability of demons. The founder, Yoriichi Tsugakoku, almost killed Muzan Kibutsuji with the help of the sun breathing, causing his wound to burn for a full 500 years. However, the undying slash itself has the power to cut off immortality, and its lethality to demons is even higher than that of ordinary red swords, so there is no need to pursue this point too much. Transparent World. It is a perceptual world that can only be opened when reaching the highest realm, and it can transparently observe the inside of the opponent's body. Before the opponent acts, you can see the bones, muscles and even the direction of blood flow to judge the opponent's movements and weaknesses, and also increase your own attack and dodge speed. Its characteristics are exactly the same as the third form of blood breathing by Luoning. The difference is that even with his eyes closed, Tachibana Kinjian can sense these, not to mention the other effect of weakening the blood demon art. As long as this passive field is developed and used well, I can be said to be invincible below the upper string. If you can pick up something ready-made, there is naturally no need to go far away. As for the markings, Tachibana Kinjian does not want to open them even if the conditions are met. After all, I am not Tsugakoku Yoriichi, who knows if I will become a short-lived ghost after using the markings. In short, there is no need. After resting for 2 days, Tachibana Kinjian absorbed the gains from recent training. The top of Sagiri Mountain. At this time, the sun is shining, dispersing the fog that lingers in the morning and evening. Urokadakase Kanji stroked the boulder in front of him and looked at Tachibana Kinjian beside him. A trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He sighed and slowly said, "Do you know that the hand ghost in the Wisteria prison was captured by me many years ago?" Seeing that Tachibana Kinjian nodded, Urokadakase Kanji continued, "Over the years, every selection, my disciples have died at his hands. And that huge stone was originally used by me to prevent later disciples from participating in the selection. I just didn't expect that the hand ghost would die in your hands. This can be regarded as a relief for this old man." There was a sense of relief and emotion in his eyes, as if the burden he had been carrying for many years had finally fallen. "Urokadaka Senior, you are not going to let me split the huge stone too?" As he said this, Tachibana Kinjian's hand was already on the handle of the immortal slash. Urokodaka Seikanji raised his hand to interrupt. He said, "That's not necessary. I know it's just a matter of waving your hand for you. Don't you want to practice with me?" Urokodaka Seikanji took out 2 wooden swords and threw one of them to Tachibana Kinjian. He stretched his body and said with a change of momentum, "Let's start. I won't show mercy. I couldn't ask for more." Although Urokodaka Seikanji is nearly 70 years old, he is as vigorous and strong as a pine tree. Even if he runs for more than 10 miles, he doesn't seem to be out of breath. Tachibana Kinjian looked at the old man, and an indescribable familiar feeling surged in his heart. It was as if he was in the game Sekiro, facing the old Ishin Ashina in the ending of Shura. However, the fierce momentum exuded by the old man in front of him was much stronger and more real than Ishin Ashina in the game. The vague feeling of oppression made Ju Kinjian pay extra attention. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the locked aura. Maximize the effect of Biluoning. However, when Urokodaka Seikanji saw this scene, he felt that the boy in front of him was underestimating the enemy, and he was immediately furious. Even though he had cultivated himself in Sagiri Mountain for many years, at this moment, a trace of anger flashed across Urokodaka Seikanji's face under the mask. He did not hesitate to take a stance, and his figure flashed and quickly attacked Tachibana Kinjian. Urokodaka Seikanji was extremely fast, and the wooden blade actually flashed a trace of cold light, as if it was going to tear the air apart. Facing the whistling attack, Tachibana Kinjian reacted quickly and raised his hand to hold the knife to resist. His spirit was extremely focused, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and he secretly complained in his heart, as expected of a man who has been a pillar, this strength is really not comparable to ordinary people. However, despite the opponent's fierce attack, Tachibana Kinjian still showed amazing strength. With his diamond physique, he played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses, using his powerful strength to miraculously block every attack from Urokodaka Seikanji. As time went on, the battle between the two became more intense, and the collision of the blades caused constant explosions in the air around them. The weakening of Biluoning had no effect on Urokodaka Seikanji, but relying on his excellent perception, Tachibana Kinjian could also swing his sword to counterattack from time to time. For a while, the two were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. "The young man is very strong." Urokodaka Seikanji was slightly surprised. "Senior, you are not bad either." Tachibana Kinjian countered with a wave of praise, which was a commercial mutual praise. However, strength alone is not enough for skills. After saying that, Urokodaka Seikanji held the wooden sword with both hands, raised it above his head, and then slashed at Tachibana Kinjian. Seeing this, Tachibana Kinjian quickly leaned forward and raised the wooden sword in his hand to resist. Chapter 15. However, just as the two wooden swords were about to collide, Urokodaka Seikanji suddenly changed the direction of attack, swung the blade to remove the force, and at the same time, his body flashed to the side. Tachibana Kinjian was caught off guard by this sudden change. Although he sensed Urokodaka Seikanji's intention at the last moment, he was unable to react in time and lost his balance and fell backwards. He was startled and hurriedly supported the ground with his feet, trying to stabilize his body, but he still looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, the attack came from behind. Tachibana Kinjian quickly came to his senses, turned around, and rushed to fight with his backhand. But due to the previous mistake, his rhythm had been completely disrupted. At this moment, he could only cope with the passive state and constantly make various imperfect movements to defend against the attack of Urokodaka Seikanji. Young man, the understanding and perception of kendo is not achieved overnight, so feel it slowly. After receiving the advice from Urokodaka Seikanji, Tachibana Kinjian felt the blood flow speed, heart rate, and movement of the opponent's arm bones and muscles while resisting. It can be clearly felt that Urokodaka Seikanji's blood is rushing in his body, his heart beats strongly, and every contraction delivers a large amount of oxygen to his limbs. His arms are full of strength, his muscles are tight, his bones are as hard as iron, and every movement is full of unparalleled power. In this way, Tachibana Kinjian can more keenly perceive the attack intention of Urokodaka Seikanji and make corresponding defense or counterattack in advance, which greatly improves his fighting skills and makes the contest between the two more intense. Gradually, Tachibana Kinjian adapted to Urokodaka Seikanji's attack, and seized an imperceptible flaw and swung his sword. This sword was done to the best, just like the perfect flick of the sword in the game. You kid! It seems that I have to use all my strength. Urokodaka Seikanji's body stagnated, and then hurriedly dodged, keeping a safe distance from Tachibana Kinjian. He was quite surprised, and didn't expect that the other party would suddenly realize it with just one sentence. But then, Tachibana Kinjian seemed to be on drugs. No matter how fast and tricky the attack angle of Urokodaka Seikanji was, it would be resolved by Tachibana Kinjian. Although he would win in the end if he continued to fight, the old man obviously did not have the vitality of the young. The battle between the two was based on the premise of not using breathing methods, and it was a pure competition of physical strength and skills. Now Tachibana Kinjian's skills have gradually caught up, and Urokodaka Seikanji has become a weak point in physical strength. Soon, Urokodaka Seikanji panted and waved his hand to signal to stop. "Are you still going, Urokodaka-senpai?" Tachibana Kinjian said with a sharp spirit, holding a wooden sword. "Or, let's have lunch first." Urokodaka Seikanji shook his head and panted. Hearing this, Tachibana Kinjian opened his eyes, his tense face relaxed, and grinned. "It's not impossible." A few days later, in the morning, Sagiri Mountain welcomed a new guest. His dress was very strange, so strange that it was hard to forget after one look. He wore a fireman mask on his face and a bamboo hat on his head. There were glass wind chimes hanging on it, which made a crisp and pleasant sound as the breeze blew. Ding ding ding! As the sound of the wind chimes came from far away, Steel Tsukuzuka Hotaru stood at the door of Urokodaka Seikanji's house. He carried a wooden box on his back, which contained 4 Nichiren swords. Among them, the Nichiren swords of Tachibana Kinjian and Makomo were made by the village chief Taiki Kawahara Tetsujin, and those of Satoshi and Tomioka Jiua were made by Tetsutsuzuka Hotaru. "Old man Urokotaki, open the door quickly." Tetsutsuzuka Hotaru spoke, but there was no response for a long time. So, this middle-aged uncle with a hot temper tried to cover up his embarrassment by shouting, "Tachibana Kinjian, Satoshi, Makomo, Tomioka Jiua, you 4 little brats, come out quickly to get your Nichiren swords." Gaga Ga! In the sky, a few idle crows circled and flew down. "Are you not at home? Damn, I came at the wrong time." As he said this, Tetsutsuzuka Hotaru, who kept muttering, sat down on the steps and asked the crows to pass on the news of his visit. Soon, the 4 masters and apprentices came down from Sagiri Mountain with Tachibana Kinjian. Although Urokodaka Seikanji did not allow Santo and the others to watch, they were too curious to resist and finally following him stealthily. After failing to stop him, Urokodaka Seikanji acquiesced. As expected, they were indeed hit hard. But not long after, Santo figured it out and cheered up, and even Makomo and Tomioka Jiua also aroused their fighting spirit. Later, they even began to be grateful for the strength of Tachibana Kinjian. After all, the stronger the Demon Slayer core, the stronger its overall strength will be. This means that fewer humans will be harmed by demons, and more innocent lives will be saved. Thinking of this, the dejection in the hearts of the 3 people of the water pillar gradually dissipated, replaced by a kind of relief and relief. Coupled with the news of the Sun Wheel Sword, their faces were filled with uncontrollable joy. Old Urokodaki, 3 heroes from one family. Although he didn't wait for much time, Tetsutsuka Hotaru was still a little unhappy. He took off his bamboo hat and said faintly, "Long time no see, Tetsutsuka Hotaru. Urokodakase Kanji simply greeted him, and his 3 disciples greeted him one after another. Then, Tetsuzuka Hotaru took off the box behind him and took out the Nichiren sword. Boy, you must be Tachibana Kinjian, you are so powerful that you can even ask the village chief to forge a sword for you. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. After all, knowing the temper of Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin, under normal circumstances, he would not forge a sword for anyone other than a female demon hunter, unless the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps personally gave the order. It can be seen that this boy is not an ordinary person. Hearing this, Tachibana Kinjian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his sword was forged by the village chief himself. There is no need to speculate too much, this must be the work of Aya. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. You treat me as a national hero, I will repay you as a national hero. I have taken Muzan, and Jesus can't keep him, I said so. Of course, the money still has to be paid, not a single word less. Chapter 16. The old man was very happy. Ju Kinjian took his sun-wheel sword, held the handle tightly with his right hand, and pulled it out. Accompanied by a crisp metal friction sound, the blade slowly pulled out from the black scabbard, as if a long sleeping dragon was awakened. As the blade was completely pulled out, a low and loud dragon roar resounded around, and the sound seemed to come from ancient times, with endless majesty and power. The blade flashed with dazzling light, as hot and dazzling as the sun. As expected of the village chief, the sun-wheel sword made by Tai-Dai Heiwen Taizan was extremely sharp, with the cold light flashing on the blade, and it was easy to cut off the neck of the ghost. The blade as a whole presents a light and unique reddish hue. This color is not an ordinary color, but the blood that dripped on the ore before. In the sunlight, Ju Kinjian held the Nichiren sword tightly with both hands, and the red blade looked even more vivid and eye-catching. Wow! Red blade! Tetsuzuka Hotaru exclaimed, and the whole person danced with joy, looking at the scene in front of him excitedly. Ha ha ha, I finally saw the red Nichiren sword. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, if you look closely, you can find that Ju Kinjian's Nichiren sword is not an ordinary red, but a blood red. This strange color is different from the red of Tsugakoku Yoriichi and the fiery red of the Purgatory family. In fact, Ju Kinjian did not deliberately pursue this special form of Nichiren sword at first. He just hoped that his Nichiren sword would be more convenient. What is this? Ju Kinjian muttered to himself, with a wonderful feeling in his heart. He did not expect that his blood could unlock the red blade state. I feel like Nezuko is angry. He muttered to himself. After all, Nezuko, who became a demon, also used her own blood demon art to temporarily give the sun blade the red blade state. Thinking of this, Ju Kinjian couldn't help laughing. If Aya knew about this, he would probably spend a lot of money and hold my thigh tightly to ask for blood. Just imagining that scene, it was a bit funny. At the same time, Ju Kinjian also realized that his blood seemed to hide more unknown secrets, and there were many places worth developing. Even so, this knife is still not as good as the undying slash. But it is completely enough for the clone to use, or I can practice the double sword style. Then, the sun blade returned to the sheath. Boy, there is something wrong with the knife you are carrying on your back. Tetsuzuka Hotaru's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and instantly caught the undying slash on Ju Kinjian's back. As a senior swordsmith, any knife can arouse his strong interest and curiosity. Moreover, since Yubayashiki Yoya values Tachibana Kinjian so much, this knife must be extraordinary. At this moment, an irresistible impulse surged in the heart of Tetsuzuka Hotaru, as if a drunkard saw a peerless wine. He widened his eyes and stared at the immortal slash behind Tachibana Kinjian, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. He couldn't wait to understand this mysterious knife, explore its origin, craftsmanship, and the secrets hidden in it. Tachibana Kinjian felt the burning gaze of Tetsuzuka Hotaru and smiled slightly. What's wrong? Want to take a look? He knew that this enthusiastic swordsmith had an almost obsessive love for knives. With Tetsuzuka Hotaru nodding constantly, Tachibana Kinjian slowly drew out the immortal slash. Seeing the red blade full of broken scars, as if this knife had experienced countless battles but no one came to maintain it, Tetsuzuka Hotaru's eyes widened even more, and at the same time, his heart was bleeding. He muttered to himself, although I can't tell what material it is made of, it is indeed a good knife. It's just a pity that it has such a scar. If I were to sharpen it, it would definitely become sharper. Let me sharpen the knife. Taigangzuka Hotaru suddenly seemed to be crazy, and rushed towards Ju Kinjian with a shout, trying to snatch the immortal slash from his hand. Ju Kinjian was quick-witted and quickly dodged. He knew the power of the immortal slash very well, and he couldn't let anyone else touch it. So he sheathed the knife and said, Mr. Taigangzuka, this is impossible. Don't worry about the immortal slash. Immortal slash, what a good name. Taigangzuka Hotaru was fascinated at first, and when he thought about not getting the knife, he said angrily, how can you not? Let me sharpen it. Owning such a good knife but not taking good care of it, this behavior is simply a waste of nature. Because, it will cost lives. Tachibana Kinjian shook his head helplessly. He understood the love of Tetsuzuka Hotaru for knives. However, what should be made clear should be made clear. The swordsmith is of great significance to the Demon Slayer Corps, and Tetsuzuka Hotaru must not be allowed to die because of a misunderstanding. Finally, under the joint persuasion of Tachibana Kinjian and Uroka Dakase Kanji, Tetsuzuka Hotaru finally temporarily put down his obsession with the immortal slash. But he made a silent decision in his heart that he must solve the problem of the blade of the immortal slash. Thinking of this, he changed his mind again, rubbed his hands and asked Tachibana Kinjian, how about I teach you how to sharpen the knife, and you can sharpen the immortal slash yourself. Fuck ni damn, so persistent. Tachibana Kinjian retreated tactically, and then resolutely refused, I won't learn. In the end, Hotaru Tetsuzuka still failed to fool Kiyomi Tachibana. With all his hope gone, he set out on his journey back to the swordsmith village alone, determined to forge a sword that surpassed the undying slash. If Kiyomi Tachibana knew his idea, he would definitely say, if you Hotaru Tetsuzuka could forge this kind of sword, I, Kiyomi Tachibana, would have eaten the undying slash. The training at Mount Sakurao was almost over. After getting the Sunwheel blade, Kiyomi Tachibana couldn't wait to start his journey of killing demons. He secretly planned in his heart to kill 1 or 2 members of the 12 Kizuki as soon as possible, preferably demons at the end of the lower strings. After all, you have to pick the softest persimmons, so it would be good to use them to sharpen the undying slash or live in the demon refining banner. Presumably, in this way, the money borrowed from Butterfly Kane could be repaid sooner. Although Sister Butterfly might not care about the debt, as a man with dignity, Kiyomi Tachibana felt that he couldn't eat gigolos all the time, but only occasionally. Chapter 17. The two of them had to fight for the final time. But before that, Tachibana Kinjian wanted to complete the last sparring with Uroka Dakase Kanji. At dusk, a layer of light mist filled the air, adding a touch of mystery to the whole scene. The afterglow of the setting sun shone obliquely on the narrow fog mountain, and the soft light sprinkled on the two people, casting long shadows. Tachibana Kinjian took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and clenched the wooden sword in his hand. His eyes were firm and focused. He knew that he could win this battle, it was just a matter of time. Uroka Dakase Kanji stood quietly, his eyes were calm and deep, as if he saw through the ending. Looking at the high-spirited Ju Kinjian, he shook his head helplessly and resolutely threw the wooden sword in his hand to the ground. Although he was frowning under the mask, he pretended to be calm and said, no more fighting, let's have dinner. How can I fight like this? I can't fight at all. At the beginning, I was able to have the upper hand. If I could keep up with the physical strength, I might be able to take down Ju Kinjian. But as time went by, This kid became more and more powerful after a few days. There is no way to beat him. Attack and defense changed, and it was completely reversed. If I took out the sword today, I would definitely lose. I was a dignified water pillar back then. How could I lose to a young boy who had been holding a sword for less than a month? Do I still have any shame? Urokodaka Seikanji thought so in his heart, then put his hands behind his back and slowly left. Looking at the slightly hunched back of the other party, Ju Qingjian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism in his twilight years. Thank you, Senior Urokodaka. He thanked him sincerely and bowed deeply to Urokodaka Seikanji from the bottom of his heart. It's a small matter, there's no need to say thank you, everything is in the wine. Urokodaka Seikanji waved his hand, as if he thought of something, suddenly turned around, and said in a low and solemn tone, "Oh, by the way, remember to kill more evil spirits." After saying this, he turned and left. Only Ju Qingjian was left standing there, silently watching the direction he was going away. Then, the boy in the sun flashed a firm light in his eyes and nodded solemnly. The next morning, the sky was just getting light, and thick fog enveloped the earth, as if casting a mysterious veil over the world. In this thick fog, the sun struggled to penetrate the layers of fog and sprinkled on the earth. When the light passed through the fog, it presented a series of clearly visible beams of light, intertwined like golden silk threads, forming a beautiful picture. These beams of light are like God's fingers, gently brushing across the earth, delivering warmth and light to every corner. In this sea of fog, those golden beams are particularly eye-catching, and they seem to tell people that even in difficult situations, they must maintain their yearning and pursuit for a better life. This is just like the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who fight evil spirits at night, using their courage and flesh and blood to fight against those evil creatures that can regenerate infinitely. They know that they may face death, but they still throw themselves into this battle without hesitation, just to protect more people from the evil spirits. Brother Tachibana, please take care of me during future missions. Sure, don't worry, I'll protect you. You kid, leave now. If you stay any longer, my vegetable garden will be completely destroyed by you. Senior, you. Amid the farewells of Santo and others and the scolding of Urokodaka Seikanji, Tachibana Qingjian carried his bag and was even too embarrassed to eat breakfast. Although they were joking, he was quite embarrassed by this. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't spend a penny in the 10 days in Sagiri mountain. He ate, used, and learned from others. Urokodaka Seikanji taught him almost everything, except for the water breathing. In fact, Urokodaka Seikanji had this idea before, but Tachibana Qingjian had not yet fully mastered his blood breathing, so he naturally would not learn other breathing methods. But then again, blood is also a liquid, and it might be possible to derive it through water breathing. As for whether this is a system reward, it is unknown. In any case, Tachibana Qingjian has received this great favor and is almost half a disciple of Urokodaka Seikanji. In the future, he must take good care of the rabbits and forget about the high-interest loan they owed before. Next, head towards the pillar. Work hard in the direction of the 12 demon moons, lower moon, here I come, he. Ju Qingjian did not stop, but the eerie laugh he made was out of place compared to his fair face. Don't ask what to do if you encounter an upper-rank demon. If I can't beat it, can't I just run? Do you have to fight to the death if you can't beat it? That's stupid. Although Ju Qingjian was a little reckless, he was not to the point of being arrogant. He knew very well that at least the tough guys above the upper third were beyond his current ability. Of course, facing a powerful enemy, it is not wise to fight blindly. Sometimes, choosing a strategic retreat is also a kind of wisdom. When you should be reckless, you should be reckless, and when you should be reckless, you should be reckless. Only in this way can your own safety be the premise of everything possible. Chapter 18. The journey was a long one, but the journey was a long one. Halfway through the journey, Ju Qingjian stopped in a town to rest and replenish supplies. After asking the people around him and looking at the map in his hand, he found that he had just left Nara Prefecture and was still about 400 kilometers away from Butterfly House. However, unlike when he was traveling with Suantu and others, Ju Qingjian was very fast alone this time and was expected to return to Butterfly House tomorrow night. As for the bills borrowed from Butterfly Canne, there were still tens of thousands left, which was enough for him to spend. Thinking of the bounty of the 12 demon months, Ju Qingjian was considering whether to buy a car when he had money in the future, and then hire a driver to pick him up and drop him off to kill demons. But in the end, he gave up. The automobile industry in the Taisho era was in its infancy, and there was no comfort at all, far from what it would be 100 years later. In addition, the road conditions were bad, and it was not comfortable to run at all, not even as good as his number 11 bus. If it was within Tokyo, it would be fine, but the location of the key mission was often unexpected. Thinking of this, let alone buying a car, he didn't even have the mood to take a taxi. In the end, Ju Qingjian chose to walk. With the strong physique of a ghost hunter, he challenged the Industrial Revolution. At night, the moonlight sprinkled silver light like water to illuminate the earth, as if covering the world with a mysterious veil. The breeze blew, the leaves rustled, and the sound of insects from afar intertwined to form a symphony of nature. At this time, Ju Qingjian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He underestimated his leg strength and overestimated his understanding of the map. Originally planned to reach the nearby town before dark, but now found that he had far exceeded it. Moreover, there was no village or shop in the distance. If he went back now, he would not only waste a lot of time and energy, but also not be able to get a better rest. After thinking about it, he decided to find a relatively comfortable place outside to spend the night. With his strength, he could easily deal with danger. Although the environment was simple, as long as he could ensure the quality of sleep, he could continue on his way tomorrow. Lying, why didn't you stop me when I was walking so fast? Ju Qingjian stopped for a moment, and finally threw the blame to his own crow, Lying. Ga 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 ga. Lying crow was flying in the sky, and the blame came from the sky. It knew that it would be wrong to say anything now, so it could only pretend to be a crow that couldn't speak. However, Ju Qingjian was not someone who could be easily fooled. He pointed at the shadow in the sky and threatened, "If you don't speak, I will roast you." Hearing this, the shadow quickly flapped its wings and flew to Ju Qingjian, saying in a flattering manner, "Don't worry, boss. My small body is not enough to fill the gap between my teeth, and I dare not interrupt you when you are going to do something." "Oh? Really? Then how do you think you can keep watch tonight?" Ju Qingjian looked at the shadow with a smile, and there was an undisguised threat in his words. The shadow hurriedly explained, "This kind of small matter must be served by my little brother. I will follow you wherever you go, and if there is food, just give me a sip of soup." After saying that, the shadow, who was hugging his thigh, did not forget to pat his chest with his wings to show how loyal he was. Looking at such a funny crow, Ju Qingjian was also amused by it, and then nodded with satisfaction, and said to the shadow with a smile, "You are still somewhat aware." Taking advantage of the colorful moon, Ju Qingjian looked around in the woods and finally found a relatively hidden, quiet and dry place. There was no one around. After determining the location, he took out the bedding from the system space and began to build a simple shelter, and then lit a bonfire around it for heating and lighting. Finally, he took out some food and water. After eating, he released his clone and the crow to keep watch at night, and he prepared to have a good rest. Ju Qingjian had just laid down and closed his eyes beside the low bonfire, and whispers came from the bushes not far away. The general content seemed to be that the two ghosts were discussing the ownership of his rare blood. "Brother, do you smell it? This smell seems to be rare blood. There is no doubt that this is a ghost." After this questioning voice, another voice came. "Yes, it is indeed rare blood, and both of them. I was lucky enough to smell it once before. That kind of intoxicating feeling, tut tut tut. It's a pity that I was a little late and was beaten to it. That ghost was stronger and I didn't snatch it. It's really hateful. This voice is also a ghost, but he. Just a little bit stronger than the one who spoke at the beginning. Whenever he talked about missing a rare blood human, he would beat his chest and stamp his feet in anger. Fortunately, now he has met other rare blood. It is not too late to take revenge after he eats it and becomes stronger. Human rare blood has an irresistible attraction to ghosts. It is more delicious and tempting than ordinary blood, making it difficult for ghosts to resist. Once the smell of rare blood, ghosts are like being drunk, and at the same time, they will be aroused by a strong appetite and can't wait to taste it. Eating a human with rare blood is simply a feast for ghosts. In contrast, eating the flesh and blood of other ordinary people can only be regarded as barely filling their stomachs. Therefore, humans with rare blood have become the dream target of ghosts, and some particularly powerful ghosts even have a more cunning taste and specialize in rare blood. However, rare blood is so precious and rare that it can not only satisfy the appetite of ghosts, but also bring huge strength improvement. Eating a human with rare blood may be equivalent to the value of dozens or even hundreds of ordinary people for ghosts. So, this is why the ghost who just spoke was so angry. It was comparable to the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife. Then, the weaker ghost said, "This time, we two brothers must take over the overwhelming wealth. They just happen to have 2 people. We can share it with each ghost without fighting. Yoshi, brother, you are a good citizen." Secretly, the slightly stronger ghost looked happy and gave the other party a thumbs up. Just as he was about to launch an attack, another ghost stopped him, paused and said, "Wait, big brother, I have an idea. I don't know if I should tell you or not. Hurry up." The urging sounded, and after getting permission, the younger ghost continued, "If we can catch them, imprison them, and feed them continuously, then we can enjoy a steady supply of thin blood, and then we may be able to reach the height of the 12 ghost months. You kid, I know you are smart since you were a child." The stronger ghost's eyes lit up, but after thinking of a certain problem, he said with a worried look, "How can we restrain the primitive impulse in our bodies when eating? What if we accidentally eat a person in one breath? Isn't it a waste of time? This is easy. When bleeding, we just need to plug our noses and close our eyes." "Hey, you are really a genius. It's settled, I'll go first." After the plan was finalized, the 2 ghosts were ready to launch an attack. They had ferocious smiles on their faces, their eyes flashing with greed and cruelty, and they couldn't wait to start this feast of killing. Chapter 19. The ghost was dead, but he was dead. "Oh Aunt, Moxinelu. You are dead." At this time, something strange happened. A low voice sounded behind the ghost, which seemed very abrupt. It sounded like it came from hell, making the ghost feel creepy. The 2 ghosts turned back suddenly, with unstoppable surprise on their faces. "Nanny!" What greeted them was a bright sun-wheel sword with a red glow. With a swish, a sharp knife light flashed. 2 huge heads flew up in an instant, drew 2 arcs in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. The 2 heads stared with their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The expressions on their faces were frozen in fear and despair. "Brother, this rare-blooded human is even more terrifying than a ghost." "Shut up, you big idiot! Brother, you have changed. Didn't you just say I was a genius?" Then, 2 flames rose from the neck and quickly devoured the 2 heads. In the blink of an eye, the 2 heads turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace in the wind. Don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but ask to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. This sentence is the best interpretation of the friendship between the 2 brothers. Time goes back to just now. Hearing the 2 ghosts blatantly dividing himself and his clone, Zhu Qinjian opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at the clone holding the sun blade, his face showing displeasure, frowning and saying, "A mere little ghost dares to disturb my sleep, go, kill both of them." The strength of the clone is updated synchronously with the original body, but it cannot use the breathing method. However, the powerful strength brought by the diamond physique and the swordsmanship learned from Urokadaka Seikanji are not to be underestimated. Facing ordinary ghosts, it is just a matter of face-to-face and swordsmanship. Of course, although the 5 forms Night Shadow substitute is easy to use, it is not without shortcomings. All forms of blood breathing are guided by qi and blood. If the original body itself is not strong, or in a bad state, splitting a clone will definitely be a burden for the original body. If the small account cannot hold up, it will affect the original body in turn. So although this move is easy to use, it cannot be abused, otherwise it is easy to play yourself to death. Should be said or not. These 2 ghosts not only have no names, but also have a lot of nonsense with their weak strength. More importantly, they are disturbing the people, which is really hateful. They are so noisy and noisy. Don't the neighbors need to sleep? Under normal circumstances, ordinary ghosts with low strength often do not have memories of their previous lives, because their rationality has been severely weakened and distorted by the blood of Muzan Kibutsuji or other ghosts. These ghosts only retain some of the most basic instincts and desires, that is, the fear of sunlight and the urge to eat people. For such ghosts, it is almost impossible to recall their own names. After all, their thinking has become so simple that they can only focus on meeting their own survival needs. So, if a ghost has no name or nickname, it may mean that it is just an insignificant little character. Such ghosts usually lack talent or strong power and ability, and can only pose a threat to ordinary people. If they encounter the Nichiren swords of the Demon Slayer Corps, they can be easily defeated and destroyed. For example, the 2 ghosts in front of them, who were unlucky before and even more unlucky today, have never encountered ghost hunters. It is true that he encountered rare blood, but this rare blood was a little outrageous, and he lost his life because he disturbed people's sleep. In contrast, those ghosts with names or nicknames are often more powerful and dangerous. For example, the 12 ghosts of the moon that make people shudder. These ghosts usually have lived for a long time, and each of them has their own unique and weird blood ghost art. This ability makes them extremely powerful and difficult to deal with, and has become the most troublesome enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, although these ghosts are difficult to deal with, they are stacks of money in the eyes of Ju Qingjian. Sleep. After solving the source of the noise, Ju Qingjian closed his eyes and continued to sleep. At this moment, the moon was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and the originally bright sky suddenly became dim. Then, a drizzle began to fall in the woods. This rain came very abruptly, as if there was no sign. The previous second was still bright and sparse, and the next second it had already wet people's eyes. This speed is so fast that it is even faster than a girlfriend falling out with her. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Ju Qingjian was keenly aware that something was wrong. He carefully felt the breath in the rain and found that the rain was actually transformed by the ghost's blood ghost art. Fuck, are you going to let me sleep? Ju Qingjian cursed, rubbed his eyes, and got up from the ground. He looked at the rain outside with sleepy eyes. It gradually turned into a downpour and muttered, "I'm going to disturb my sleep. There is no place for you in the ghost refining flag. Even if your blood ghost art is a little interesting, you have to die obediently. I have a bad temper. I can't stand it. I won't sleep anymore. I'm going to kill ghosts and hurry up." Ju Qingjian's eyes flashed with anger. He quickly turned over and waved his hands quickly, collecting the daily necessities and equipment around him into the system space one by one. As for the bonfire, he didn't bother to care about it, because the weak fire would be extinguished quickly in the rain. Then, Ju Qingjian clenched the immortal sword in his hand, his eyes firm and sharp. "Watch carefully and don't let him run away. I will personally torture him to death, and teach him to be polite and not disturb others' sleep in the next life." After saying that, he resolutely rushed into the vast rainy night with his clone. Two Ju Qingjian and a crow rushed towards the direction of the evil breath in the wind and rain. At present, Ju Qingjian has only one thought in his mind, that is, to kill the rain ghost who disturbed his sleep. Unless Muzan Kibutsuji appears, even if Kokushibo comes, he will have to learn how powerful the moon breath is. Keep moving forward. This rain is transformed by the blood demon art of the demon, so the heavier the rain, the closer it is to the demon. As we go deeper and deeper into the forest, the rain becomes more and more violent, as if the whole world is submerged by rain. Ju Qingjian did not stop, and went straight through the dense forest to a low-lying place. At this moment, rainwater gathered here from all directions, gradually forming a puddle. From the waves of movement coming from the inside of the puddle, it can be clearly felt that this is the habitat of the rain ghost. Chapter 20. After the rain was still very strong. After that, the crow and the clone finally arrived. "It seems to be a little slower," the clone said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Looking at the wet clone in front of him and the crow behind him who was also soaked like a drowned chicken, Ju Qingjian nodded thoughtfully and said, "This rain can slow down the speed." From the information sent back by the clone, this rain has some special properties. If ordinary people encounter it, they will not only lose their way, but also slow down their movements. For Ju Qingjian, due to the weakening effect of the Bai Luoning field on the blood ghost art, he himself did not obviously feel the negative impact of this rain. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the bright moonlight sprinkled the earth again. The rain ghost was surrounded by mud. It did not attack immediately, but stayed quietly in the puddle in the middle, as if waiting for something. Ju Qingjian looked at the puddle below, then put the undying slash on his shoulder, and shouted with disdain, "What kind of ghost is below? Tell me your name." Gurgle gurgle. Hearing this, there was a strange movement in the puddle. As bubbles continued to emerge, a bald head emerged from the turbid water surface, which was the initiator of the rain just now. The rain ghost stared at Ju Qingjian, and his pale face made a sharp sound with doubt. "Name? How can a ghost have such a thing?" Ju Qingjian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with some disdain, "Isn't your boss a ghost? Isn't Muzan Kibutsuji a name? You don't even have a name, so it seems a bit weak. I thought I met some tough guy, but I didn't expect it to be an unknown person who didn't even have a name." Ju Qingjian suddenly lost interest and mocked. "Ghost? Muzan?" Before he finished speaking, Yugui, who was showing off just now, quickly covered his mouth and looked around with a look of extreme fear. Although he didn't know what was going on, the throbbing in his heart told him that if he hadn't stopped and said the name in full, he would definitely die. I remembered it. He finally remembered it. Muzan Kibutsuji, the master and creator of all ghosts. And as a ghost created by him, he would naturally be controlled by him. This control is not just physical restraint, but also absolute mental control. Except for Kokushibo, one of the upper strings, every other ghost must obey Muzan Kibutsuji's orders unconditionally. Any violation will face severe punishment, and may even lose his life. However, at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded behind Yugui, "Who allowed you to call me by my name?" This is the voice of Ju Qingjian, but it is different from before. At this moment, he was standing quietly behind Yugui, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. He mobilized his own blood, thus changing his voice, and he imitated Muzan Kibutsuji to an 80% similarity. When Yugui heard this voice, he was frightened and trembled all over. His pale face was a little rosy because of fear. "My lord!" Yugui was so scared that he trembled all over, and his trembling body knelt down involuntarily. When he turned around and tried to kneel more upright, Ju Qingjian shouted, "Kneel down and don't move." Hearing this, Yugui lowered his head even lower. He didn't dare to look back even once, and his heart was full of fear and awe. You don't even want to call me Muzan Kibutsuji. Ju Kinjian, who pretended to be Muzan Kibutsuji, spoke again. His voice was low and cold, full of the majesty of a superior. This frightened Yugui so much that his body trembled even more. He kowtowed and begged for mercy, his voice almost crying, "Sir, spare me, sir, spare me. I really didn't mean it, please forgive me." He knew that he had made a big mistake and angered this terrible existence, and he was extremely scared. However, at this moment, Kibutsuji Muzan behind Yugui suddenly laughed wildly. "Puff ha ha ha, I really can't hold it anymore." At this point, Ju Kinjian couldn't help it anymore, and kept slapping his thigh and laughing. It turns out that teasing ghosts is so interesting. I must try it when I meet the 12 ghost moons in the future. After all, this kind of thing is really rare. If I can surrender mentally, the ghosts that enter the refining ghost banner will be more compatible with me. Hearing Ju Kinjian's laughter, Yugui raised his head in astonishment and turned around quickly. There was no Muzan Kibutsuji, he was just a hateful human holding a red sword. "Damn it, you dare to fool me, die!" Yugui was furious, his bald head full of blue veins looked unusually bright under the reflection of the moonlight. He grabbed his hand into the water, and a pair of strange hands suddenly stretched out from under Ju Kinjian's feet. At the same time, a water arrow shot out from the puddle and stabbed straight over. However, Ju Kinjian easily dodged Yugui's attack, then quickly turned around and slashed at Yugui with a knife. This knife severing Yugui's hands. Ju Kinjian did not choose to cut off Yugui's neck directly. However, the burning sensation made Yugui extremely painful, because he did it intentionally to punish the other party for disturbing his sleep. "Impossible, you were clearly hit by my blood ghost technique, how can you still have such speed?" The rain ghost endured the severe pain, and after realizing that his regeneration ability was invalid, he asked the same question as the ghost who destroyed the temple at the beginning. "Why can't it heal?" Looking at the rain ghost who was like a curious baby, Ju Kinjian spread his hands and said helplessly, "Maybe it's because you don't have a name." The rain ghost had already wanted to retreat, but was aroused by this sentence. For some reason, he always felt that the other party's words were insulting him. Ghosts also need to save face. But facing Ju Kinjian, he was suffering for his face. Chapter 21. At this moment, Yugui became so angry that he forgot his fear. He ignored life and death and shouted at Ju Kinjian, "Even if I am a nameless ghost, so what? I can have eternal life and keep eating people to become stronger, but your life will only end in my stomach." He he he. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be." "Shut up, I just have rare blood, you can try to see if you have the ability to taste it." Ju Kinjian looked at the ghost who was only talking to himself sneered, "You know what? I have a bad temper when I wake up. I hate being disturbed when I sleep, so you will die under my knife, and die miserably." Rain the ghost was enraged by Ju Kinjian's words and kept making low roars, "How shameless! Today I will let you experience the horror of ghosts. Blood demon art, drowning." With a roar, the rain ghost waved the half-broken arm attacked again. Countless streams of water converged from all directions, forming a huge waterspout. The water tornado swirled in the air, sweeping towards Ju Kinjian with amazing power. "Your blood demon art has a good name." As a time traveler, Ju Kinjian praised him, and then looked at him. Condensed. At this moment, the soil under his feet suddenly changed. The originally solid ground began to become soft, like a muddy swamp. If it weren't for the ballooning that reduced the blood vampire art, maybe you will sink into it and find it difficult to extricate yourself. It turns out that the waterspout's killing move is fake, and the swamp under your feet is real. You have some brains. However, Ju Kinjian in the field is like a tree with roots in it. The ancient dragon tree was firmly rooted in the earth. His feet grasped the ground tightly, as if he had merged with the soft soil, making his body like an unshakable mountain, no matter how violent the waterspout was. And he couldn't move even a bit. Zhu Qinjian's eyes were sharp, and he exuded a powerful aura. He clenched the immortal slash in his hand and swung it violently. A dazzling blade light cut through the air and collided head-on with the whistling water tornado. There was a loud bang. The waterspout was cut in half with a knife, and water splashed everywhere. However, this was just the beginning. Taking advantage of the cover of the water curtain, Zhu Qinjian exerted force on his feet, and his body was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at Yugui beside him. His movements were so fast that they were dazzling and impossible to catch. The immortal slash in Zhu Qinjian's hand danced like the wind, and every swing was full of fierce momentum. He swung out 4 swords in a row in an instant, each knife accurately hit the joints of the rain ghost's limbs. With 4 crisp sounds, the rain ghost's limbs were completely cut off, and the whole ghost instantly turned into a ghost stick. The rain ghost's eyes widened, full of face of pain and shock. He never thought that he would lose his limbs in an instant and be completely unable to move. Zhu Qinjian's swordsmanship was so exquisite and fast that he had no power to fight back. Only now did Yugui realize that he was not the man in front of him. The opponent didn't even take this battle seriously, he was just playing tricks on me. Thinking of this, Yugui couldn't help but feel powerless and desperate. How could it be possible? Yugui muttered to himself, his voice was filled with disbelief and despair. He stared at the blood gushing out of his body with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The massive loss of blood caused his body to gradually lose strength, and his blood magic also became ineffective. He was too weak to continue. He felt his vitality was rapidly fading away, and his consciousness began to blur. The rain ghost lay quietly in the freezing cold puddle, his body soaked by the rain, his eyes dull and empty. It was as if the soul had left the body, leaving only a shell. Among the ghosts I've fought, no ghost can match you in terms of blood ghost magic. I, Zhu Qinjian, recognize you. This is true. For now, the ghosts Zhu Qinjian has encountered there are many, and even fewer who can use blood ghost arts. It's a pity that you don't have a name. After saying that, Zhu Qinjian laughed strangely and began to judge the rain ghost that had lost its resistance. He will not be soft-hearted when it comes to ghosts. His smile is as gentle as that of a butterfly, but he is inflicting the punishment of slow slicing on the ghosts. As time went by, the wounds on Yugui's body became more and more numerous, and under the effect of the undead slash, it began to become weaker and weaker. Although each knife was not a fatal wound, the number of wounds was too large, mainly because the damage caused by the undead slash to the ghost was irreversible unless the entire blade was removed. Really, disgusting words. Yugui's face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bloodless. He was unmoved by everything in the outside world. Even if the undead slash fell on him again and again, he would not say anything. He just thought that this person was so annoying. He was obviously ridiculously strong, but he pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger, and bullied the weak everywhere. How was this different from the full-level god-equipped big man slaughtering the novice village? If he knew the whole story, Yugui would definitely explain to Zhu Qinjian, "It was not my intention to disturb your sleep." But now, it was all too late. He would never have the opportunity to learn the truth of the matter, let alone the opportunity to explain it clearly to Zhu Qinjian. At this moment, Yugui's fate seemed to be doomed. He would quietly disappear with the charge of disturbing the people. As time went by, Zhu Qinjian finally killed the culprit who disturbed his sleep. Because there was no suitable knife at hand, he could only use the undead slash instead. Although Zhu Qinjian tried his best to control the strength, Yugui still couldn't bear such torture and died after just over an hour. The blood ghost technique is good. If you eat more people, you may reach the strength of the lower string. It's a pity that you are just an auxiliary. At the end, Zhu Qinjian didn't forget to comment. This world does not have a clear standard and boundary for measuring strength, and there is no specific realm division. Who is strong and who is weak can only be known when they really fight. And the so-called level of the swordsman is just a way to distinguish the high and low wages in Zhu Qinjian's eyes. I don't know if the 12 ghost moons will pay wages? Just as Zhu Qinjian was about to put away his knife and eat, a stronger breath was getting closer and closer. Of course, this strength is only relative to the rain ghost. Blood demon art, thorn kill. Accompanied by a crisp cry, a large number of thick vines with sharp barbs suddenly emerged from the woods. These vines were like poisonous snakes, rushing straight towards Zhu Qinjian at a very fast speed. Faced with such a fierce attack, Zhu Qinjian couldn't help cursing in his heart, "Fuck, come again? How many people have my rare blood physique? Why is it so popular?" However, he did not panic at all, but responded quickly. The undead slash in Zhu Qinjian's hand danced like a storm, forming an impenetrable knife curtain. Each knife accurately chopped on the vines that rushed towards him, cutting them off one by one and stopping their progress. There is something. It can still have this power under the influence of Biluoning. Looking at the land beside him that seemed to have been plowed, Zhu Qinjian's face was calm and he muttered to himself. Where these vines passed, the trees fell to the ground, and there were messy traces on the ground, showing the powerful power of this attack. I think the ghost who can use this level of blood ghost art should be extraordinary. A seat for the refining ghost banner. Under the moonlight, the figure of a little girl in red clothes and white hair appeared in the woods in the distance. A powerful ghost hunter, really interesting. I think the Demon Slayer Corps will suffer heavy losses if they kill a swordsman of your strength. In this way, the adults should be very happy, hee. As the crisp lowly sound fell, the figure of the little girl became clearer. She slowly approached with an innocent smile on her face, but this smile made people shudder. The little girl looked about 10 years old, but she had a pair of horns on her head, which made her look completely different from ordinary humans. What's more eye-catching is that the word Xia Si was engraved in her left eye, as if telling her identity and status. The fourth of the lower moon, Ling Yuzai, come on. From right to left, Ming Nu, Daki, Ling Yuzai. Chapter 22. The old man was so angry that he was about to die. Boss, this seems to be the 12 ghost moons. Should we call for support? The panicked shadow flapped its wings and flew down, landing on Zhu Qinjian's broad shoulders. Its originally strong body was now huddled into a ball, as if it had encountered something terrible. Get out of the way, you coward! You're not afraid of a mere lower string. Zhu Qinjian frowned slightly and glared at the crow on his shoulder. It's too late to call for support now. By the time they get here, it will be too late. Go tell Azai that we can start preparing for the pillar meeting. Zhu Qinjian's mouth corners slightly raised, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he showed great confidence. Your boss, I'm about to become a pillar, and I'm sure I can handle this lower string. After saying that, he gently patted the crow's head, signaling it to leave quickly. It's really a pillow when you're sleepy. Thinking of this, Zhu Qinjian looked at Ling Yuzai with a little more kindness. This is not the 12 demon moons that people are afraid of, this is performance, it's money. But boss, haven't you killed her yet? Are we reporting false military intelligence by doing this? Lai Ying felt that Zhu Qinjian was a little arrogant, and asked carefully. Of course, it's not that it doesn't trust its boss, it just wants to open its eyes. In addition, whether it can beat him or not, what if he runs away? Wouldn't that be a joke to Yabayashiki Yoya? It would make him happy for nothing. You don't listen to the boss, do you want to get on the grill? Go ahead and brag, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Under the intimidation of Zhu Qinjian, Lu Ying was almost scared to death. After hearing the latter sentence, he was obviously relieved again, and then said, yes, boss. After saying that, Lu Ying flew away without looking back. Then, Zhu Qinjian suddenly felt a strong sense of evil taste in his heart. Ling Yuzai, right? Let me scare you, little Lolita first. Interesting, right? You're laughing happily, right? I wonder if you can still laugh later, he he he. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal an evil smile, which made people creepy. Seeing the flying crow, Ling Yuzai just smiled disdainfully. She didn't care about these things, because she believed that her strength was enough to easily defeat the ghost hunter in front of her. However, in the next moment, she found out that she was wrong. Suddenly, she felt a strong pressure coming from Zhu Qinjian's body, which made her realize that she might have underestimated her opponent. It's very dangerous for a ghost to be alone outside at night without going home. Zhu Qinjian had a creepy smile on his face, as if he was going to devour people, which was creepy. From a distance, that smile was even more gloomy and terrifying than the girl in red in the distance, making people wonder who is the real ghost. You, what are you kidding? Go home. I am one of the 12 ghost moons, a kind of ghost that eats people and is very ferocious. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, haven't you heard of it? Seeing this, Ling Yuzai was confused, and for a moment, she was afraid of being misunderstood, and she actually explained her identity to Zhu Qinjian with a serious face. Zhu Qinjian seemed to be oblivious to her yelling, and just smiled and said calmly, I hope you can still maintain this unruly look after hearing this sentence. What? The simple Ling Yuzai had completely entered the routine and asked subconsciously. She didn't care whether the other party was pretending to delay time or something else, she just wanted to satisfy her curiosity now. Under the moonlight, Zhu Qinjian held the undead slash horizontally in front of him, and gently stroked the dark red blade with his left hand. He paused, adjusted his voice, raised his head and said slowly, What's interesting? Why does this sound familiar? When Zhu Qinjian's first sentence fell, it really scared Ling Yuzai. She was stunned at the first moment, her big eyes were full of confusion, and at the same time, a long-standing memory emerged in her mind for a while. A male figure seemed to appear in front of her. He was wearing a bright red haori. The strange patterns on his face were not ferocious, but they were frightening. His red hair was tied up high into an exquisite ponytail, swaying gently in the wind. He wore a pair of strange and eye-catching earrings on his ears, which seemed to shine faintly in the night. At this moment, the man held a bright and dazzling red sun-wheel sword, the blade flashing, exuding a burning breath, making ghosts shudder. His face was full of murderous intent and coldness, his eyes revealed endless hostility, staring straight at Ling Yuzai. In a flash, Ling Yuzai woke up, and the figure of this man happened to overlap with Zhu Qinjian in front of him. What's so funny? However, Zhu Qinjian did not take advantage of the other party's daze to launch an attack, but continued, What do you think of life is? Hearing this, a series of pictures appeared in Ling Yuzai's mind again, and she was deeply immersed in this memory that did not belong to her again. This is Jiguo Yuanyi. Ling Yuzai kept muttering. Who is he? Why am I afraid? No, this is not my memory. This is that adult's. The person who can make that adult feel afraid. Will I die here? In the distance, Ling Yuzai's forehead was sweating, and she was talking nonsense with a terrified face. No, we can't stay here for long. This ghost hunter is up to something. She wanted to turn around and run away, but when she turned back, she found that the way she came was blocked by Zhu Qinjian's clone. Ghost. After a sharp scream, Ling Yuzai subconsciously released the blood ghost technique Withered Flowers, and then ran away from the other side without looking back. No, Jai Mei. You are a ghost, and you are the notorious 12 ghost moons. Isn't it a bit against the will of heaven to shout like this? This scene in front of him surprised Zhu Qinjian. After a short daze, he followed the trace and chased after it. The cooked duck can't be let go. In order to reduce unnecessary consumption, the clone was also taken back. Feeling the constant laughter from behind, Ling Yuzai was scared out of his wits. Chapter 23. The ghost was running away. Little sister, don't run, hee hee. In the dense forest, the man and the ghost were chasing each other. Ling Yuzai was in front, and Zhu Qinjian followed closely behind, playing a cat and mouse game. Don't come over here! In order to get rid of Zhu Qinjian's pursuit, Ling Yuzai almost used all her strength, bursting out at the fastest speed in her ghost life. Even when she faced the pillar in the past, she didn't run so fast. The effect was immediate, and for a moment she really got rid of Zhu Qinjian, who was delayed because of something. After a while, Ling Yuzai noticed that there was no movement behind her. She was relieved in her heart without knowing the truth, but she did not stop and continued to shuttle quickly in the woods. In the face of such a terrifying enemy, it is safe to stay far away. But what she didn't know was that her blood aura had been locked. Unless she could escape to the blood demon art field of a demon more powerful than Zhu Qinjian, such as Muzan Kibutsuji's infinite castle. Otherwise, everything would be in vain, and it would only be a matter of time before she was found. On the other side, Zhu Qinjian, who had stopped, had restrained the unbridled smile on his face a moment ago. At this moment, he kept rubbing his face and moving his chin, complaining that his weird laugh was really tiring. Then he began to talk to himself seriously, looking like he was communicating with someone. The cause of the incident was very simple, that is, Zhu Qinjian met the 12 demon moons, which caused the system to issue related tasks. In terms of the importance of the system, Ling Yuzai is not worth mentioning, so let's put it aside for now. Ding! The host is detected to have encountered the 12 ghost moons, and the blind box gameplay is hereby opened. Accompanied by a key press sound similar to Feng Ling Yueying, Zhu Qinjian knew that his golden finger was going to do something new again. Open a blind box. I like things that depend on luck. Zhu Qinjian thought he was lucky. After all, he was a person who could travel through time and space, and he also had the system. He was at least a child of luck. He continued to listen to the introduction of the system, looking thoughtful. 12 demon moons, 12 direct subordinates of Muzan Kibutsuji, the ancestor of demons, are divided into upper and lower ranks, and are ranked only according to strength, and are ranked from 1 to 6 in order. The higher the ranking, the stronger the demon. The host can get blind box rewards when killing or conquering members of the 12 demon moons. The number and quality of blind boxes are determined by the ranking of the demon. If I can reach some kind of pie deal with Muzan Kibutsuji, so that he keeps creating 12 demon moons for me to kill, then is it, hee hee. Zhu Qinjian started to operate again. Since he tasted the sweetness of the system bug last time, he would use his free time to secretly study the loopholes. Look, he caught the opportunity as soon as the so-called new version of the ship was launched. Anyway, this tendency has been born in my heart. Instead of being punished by the system when I practice it myself in the future, it is better to ask it now. After he expressed his immature ideas, the system obviously paused, and a familiar voice sounded after a while. Ding! Bug detected. Fixed. Where's the compensation? Zhu Qinjian thought to himself, then put on a self-conscious expression, stretched out his hand and asked. You're dreaming, you want to take advantage of me all day long, no compensation, no compensation, no way. This sentence can be said to have stirred up a hornet's nest, breaking the system's tolerance limit. The system, which turned into an angry loli, no longer had the gentleness and cuteness of calling daddy in a coquettish voice at the beginning. It happened suddenly, and Zhu Qinjian was obviously stunned, and then he got angry, and said in a yin and yang tone, Wow, if you have the guts, come out to meet me, why don't you dare to fight me? Seeing that the system had no reaction, Zhu Qinjian released a big move, you don't want to come out, right? If you don't come out, I'll die for you to see. As he said that, he took the immortal slash and put it on his neck, and began to threaten the system. He did this for no reason. From the beginning, Zhu Qinjian discovered that his system not only had generous rewards, but also no punishment for mission failure, which was obviously fundamentally different from other systems. This little guy was really afraid that her host was not strong enough and really didn't treat Ju Qingjian like a beast of burden. Therefore, Ju Qingjian thought that maybe his death could threaten the system. Of course, this was just his guess. If he guessed wrong, he could only pretend that nothing happened and put away the undead slash. Anyway, no one else will see it here, so it's not embarrassing. Sure enough, before Ju Qingjian finished his action, the system gave in, and it sounded quite anxious. Woo woo woo, host dad, I was wrong, don't be angry, but you must do, no, don't do anything stupid. Look how nervous the system is, and it's talking incoherently. Compensation. This, I'm sorry, host dad, I really didn't do it this time. I swear in the name of the sea is a city without walls, your lovely baby will never lie to you. Wouldn't it be better if you did it earlier? Ju Qingjian didn't care what nonsense the system said or who he swore in the name of, anyway, he won. As the winner of the stalemate, he smiled triumphantly, put down the undead slash, raised his eyebrows and said, remember, be polite when talking to the master in the future. Okay, host dad taught me, Tongzi remembers. Originally, I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect it to be so effective. It's a pity that I still didn't get the compensation. While the system is still young, it seems that I have to fool her more in the future. Of course, Ju Qingjian will not really threaten the system with his own life. This is not a question of whether it is embarrassing or not. The main reason is that he is reluctant to die. Forget it, I am a big man, so I won't bother with you, a little girl. Let me introduce the specific gameplay of this blind box. As the host has seen, the exploded blind box can open strange rewards. The upper limit of the reward can cross the era, but it will not exceed the limit of this world. For example, fantasy cultivation cannot be opened. What about the martial soul setting? Didn't it exceed it? Host dad, don't worry, the power limit of this world is nuclear weapons level, which can't be reached by the entanglement of a certain three's biological mother. I think so, but I don't care about that thing. I really look down on it. Ju Qingjian agreed with the system's idea, nodded and continued to ask, will it not be able to directly open a nuclear weapon? In theory, this is entirely possible. In addition, the quality of blind boxes varies, from high to low. There are 6 levels: God, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Fan. 3 of the same level can be combined into a higher level blind box. The higher the quality of the blind box, the greater the chance of opening a high-level reward, but it may also open garbage, which cannot be said. Hearing this, Ju Qingjian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he has one more reason to kill ghosts. Ju, will start rolling inward from today. Whether it is Azai's money or the system's blind box, I want them all. Little blind box, here I come. Thinking of this, Ju Qingjian, who was no longer playing around, sank his body and exerted force on his feet, bursting out at a more terrifying speed, feeling the remaining breath of Ling Yuzai, and went straight into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 24. The old mansion was built in the middle of a mountain range that is unfathomable, quiet, and mysterious. In the middle of a mountain range that is unfathomable, quiet, and mysterious, there stands an abandoned mansion that has been through many storms and vicissitudes. This mansion has been abandoned for a long time and is rarely visited by people. Only weeds grow wildly in the corners that no one cares about. From its dilapidated traces, it can be seen that it has experienced hundreds of years of baptism. The mansion is surrounded by tall and dense trees, making the whole environment look particularly dark and deep. Even the sunlight during the day can hardly penetrate the dense shade of the trees, let alone the moonlight at night. However, to be able to build such a magnificent house in such a place, it can be imagined that its owner must have had strong financial resources and power. In a panic, Ling Yuzai ran all the way and finally came to this place, the location of her base camp. Since she became a demon, she has been entrenched here for decades. This story has to start many years ago. Ling Yuzai was once a human girl. She originally lived an ordinary and happy life, but a sudden accident completely changed the trajectory of her life. One day, she was unfortunately caught by the evil demon and became a dish for the second upper string Doma, and was enjoyed as a midnight snack. However, just as Doma opened his fangs and bit her trachea, a sharp sword flashed, and a sharp sun wheel sword cut off Doma's arm. This knife not only cut off Doma's arm, but also caused a drop of demon blood to fall into Ling Yuzai's body. This drop of blood seemed to carry endless malice, quickly corroding Ling Yuzai's body, transforming him from a human into an evil demon. In the chaos, she luckily avoided the pursuit of the demon slayer core and fled to this deserted place. From then on, she lost her humanity and memory and became a lonely and confused existence. She was only 10 years old that year. Because she was not very mature, she looked silly under her cute appearance. At that time, she would use this to hunt for food through the sympathy of others. However, as she became stronger, she seemed to gradually forget her former weakness. Speaking of which, at this time, Ling Yuzai, with a panicked face, stumbled into the mansion, immediately locked the door with his backhand, and then leaned against the door and gasped, trying to calm the panic in his heart. While panting, she looked around nervously, and when she saw the familiar environment, she finally felt a sense of security in her heart. However, this peace did not last long, because a figure soon appeared outside the house. Zhu Qinjian chased here. He looked at the closed door and couldn't help but sigh, it's unbelievable. How can she run so fast with only a pair of short legs? He wondered in his heart that this girl could really run, and she was simply bolt among ghosts. Due to the sudden appearance of the system's blind box gameplay, Zhu Qinjian wasted a lot of time. In the process of chasing Ling Yuzai later, the road became more and more rugged and difficult. To be precise, this is no longer a normal road, but a dense primeval forest. Zhu Qinjian had to cross vines and thorns and open up a path forward with difficulty. However, he held the immortal slash in his hand to open the way, and then used the surrounding trees as support points to cleverly move forward. Therefore, although the road was difficult, he did not spend too much time to catch up. Compared with ghosts, humans are physically weak. Even people with a strong physique like Zhu Qinjian will feel a little tired after chasing all the way. Feeling that Ling Yuzai's breath stopped here, Zhu Qinjian's footsteps also became lighter. He moved carefully, trying not to make any noise. This time, he couldn't scare this girl away again, otherwise if he chased her again and really ran to Infinite City, he would be in trouble. Delays lead to changes. After a brief thought, Zhu Qinjian walked straight to the gate of the mansion. He decided to give Ling Yuzai a big scare, oh no, a big surprise. On the other side, at the entrance of the mansion, Ling Yuzai, who was sweating profusely, leaned against the door and gasped. He has been running for so long, he shouldn't have chased here. This ghost hunter is so scary. He must be at the pillar level, an enemy I can never deal with. Ling Yuzai secretly rejoiced in his heart, but he didn't dare to make too much noise, for fear that the terrifying ghost hunter would suddenly appear. She was famous for her ability to run among the 12 demon moons. Every time she fought, she would launch blood demon arts and attack with vines from a distance. Once she saw that the momentum was not right, she would run away at an amazing speed. This time was no exception. Although she had just encountered a powerful opponent, she felt that she had successfully escaped. However, at this moment, a voice like a death warrant came from outside the door, little pigs, let me come in, little pigs, let me come in. This voice was so familiar and creepy that Ling Yuzai froze instantly, and her already fair face became even paler. Her body began to tremble because she knew whose voice it was. However, she could not understand what the other party said at all, and did not know which country's language it was. But she knew very well what this voice meant, the terrible ghost hunter actually caught up. "Here's Johnny!" At the same time, there was a loud bang, and the wooden door was broken open by the undead Slash. Under the dim light, the handsome face of the boy gradually emerged. He had a warm smile on his lips, but in Ling Yuzai's eyes, he looked like a demon from hell. Ling Yuzai, who looked like a girl, screamed and ran into the depths of the mansion in a panic. But after running 2 steps, she suddenly bumped into a strong chest. When she looked up, it was Zhu Qinjian who had gone ahead of her. Chapter 25. The two of them were so angry that they had to face each other. "You bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you are not human, I want you to show your true colors," Zhu Qinjian said condescendingly. He bent down and hugged Ling Yuzai, who was trying to turn around and continue to run away. His arms were like iron clamps, passing through Ling Yuzai's armpits from bottom to top, so that the scabbard of the undead Slash tightly grasped the white neck. However, this was not over yet. His hands finally fell on the strange pair of horns on Ling Yuzai's head, and he was still playing with the girl's white hair. Under the irresistible force, Ling Yuzai's petite body nestled in Zhu Qinjian's arms and trembled. At first glance, the posture of this person and the ghost was quite ambiguous. As the saying goes, the more skilled, the more courageous. Although this behavior of holding a ghost in the arms to kill looks very dangerous, it is actually very unsafe. But it doesn't matter, Zhu Qinjian has his own countermeasures. He quietly opened his active domain blood-breathing type 4 yellow spring induction. The effect of this domain is enough to greatly enhance the user's strength and accelerate the body's recovery speed. In this way, even if he encounters any emergency, he can deal with it calmly and ensure that he will not be hurt. "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" In this situation, Ling Yuzai's mind emerged with a memory from her previous life. She couldn't help but think of the scene when she was caught as dinner. When she was in the eternal paradise, she was also unable to resist. Like a lamb to be slaughtered, she could only watch Doma bite off her trachea. And now? Although her strength has improved, she still seems so powerless in the face of this powerful enemy. The terrified Ling Yuzai waved her hands unconsciously, and for a moment she forgot her identity as one of the 12 demon moons and her powerful blood demon technique. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she kept screaming like a helpless child. This violent struggle was entirely out of instinctive resistance, as if the person behind her was a ferocious beast that could tear her apart at any time. A trace of surprise flashed in Zhu Qinjian's eyes. He didn't expect Ling Yuzai to be so scared. It seems that his rude behavior evoked bad memories of the other party. Seeing the other party throwing a tantrum, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart, and he couldn't help but let go of Ling Yuzai in his arms. However, just when Ling Yuzai thought she had escaped the clutches of the devil, Zhu Qinjian once again showed a sinister smile, because he was not really soft-hearted or reluctant. The next second, Zhu Qinjian quickly took out a black banner from the system space, which flashed with a strange light. It was the compensation for the loophole in the previous system, the Refining Ghost Banner. Refining Ghost Banner, it can contain demons and monsters that have lost their resistance, cut off the connection and force the contract. The banner has its own space, which is the most ideal place for ghosts to live. The time and space in the banner are all in the host's mind. Looking at the introduction given by the system, Zhu Qinjian only felt that the Refining Ghost Banner was really overbearing and could force a contract, and it also had its own space. I think it should exceed the limit of this world, and it is not a good thing that can be opened by a blind box. Because he had never met a ghost that he liked before, this thing was placed in the system space to gather dust, and now it finally came in handy. Taking advantage of Ling Yuzai's mental breakdown, he quickly took her in. Refining Ghost Banner, a seat. Looking at Ling Yuzai squatting in the corner and shivering, Zhu Qinjian took the Refining Ghost Banner and waved it gently at her. For a moment, countless black air gushed out from the banner, wrapping Ling Yuzai like a big net. Ling Yuzai looked at the approaching black air, her face pale, and her body trembled even more. But she did not run away or resist, but buried her head between her legs, like a frightened rabbit. Sure enough, Zhu Qinjian's mouth slightly raised, he had guessed this result long ago. When the black air touched Ling Yuzai, she trembled all over, and then lost consciousness. The whole process was extremely smooth. It seems that this girl was really scared. The next second, the black air dissipated, and Ling Yuzai disappeared with it. At this time, she had been collected into the ghost refining banner. It was sunny here, and wisteria flowers were blooming everywhere, which was very suitable for ghosts to live. Ling Yuzai woke up slowly, and what came into her eyes was a sea of purple flowers and warm sunshine. Her memory was still stuck in the time before she was put into the ghost refining banner. When she saw the sunlight, her first reaction was to hide and be afraid. She subconsciously rushed. She quickly stretched out her hand to block it, but she was stunned the next second, because the sunlight here would not harm her. In addition, seeing such a beautiful scenery, she was a little dazed for a while. She stood up carefully, turned into a curious baby and looked around vigilantly. Where is this place? Why is there sunlight and wisteria flowers that will not harm ghosts? Also, wasn't it night just now? You know, as ghosts, they are most afraid of sunlight, so they usually appear at night. And at this moment, she was actually in a place full of sunshine, and she didn't feel any discomfort. Feeling the warm sunshine, Ling Yuzai's heart was filled with happiness, but tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. Only a ghost knows how luxurious it is to be able to stand safely under the sun. Here, she has an illusion that she has turned back into a human being, and she can't feel the desire for blood food. And her physical strength is slowly recovering, and even slowly getting stronger, and even the fear of Zhu Qinjian in her heart has weakened a lot. Welcome, Ling Yuzai. This is my world. Neither the sun nor the wisteria will hurt you, but it's different outside. You look so silly. You must remember this. Don't get confused. Tachibana Qinjian suddenly appeared, but his body could not go in to refine the ghost flag, so this body was just a wisp of spiritual power. As for him in the outside world, he was ready to run away. It was exciting to snatch a lower string from Muzan Kibutsuji, but it was also really big, and it might anger this scumbag boss. In addition, I just imitated Yuichi Tsugakoku. If he deliberately checked the memories of Yugui and Ling Yuzai before, he might send the upper string to encircle me. In short, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Collapse, sell, retreat, escape. Chapter 26. In the forest, Zhu Qinjian walked and studied the refining ghost banner. When the refining ghost banner was forcibly contracting Ling Yuzai, Zhu Qinjian, as the owner, had already received her memory and the introduction of the blood ghost art. I see. Zhu Qinjian suddenly realized, I was wondering why this girl felt stupid, because she became a ghost at the age of 10, so her mind is like this. Then, he checked Ling Yuzai's blood ghost art again, and when he saw the detailed introduction, he couldn't help laughing happily. What a pleasant surprise, I didn't expect that I would accidentally pick up a moving blood bag. Ling Yuzai has 3 blood ghost arts, 2 of which are offensive and the other is auxiliary. Zhu Qinjian was not very interested in offensive blood demon arts, but he had a special liking for the auxiliary blood demon arts. Blood demon art thorn killing can summon a large number of vines for attack, and these vines have barbs. If hit, they will not only cause damage but also paralyze. Blood demon art withered flowers is the second stage blood demon art of Ling Yuzai. It can make beautiful flowers bloom on the vines and release poisonous gas to attack. As for the last one, blood demon art Yu Rongsheng, it is the auxiliary skill that Zhu Qinjian values the most. This blood demon art can heal oneself or others, and the closer the distance between the two, the better the healing effect, and even at negative distance, the effect can reach the best state. This is a bit like Senju Hashirama, but it can only be regarded as a low-profile version. It's just that the 3 words negative distance can't help but make Zhu Qinjian think wrongly. How can you do that kind of thing in battle, and she is still a 10-year-old lowly? Although she is several rounds older than Zhu Qinjian in age, she is just a little lowly physically. If she is really forced into a desperate situation, she can only carry Ling Yuzai on her back and let her bite her tightly in the battle to add blood and recover from injuries. Imitating the lucky brother Xiao Yan, he performed a wave of heaven-level fighting skills. Inside the refining ghost banner, a man and a ghost, one tall and one short, stared at each other. Ghost Hunter, is this your method? As he said, Ling Yuzai took a step back involuntarily, with a look of horror on his face. That small step seemed to be the last line of defense between her and danger, which made her feel the only sense of security. This is the uniqueness of the refining ghost banner. Although ghosts can unconditionally obey the orders of their masters through forced contracts, they still retain their previous memories. Therefore, when new ghosts enter, they will not immediately regard Zhu Qinjian as their master, which is entirely for the convenience of his training. Come, look at my mouth shape and read along with me. Zhu Qinjian did not explain much, but directly gave orders to Ling Yuzai, while raising his finger to his lips and clearly saying word by word, "Ready, Muzan Kibutsuji." Hearing this name, Ling Yuzai was suddenly shocked, and a strong sense of resistance surged in her heart. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape the powerful control of the refining ghost banner. In the end, Ling Yuzai, who was reluctant and helpless, could only follow Zhu Qinjian obediently and read out the terrible name word by word, Muzan Kibutsuji, the ancestor of demons. After reading the name, Ling Yuzai hurriedly covered her head and squatted down, her body began to tremble, and her eyes were full of fear and despair. She believed that she would die without a doubt, because Muzan Kibutsuji was a cruel and ruthless boss, and any offense to him would be severely punished, and he might even lay off employees in anger. However, after a while, Ling Yuzai found that nothing unusual had happened. She stared at Zhu Qinjian, who was smiling, and seemed to understand the deep meaning. "What should you call me now?" Zhu Qinjian squatted down, touched Ling Yuzai's head and asked. "Master! Master!" Hearing this, Ling Yuzai hurriedly knelt down and greeted Zhu Qinjian. Although Zhu Qinjian had become her new master, the scenes in the mansion before were still lingering in her mind, and Ling Yuzai's petite and cute body couldn't help but tremble slightly. As soon as her voice fell, the system reward arrived, but the bug mentioned earlier was indeed fixed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the fourth of the lower string, Ling Yuzai, and reward Immortal Blind Box. *9. If you kill or subdue a new lower moon 4, you will not be rewarded. The same applies to the other 12 demon moons. No further details will be given later. With the girl in front, Zhu Qinjian is going to study the blind box later. Don't be afraid, after all, I'm not a demon, we are a family now. He gently stroked Ling Yuzai's head, with a warm light in his eyes. His movements were gentle and delicate, as if he was protecting a precious treasure, making people feel endless love and care. After all, this is his own blood bag, which can be regarded as a means of saving his life, so he must be more cared for. Then, under the combined effect of Zhu Qinjian's gentle comfort and the refining demon banner, Ling Yuzai's slightly trembling body gradually calmed down. She raised her head, and her eyes revealed a deep dependence and trust. Zhu Qinjian smiled slightly, raised his hand gently, and a gentle force surged from his hand, gently lifting Ling Yuzai up like a spring breeze. Ling Yuzai looked up at Zhu Qinjian with a somewhat obsessed look in her eyes, and her heart was full of respect for the new master. "You will live here from now on. I will summon you when I need you, and you just need to be obedient," Zhu Qinjian said softly, with a hint of majesty in her tone, but more of a caring feeling. Ling Yuzai nodded obediently, indicating that she understood. She knew from the bottom of her heart that Zhu Qinjian was different from Muzan Kibutsuji, and now as long as she obeyed her master's orders, she would be protected and peaceful. "Also, I will help you kill Doma." Zhu Qinjian suddenly remembered something and added. When Ling Yuzai heard this, a look of surprise and emotion flashed across her face. She knew very well how powerful and terrifying Doma, the second upper string, was, but with Ju Qingjian's promise, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace of mind. Then, Ju Qingjian divided an area for her in the refining demon banner, allowing her to freely use her imagination and create her own little world. This area is given a certain degree of autonomy, allowing Ling Yuzai to transform it according to her own preferences and needs. Although she is just a little ghost, her pursuit of life still exists. Thank you, Master! Ling Yuzai shouted excitedly, with gratitude in her eyes. She never thought that she could have such a wonderful life. In this comfortable space, she will have her own world, where she can fully display her personality and creativity. For some reason, Ling Yuzai suddenly plucked up the courage and hugged Ju Qingjian. Her short body barely reached the height of Ju Qingjian's chest when he stood up straight. She hugged Ju Qingjian tightly, feeling the warmth and security. Ju Qingjian did not push her away, but gently stroked her little head to soothe the emotions of this little cutie. In the refining ghost banner, the picture of this person and this ghost is quite harmonious. At the same time, in the infinite city. At this time, Muzan Kibutsuji was sitting in a luxurious room, and sitting opposite him was one of the upper rank, Kokushibo, also known as the six-eyed flying fish. In front of them was an exquisite tea table with a set of exquisite tea sets and several plates of snacks, and the two were leisurely drinking tea and chatting. Suddenly, Muzan Kibutsuji paused, frowned, and his eyes became a little solemn. He put down the teacup in his hand, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. What's wrong? Kokushibo looked at Muzan Kibutsuji and asked. Muzan Kibutsuji looked unhappy. The fourth lower moon seems to have lost contact. Interesting. Kuroshibo's mouth curled up a smile and said, isn't that white-haired kid very good at escaping? Although he is just a kid, he is at least one of the 12 demon moons. If he can exchange for some information about the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be a worthy death. Muzan Kibutsuji didn't know about the existence of the demon refining banner, so he couldn't imagine that someone could take control of the demons from him. He simply thought that Ryoko was killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was not interested in this kid created by Doma, he might be able to get some information about the Demon Slayer Corps through her memory. With this in mind, Muzan Kibutsuji closed his eyes and performed the blood demon technique to recall Ryoko's memory. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it, but he almost scared him to death when he saw it. Chapter 27. The story is about a long time ago. Muzan Kibutsuji entered Ryuko's memory and happened to encounter the words that Ju Qingjian said when the two first met. What's interesting? What's funny? What do you think of life as? Yuichi Tsujiko. Under these three soul-searching questions, Muzan Kibutsuji's cells seemed to tremble, and his thoughts were pulled back to many years ago. About 400 years ago, the high-spirited Muzan Kibutsuji brought Tamayo to meet Yuichi Tsugakoku. At this time, about 500 years had passed since he became a demon. During these hundreds of years, in addition to doing his best to find the blue spider lily, Muzan also bred a demon army that belonged exclusively to him. Each member of this army was endowed with powerful strength and special abilities. They obeyed Muzan's orders, wantonly killed humans, and devoured their flesh and blood to enhance their own strength. Although demon hunters such as the Demon Slayer Corps had already appeared at that time, because the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps had not yet learned the breathing method, their strength was relatively weak and could not compete with Muzan and his demons. Therefore, in Muzan's view, these people were just ants and were not to be feared. For hundreds of years, Muzan had never met a real opponent, and he thought he was invincible in the world. Having never met an opponent for hundreds of years, he also regarded Tsugakoku Yoshiichi, who joined the Demon Slayer Corps, as a weak chicken. What Muzan did not expect was that Tsugakoku Yoshiichi showed amazing strength as soon as he took action. His swordsmanship was as fast and sharp as a ghost, and each sword contained endless murderous intent. With just one encounter, Muzan felt unprecedented pressure. He realized that he had underestimated Tsugakoko Yoshika's strength, and a sense of fear surged in his heart. At this moment, Muzan made a decisive decision: split. He quickly split into countless fragments, trying to escape from Tsugakushi Yoshika's attack range. If he hadn't split fast enough, the story would have ended directly. Even so, Muzan was split into more than 1,800 pieces of flesh, and Tsugakushi Yoshiichi killed more than 1,500 of them on the spot, and only a small part of the flesh and blood escaped. And in the next few hundred years, the remaining power of Tsugakushi Yoshika's red sword was still burning Muzan's wounds. This short battle made him deeply aware of his mistakes, and at the same time made him afraid of Tsugakushi Yoshiichi. From then on, Muzan regarded him as the most dangerous enemy, no one else. Before Tsugakushi Yoshiichi died of old age, he had never appeared in the sight of the world. At this moment, feeling the ghost hunter who resembled Tsukuni Yoriichi in the memory of Ling Yuzai, Muzan Matsuji widened his eyes, his heartbeat accelerated, his breathing became rapid, and his hands hidden under his sleeves trembled unconsciously. However, in Ling Yuzai's memory, Tachibana Kinjian did not take the initiative throughout the whole process. In order to be more certain, the cautious Muzan Matsuji also checked the memory of the unlucky rain ghost who was killed because he disturbed Tachibana Kinjian's sleep. This kind of powerful Nichiren sword. Yes, that's right. This level of red sword can only be used by Tsukuni Yoriichi. This is settled. It is obvious that Muzan Matsuji mistook Tachibana Kinjian's undying slash for the red sword form of the Nichiren sword. He seems to be back, probably reincarnated. After adjusting his emotions, Muzan Matsuji frowned and said slowly. The he in his mouth is naturally Tsukuni Yoriichi. This man is a ceiling that exists in legends. To this day, Muzan Kibutsuji still cannot forget the shadow that the other party brought to him. He is obviously a human being, but he is ridiculously strong, as if God gave him birth to eliminate himself. Through these short memories, Muzan Kibutsuji did not know the name of Tachibana Kinjian. He wanted to tell all the ghosts about this emerging ghost hunter, and then go out in full force to encircle and suppress him. But in the end he did not do so. He has always been overly cautious and afraid of death. He did not dare to let his subordinates know that he had been afraid of a human being and wanted to eliminate all factors that threaten himself. As for Kokushibo, who is one of the upper strings, the two have a cooperative relationship. In addition to his identity as the elder brother of Tsugakuko Yoshiichi, Muzan Kibutsuji revealed this news to him. Because he knew that once there was news about that man, Kokushibo would definitely set off. Even if this is just a piece of false news. As expected, as soon as Muzan Kibutsuji finished speaking, Kokushibo was slightly stunned. His right hand holding the teacup stagnated, and his left hand unconsciously clenched a pair of broken flutes, which were the witness of his brotherhood with Yoriichi Tsugakuin. At the same time, Kokushibo's 6 eyes showed an expression of disbelief, but he knew that Muzan Kibutsuji would never joke about such things. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily, then stood up and asked, "Where?" Kokushibo had very complicated feelings for Yoriichi Tsugakuin, with both deep jealousy and an indescribable love. For this reason, he decided to find the answer himself. Southern Nagano. Then, Muzan Kibutsuji turned his head slightly, looked at the Kabuki theater in the center of Infinite Castle, and gave an order, "Mariana." The next moment, accompanied by the sound of the pipa, Kokushibo's figure had disappeared. By the way, call nightmare over. After checking out the creepy memory of Ling Yuzai, Muzan Kibutsuji felt that he would most likely not sleep well tonight, so he could only ask his little brother to help him sleep. In his dream tonight, he hoped to find something called Blue Spider Lily. Chapter 28. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two sides were in a state of panic. About an hour after Ju Kinjian left Ling Yuzai's house, Kokushibo, who was teleported out of the infinite city in the other space by Ming Nu, followed the traces and found here. However, this long-distance transmission was not accurate enough, so Kokushibo did not intercept Ju Kinjian's way in the first time. He frowned and carefully observed the surrounding situation. At this moment, the night was about to pass and the dawn was about to come. If he delayed any further, he would also be in danger. After a brief thought, Kokushibo decided not to waste time and take action immediately. He carefully observed the surrounding environment and used his keen perception ability to quickly detect the traces of Ju Kinjian's departure. He immediately stood up and tracked towards the east without hesitation. According to the information provided by Muzan Kibutsuji, the ghost hunter who imitated Yoriichi Tsugakuin is a boy. He wears a white haori and has short black hair. If there is any other feature, it is only handsome. He is a little bit inferior to the reader. However, more importantly, he carries two different swords. One is an ordinary Nichiren sword, with the 4 words engraved on the bottom of the blade. The other one is different. Although there is no word on the sword, it is very similar to Yoriichi Tsugakuin's red sword, which is why Muzan Kibutsuji is alert. On the other side, Tachibana Kinjian's heart is like a mirror. If what he did just now was seen by the boss, with his cowardly nature, he would definitely send other 12 demons to encircle and suppress himself as a dangerous factor, and it is very likely that they will be upper strings. As for him personally going out, it is almost impossible. After all, the remaining power of Tsugakoku Yoriichi is still there, and Muzan Kibutsuji dare not gamble. Ju Kinjian also understands this, unless he has the blue flower of the other shore that the scum boss dreams of getting. So, at this moment, Ju Kinjian is rushing on the road without stopping, not even taking a breath, let alone studying the blind box reward he just got. However, his road idiot attribute came out very inappropriately at this time, and the was not around at this time, which made him fall into confusion. Fortunately, Ling Yuzai knew the road, otherwise he really didn't know what to do. In this way, Ju Kinjian was held by the little loli and ran all the way out of the deep mountains and old forests, and finally came to a wider road. Dad! Follow this road all the way east to Tokyo. Ling Yuzai, who was leading the way in front, suddenly turned around and said to Ju Kinjian with a smile. Hearing this, Ju Kinjian was startled, staggered, and almost fell. He hurriedly stabilized his body and had to stop. He looked at Ling Yuzai with astonishment on his face, and his voice rose 8 degrees, "What did you call me?" Ling Yuzai blinked innocently, seemingly not understanding why Ju Kinjian would react like this, and said as a matter of course, "Master, don't you like this name? Didn't we just say that we are a family? Do I look old?" Ju Kinjian suddenly felt a headache, and explained with a smile, "Baizai, look at how old you are, how can you call me dad?" Ling Yuzai pouted her little mouth and stubbornly retorted, "But I look so young, and it feels very intimate to call me like this." After saying that, she turned around, showing her petite figure and cute appearance. Ju Kinjian shook his head helplessly, thinking that this little girl was too easy to deceive. But he didn't want Ling Yuzai to call him dad, that felt too awkward, so he made a concession and said in a serious tone, "Okay, okay, you can only call me brother at most, nothing else." Ling Yuzai's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded obediently and shouted sweetly, "Okay, Unii-chan." Then she turned around and continued to lead the way. "My stupid sister." Ju Kinjian looked at Ling Yuzai's cheerful back and couldn't help laughing, but kept urging her to hurry up. Although Ling Yuzai had been incorporated into Ju Kinjian's refining ghost banner and became a ghost with an organization, the obscene numbers in her eyes still existed. But it's better this way, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Aizai. After all, with her lowly appearance, if there were no numbers, people would never think of the 12 demon moons. If there were no horns on her head, it would not even be seen as a demon. No matter what, the bounty of the lower moon must be obtained, which is 20 million. Just as Ju Kinjian was imagining the scene of blackmailing Aya, a strong breath came from the back, making him panic for no reason. Something is wrong, something is happening. He took out the demon refining banner without saying anything and took back the Ryoko. Then, whether it was the undying slash or the sun wheel sword, everything related to the demon slayer core was stored in the system space. By the way, he also changed into a set of black ragged clothes that he had worn when training in the narrow fog mountain. Zhu Qinjian's movements were extremely fast, without any dragging, and he completed a simple disguise in just a few seconds. Finally, he found a branch from somewhere with a disheveled face, pretending to be an ordinary person limping and slowly moving forward, just like a refugee. Zhu Qinjian thought. No matter who comes, if you can beat them, you will pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. If you can't beat them, you can just deceive them. If you can't deceive them, you can fight again. After a short thought, Zhu Qinjian has formulated a strategy, and even the role of Ling Yuzai has been taken into consideration. Chapter 29. The young man was so handsome that he could not help but laugh. Boy, have you ever seen a short black-haired swordsman wearing a white feather? A polite but abrupt voice sounded behind him, and the owner of the voice also entered the perception range of Zhu Qinjian. The newcomer was temporarily regarded as a humanoid creature. This person was tall, wearing a kimono with purple snake patterns and black spots, and a black horse riding hakama. Like Jiguo Yuanyi, he had long dark red hair and a high ponytail, and there were red spots on the left forehead and the right side of his neck. But the terrifying thing was that he had 6 eyes on his face. The sclera of the eyes was red and the iris was golden yellow. In the irises of the left and right eyes in the middle, upper string and ichi are engraved respectively. Just one look at them can make people's sanity go crazy. This person is one of the upper strings, Kokushibo, also known as the first brother or the 6-eyed flying fish. Kokushibo, the sword he carries is called the Hollow Crying God. Fuck, it's Kokushibo, it's a bit troublesome, this one is really unbeatable. But fortunately, the sky will be bright soon, stay calm first, and pretend to be a wave first. Thinking of this, Zhu Qinjian was relieved, and the plan he had made before was still feasible. Over there. Hearing this, he pointed to a direction to the north, then turned back slowly and weakly, and after seeing the face of the person coming clearly, he pretended to be extremely frightened and shouted, "Ghost!" After a cry of surprise, Zhu Qinjian, with a panicked face, tried to escape with his hands and feet, making full use of the role of the crutches, fully reflecting the stress response of an ordinary person after being frightened. However, although he was extremely scared, his mind was closely connected to the system. Once Kokushibo made any unusual moves, he would use all his killing moves, and then, turn around and run away gorgeously. Uzui Tenjin, you know how to be gorgeous. As I said before, collapse and sell and run away. If you can't beat him, don't try to hold on, there is hope only if you are alive. As expected, under this series of brilliant operations by Tachibana Qinjian, Kokushibo, who had been away from human society for a long time, was temporarily fooled. Kokushibo stood there, staring thoughtfully at the back of the person who was struggling to escape in front of him, and finally decided to continue searching for his target in the north. Hey! Tachibana Qinjian, who was possessed by the actor, finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Kokushibo had completely left. He knew that his performance just now had temporarily fooled Kokushibo, but it should not last long, so now is a good time to escape. Then he threw away the crutches in his hand without hesitation, and then his feet left a shadow, and he ran towards the east like lightning. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to quickly run to a higher and wider area so that the sunlight could pour down without obstruction, so that he could escape. Of course, although Zhu Qinjian's little trick worked, it didn't work much. A quarter of an hour passed. What a cunning human! After realizing that he had been deceived, Kokushibo quickly turned back and killed him. Even though he had been concentrating on swordsmanship for many years and had a calm mind, he was also aroused by a lot of fluctuations. When he followed the footprints and saw Zhu Qinjian jumping and running away quickly, he was even more furious. Suddenly, the sword in his hand, named the Void Crying God, was unsheathed. This sword was made of Kokushibo's blood and bones, and it could be regenerated instantly even if it was broken. The blade, handle, and hilt are all covered with eyeballs, and the surface of the scabbard is tumor-like. Moreover, as Kokushibo releases its strength, the hollow crying god will evolve into a longer and alien blade with a split blade. Feeling the killing intent approaching from behind, Tachibana Qinjian knew that this battle was inevitable. But it was impossible to fight hard, so he could only fight and retreat was the main method. I can't escape it after all. I just need to wait until dawn. Looking at the sky in the east, although the sun had not risen completely, it had already emitted a faint light, which was where hope lay. After reaching a certain range, Kokushibo attacked Tachibana Qinjian directly, regardless of whether the man was his target or not. He thought it was simple. If Tachibana Qinjian was really that person, he would definitely be able to block his attack. If not, then he would die. As a ghost, he had long been indifferent to human life and did not think there was anything wrong with such an action. The first form of breathing of the moon, dark moon, palace of night. I saw Kokushibo quickly waving the void crying god in his hand, and a slash attacked the back of Zhu Qinjian. This slash was not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Moreover, the attack was accompanied by fragments of moon-shaped sword energy, which was like sharp fangs, making people shudder. Kokushibo's attack was as fast as a ghost, making it impossible to dodge. Zhu Qinjian felt the huge pressure coming from behind, but he did not panic. With his keen intuition and flexible skills, he quickly responded. He flashed and threw out a clone. "Brother, you have worked hard." Zhu Qinjian said sorry inwardly, while taking out the undead slash and performing the second form of blood-breathing Huo Wujian and the fourth form Yellow Spring Induction. Then, with a gentle wave of the refining ghost banner in his other hand, Ling Yuzai landed steadily on his back, holding him tightly like an octopus. Sharp nails and sharp teeth deeply embedded into Zhu Qinjian's skin. It turned out that this was the so-called negative distance contact that he had always imagined before. A burst of sweetness in the mouth, the first time to taste such delicious super-thin blood, made Ling Yuzai feel intoxicated, and couldn't help but stretch out his tongue to lick the skin on Zhu Qinjian's shoulder. But she soon woke up, activated the blood ghost art and fed back her power without hesitation. At that moment, Zhu Qinjian suddenly felt that the blood in his body became abnormally full, as if it was about to break through the constraints of his body. The next second, his clone was killed by the sword energy of Kokushibo, and the blood scattered all over the ground, but it did play a slight role in hindering it. Coupled with the weakening of Biluoning, the power of Kokushibo's Dark Moon Xia's Higong is no longer as powerful as before, but it should not be underestimated. With this thought, Tachibana Qinjian quickly turned around and swung his sword to cut off several moon-shaped sword auras in all directions. Then he immediately performed the first form of blood breath, the bloody wind instant, and the 3 consecutive swords, the favorite of B-Station Up Masters. Although all this seemed to have taken a long time, it actually happened in just a moment. Tachibana Qinjian used the bloody wind instant 3 times in a row, which was not because he wanted to compete with Kokushibo without knowing his own strength. Instead, he used the high-speed movement of the first form to distance the two, and then, continued to run towards the east with Ryoko on his back. Kokushibo was a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps hundreds of years ago, and possessed the breath of the moon, the transparent world, and the stripes. In addition, he has devoted these hundreds of years to swordsmanship, so even if he wants to fight, he can't fight him in close combat. Although he has the blessing of the system, Tachibana Qinjian believes that he can't reach the height of Jiguo Yunyi in a short time. That kind of person is completely unreasonable, even more against the sky than the system. Therefore, at this time, Tachibana Qinjian did not think that he was sure to defeat Kokushibo, and did not intend to take the risk. Ning gave Luda Yo. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Chapter 30. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Through seeing Feng Shun's rapid movement, Zhu Qinjian had escaped nearly 100 meters away in an instant. However, in He Shimo's field of vision, the figure of this hateful human boy was heading north. This is the effect of the second pattern, confusion. This move can use one's own blood to create realistic illusions, which not only has the effect of confusing the enemy, but also amplifies their inner desires and attacks their spirit. Apart from the strong smell of blood in the air, there was no other abnormality or precursor to this move, and He Shimo, who was closer, fell into it unknowingly. After all, the smell of blood is a perfectly normal smell for ghosts. While being confused, his desire to pursue Zhu Qinjian was also significantly amplified. He Shimo moved his feet and quickly chased after the figure. At the same time, the sword in his hand changed. The blade seemed to be growing longer, and it had staggered blades, similar to a 7-branched sword. The evolved virtual crying god is gone. The breath of the moon is in the shape of Qi, the mirror of misfortune and the reflection of the moon. I saw He Shimo waving the void crying god in his hand, and 5 devastating vertical slashes instantly cut the ground. Each one was like a roaring dragon, with unparalleled momentum and power, heading towards Orange. Qingyan rushed to kill him. If nothing else goes wrong, this extremely sharp slash will hit the figure in front of him who is running for his life without mercy. However, the development of things was completely beyond He Shimo's expectation. Jing Yuying indeed hit Zhu Qinjian accurately, but He Shimo did not feel any touch of cutting flesh. Instead, it was more like cutting into the air. In the next second, the figure of Zhu Qinjian who was struck by the sword slowly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Phantom. He Shimo was shocked, and his 6 lemon-like eyes were filled with incredible expressions. Then, he hurriedly woke up from the illusion. He realized that he had just fallen into the opponent's illusion and had been cleverly misled in the direction of his attack. Damn ants, there are so many ways to escape. Time was running out, and He Shimo did not dare to delay at all. He immediately turned around and killed the real Zhu Qinjian several hundred meters away at the fastest speed. Born into a noble samurai family, Black Death Mo has received strict education and training since childhood. They take pride in fighting and take pleasure in killing. However, at this moment, facing Zhu Qinjian's evasion tactics, his heart was filled with disdain and anger. He believed that such an opponent was not worthy of being his enemy, let alone being called a true warrior. At the same time, He Shimo also determined that this boy who could only run away could never be the reincarnation of Yi. As time went by and the sun was about to rise, He Shimo became more and more restless. He knew that once the sun hit him, the operation would end in failure. And the other party seemed to be aware of this. From the beginning, he did not fight wholeheartedly. Instead, he deliberately delayed time and waited for the arrival of dawn. He Shimo couldn't help but begin to doubt whether he could really catch this cunning opponent. If Zhu Qinjian really escaped, it would be difficult to find him again. The other side. With the blessing of Ling Yuzai's blood ghost technique, Zhu Qinjian's energy and blood temporarily reached an unprecedented height. As the Black Death Mo gets closer, he makes a decision that goes against the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. That is to rely on the upper body of a heaven-level fighting skill ghost to borrow ghost blood, and then cooperate with the chi and blood of himself and Ling Yuzai to use the 8th type of bleeding breath, Blood Lotus. Just do it! As a low roar sounded, the immortal sword in Zhu Qinjian's hand suddenly penetrated into the ground. At the same time, a powerful force burst out from him. Countless scarlet sword energy burst out of the ground, spreading around like surging waves, and like a blooming bloody lotus. This blood lotus grows and blooms rapidly. Its petals and stamens are composed of sharp sword energy, and each petal shines with dazzling light, which is terrifying. For an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze and time seemed to stop flowing. Black Death Mao, who was enveloped by the blood lotus flower, felt an irresistible pressure for a moment. He watched the scene in front of him with interest, his eyes full of excitement. Is this right? Although it is not the breath of the sun, it is equally powerful. Underestimate. Faced with this level of attack, Kokushibo had to be serious. Moon Breathing Form 14, Fierce Change Tenman Xianyu. He swung his sword quickly, using overlapping vortex-shaped slashes to counter the whistling sword energy. However, although the attack range of Fierce Change Tenman Xianyu was large, it was still not as large as that of Blood Lotus. This explosive attack slightly suppressed Kokushibo. At this time, Tachibana Kinjian condensed the remaining power of Blood Lotus on the undead slash to form a huge blood-colored sword energy, which shot towards Kokushibo like a long rainbow piercing the sun. Kokushibo did not retreat, he swung his sword again to block. Form 8 Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. Boom! A loud noise. In an instant, a huge impact broke out between the two. A clear area had formed around them, and the trees on the ground were destroyed beyond recognition. Chapter 31. After using the Bleeding Lotus, both Zhu Qinjian and Ling Yuzai were a little weak. Zhu Qinjian kept panting, making a wheezing sound like a bellows, but with a smile on his face, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Feeling Ling Yuzai's soft back, Zhu Qinjian reached out and gently touched her head, his movements as gentle as stroking a kitten. Then he took out the ghost refining banner and waved it, saying gently, "You've worked hard, go back." Ling Yuzai nodded slightly, then turned into a black shadow and disappeared, merging into the ghost refining banner. In this duel, this little Lolita played a crucial role. It was because of her existence that Zhu Qinjian could safely wait until the sun came out. All this was seen by Kokushibo in the distance. A trace of doubt appeared in his 6 eyes, and he silently remembered this detail in his heart. At this moment, Zhu Qinjian grinned and shouted loudly, "The sun is out. God said that there should be light, and there was light." As if responding to Zhu Qinjian's words. As soon as the voice fell, a bright and dazzling sun slowly rose from the distant horizon, bringing warmth and light to the whole earth. The sun sprinkled on the earth, dispelling the darkness and illuminating every corner. Zhu Qinjian stood in the sun, and his figure was elongated. Kokushibo, who was standing opposite, took advantage of this shadow and retreated like lightning, disappearing from the spot in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards the depths of the dense forest behind. At this time, the sky was already bright. And it will get brighter and brighter as time goes by. Kokushibo knew he couldn't stay any longer. Although he was unwilling, he had to retreat for his own safety. If he was beheaded by the sun, he might be able to break through the limit if he struggled, but he really couldn't afford to mess with the sun, which was even more powerful than Tsugakoku Yoriichi. In fact, if you didn't have 6 eyes, Muzan Kibutsuji would be very scared when facing you. After all, Muzan Kibutsuji is the most timid guy, and you look so much like that guy, he. In the wilderness, Tachibana Kinjian used the undying slash to support his body and continued to taunt the woods, and laughed at the end. He was good at playing with mentality. What if Kokushibo couldn't help but run out to fight with him? Wouldn't it be a big win to rely on the sun to solve the upper rank one? Tsugakoku Yoriichi is just a younger brother in front of me. The roar came from the shadows in the woods. After hearing Zhu Qing's shouting, the confused Kokushibo did not leave. That's true, I have no objection, but... Zhu Qinjian released his killer move and continued to talk nonsense. How pathetic, brother. You are not him. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from the dense forest, which made people shudder. I saw a black shadow flying out from the depths of the woods, at a very fast speed, rushing towards Zhu Qinjian like lightning. This black shadow is Kokushibo's sword, Hollow Crying God. The blade is densely covered with eyes, each eye flashing a heart-pounding light, which looks very strange and makes people feel cold. Zhu Qinjian smiled in his heart and was not panicked. Under the sun, this knife is like a spent force, it has lost most of its power and began to show signs of melting. Coupled with Zhu Qinjian's passive domain, the speed of Hollow Crying God has slowed down significantly. I didn't say I was him. Besides, you were caught in my illusion just now. How can you be sure that what you saw is the truth now? Zhu Qinjian sneered and looked at the dense forest where Kokushibo was hiding. He casually waved the immortal slash in his hand and easily sent the Hollow Crying God, who had no follow-up power, flying. The knife rolled in the air, and with a muffled sound of puff, it finally fell and stabbed into the ground obliquely, turning into a ball of ash in the sun and slowly dissipating. Then, the immortal slash returned to the sheath. Zhu Qinjian stood quietly in place, staring at the direction where Kokushibo left, as if he wanted to see through the void. Time passed by minute, and his figure was motionless like a sculpture, with only the slightly rising and falling chest proving that he was still alive. Oh, it's so fucking tiring, I have to pay more. After a long time, a ray of relief flashed in the depths of Zhu Qinjian's eyes, and his body relaxed involuntarily. At the same time, a strong sense of fatigue swept over. After all, he had not closed his eyes all night. He had experienced high-intensity running, fighting, and high mental tension. This thrilling chase with Kokushibo not only consumed a lot of his physical strength, but also put a huge burden on his energy. But fortunately, he finally succeeded in getting rid of Kokushibo's pursuit, which was undoubtedly a great victory. Such a feat is worth celebrating. After confirming that Kokushibo really left, Zhu Qinjian turned around and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the sun was rising slowly, and the rising sunlight fell on him, bringing him a touch of warmth. The first sun, also known as the first sunrise of the east, symbolizes the beginning of a new day. Feeling the breeze gently brushing his cheeks, Zhu Qinjian took a deep breath of fresh air, letting the fresh breath fill his lungs. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten all his worries and fatigue, and his whole body became light. Then, he slowly left here, leaving only a back figure that was gradually moving away. In this battle with the previous one, Kokushibo did not lose in terms of the result. But dragging the time until dawn meant that Tachibana Qinjian won. Even mentally, it is very likely that Kokushibo and Muzan Kibutsuji were very angry, causing their mentality to change a little. Chapter 32. The road ahead was long and winding. Zhu Qinjian continued to move eastward. He wanted to find a safe place to rest and recover his strength. However, before he had gone far, he heard the sound of a shadow. "Boss, I'm back. The Lord has agreed and is preparing for the meeting of the pillars." The crow flew over with a cackle. Seeing the mess formed by the raging battle not far behind, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "Fuck, what level of battle is this to make it like this? Is there a more powerful ghost behind?" "You guessed it right. Fuck, I just finished fighting and you came back. Do you know who I just met?" Hearing this, Zhu Qinjian was furious. He wanted to show off in front of the shadow, but he didn't catch up to see it. Although the shadow has no fighting power, if he lets it see the battle scene, he can blackmail it better. "No, it's comforting Aya. Kurashibo. That's an upper string, and one of the upper strings. After all, Zhu Qinjian is always a human who can get hurt and die. It's impossible to say that he is not afraid of death." At this moment, he seems particularly excited. "What? Boss, you can actually beat the last one, so awesome." Lai Ying landed on Tachibana Qinjian's shoulder, his eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief, and he almost dropped his jaw. According to legend, Kokushibo is the one with the closest strength to Muzan Kibutsuji among all the demons. Many pillars have died in his hands over the past few hundred years. He is a powerful opponent that the Demon Slayer Corps is very troubled by. However, Tachibana Kinjian survived from such a powerful enemy, and at first glance, except for being weak due to excessive fatigue, he did not suffer serious injuries. This had to surprise Lai Ying. I say, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't you be concerned about whether I am injured first? Tachibana Kinjian raised his eyebrows and turned his head, looking at the crow with a slightly dissatisfied look. Hehe, the boss is invincible in the world, how can he be injured? Lai Ying scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject. He knew that his reaction just now was a bit extreme, but he didn't know how to hide it, so he had to choose to constantly brag about the greatness of Zhu Qinjian to ease the atmosphere. Boss, you are so strong, I am so proud of you. Lai Ying kept praising him, his eyes flashing with admiration and awe. Almost done, hurry up and lead the way, you know your boss is a road idiot. Let's find a place to eat first, I'm starving. Zhu Qinjian smiled slightly, feeling a little relieved by the praise of this live treasure. What a flattering crow. Then, Zhu Qinjian took out water to clean his disheveled face, tidied his clothes, and changed back to the previous white Haori. He carried the undying slash on his back and the sun wheel sword on his waist, and the whole person looked heroic. Then he followed Lai Ying to find a restaurant, had a big meal, and enjoyed the satisfaction brought by the food. After eating, the man and the bird continued to move towards the direction of the Demon Slayer core. Halfway through, Lu Ying remembered the key question. Although Zhu Qinjian was able to survive in the hands of Upper String 1, this matter was serious, so he still had to ask this question. Boss, did you kill the lower string 4? It flapped its wings, staring at Zhu Qinjian, as if waiting for good news. No. Zhu Qinjian answered calmly, his expression did not change because of this answer, because this was the truth. Ah, if you can beat upper string 1, how can you not beat lower string 4? Then I have confirmed the crime of false reporting of intelligence, and my life is hopeless. The crow screamed, its voice full of despair and frustration. It covered its head with its wings, as if it had seen its miserable future. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Zhu Qinjian's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and then said, although we didn't kill him, the lower 4 is now our people, oh no, our ghost. What do you mean? It means literally. After getting Zhu Qinjian's answer, the crow widened its eyes and looked at Ling Yuzai, who was timid under the shade of the tree, and was so surprised that it almost fell from the sky. It looked at Zhu Qinjian in disbelief, with its mouth wide open, and couldn't speak for a long time. Boss, can you stop breathing heavily when you speak? The crow covered his heart with his wings, looking like he was in so much pain that he was about to die, as if he had a heart attack. I like it. What? Do you have any objections? If you have any, keep it to yourself. Zhu Qinjian raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, and revealed a kind of majesty and domineering in his eyes, showing his middle school temperament as a boss. No, no. The crow shrank back and shook his head quickly, secretly complaining in his heart, muttering in a low voice, I can't afford to offend him. This boss's temper is really unpredictable. While on the road, Zhu Qinjian finally had time to study the blind box rewarded by the system before. Although he was a little tired after a sleepless night, the thought of the unknown nature of opening the blind box suppressed the sleepiness again. In the system space, 9 boxes were neatly placed, and there was no clue from the outside. These blind boxes looked shabby, but they were full of mystery, which made people look forward to it. They were neatly placed there, and each blind box was exactly the same, without any difference. From the outside, these blind boxes were nothing special, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. Zhu Qinjian took out a blind box and gently stroked it, with a surge of curiosity and excitement in his heart, and then his mind began to communicate with the system. Tongzi, if I am not satisfied with the blind box after opening it, can I not take it and synthesize a higher level one? Inspector Zhu Qinjian looked expectant, thinking of finding a bug to blackmail Tongzi. However, the system's answer disappointed him greatly. He, host dad, you think too much about this, the bug fixed last time is not just that simple. Once the blind box is opened, the packaging disappears directly, and the remaining rewards cannot be put back. Only the intact blind box can participate in the synthesis. The system's voice was a little cunning and complacent. You finally became more careful, and my constant encouragement paid off. Although Zhu Qinjian said that he didn't care, his heart was bleeding. He didn't expect Tongzi to be so clever and to deceive and attack his host. The system seemed to sense Zhu Qinjian's disappointment and quickly explained. If the system is always detected as a bug by the host father and fails, it will be retrained by Lao Hai. Hearing this, Zhu Qinjian's curiosity was aroused and he asked, which Lao Hai? Hemingway? Or the angel investor Hai Badong? Host father, please forgive me, this is top secret. The tone of the system became serious, and it obviously didn't want to reveal more information. Hearing this, Zhu Qinjian nodded thoughtfully. Since it involves top secrets, there is definitely nothing to ask. Thinking of this, he put his mind on the blind box again. This new trick of the system is really exciting. Zhu Qinjian took a deep breath, rubbed his hands, and decided to open a blind box to test the waters. In the surprised and puzzled eyes of Lu Ying, he suddenly took out a blind box and gently opened the lid. As the lid opened, a ray of light instantly shot out from the blind box. Zhu Qinjian didn't dare to blink, for fear of missing the details, and looked into the box with expectation. However, when the light faded, it was empty. Nerve, made me laugh, ha ha ha. This was the ridicule from Lu Ying in the sky. This. The smile on Zhu Qinjian's face froze, and when he was about to turn on the spray mode, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the host for opening a blind box of ordinary products, and getting rewards, 5 pairs of black/white stockings each, a total of 10 pairs, which have been automatically stored in the space. Hearing this prompt sound, Zhu Qinjian breathed a sigh of relief. I was shocked. I thought it was empty. But with my luck, how could I not get anything out of it? Hey, wait, this is not right. There's a traitor. Terminate the transaction. At this moment, he suddenly realized something and quickly checked the reward. What was the reward just now? Black and white stockings. Zhu Qinjian's eyes widened, and his voice became sharp with excitement, frightening Lu Ying so much that he flew far away. Then, the system clearly explained the reward again. After making sure that he was not hallucinating, Zhu Qinjian's face suddenly became gloomy, and he muttered to himself, "What's going on? I actually got something like this. What are you going to do with it? Is it to give it to butterflies? It seems that it's not impossible." Thinking of this, Zhu Qinjian suddenly found that this reward didn't seem so difficult to accept. Forget it, I won't open the rest, and keep it for synthesizing advanced boxes. After saying that, Zhu Qinjian quickly adjusted his mentality and waved his hand uninterested, deciding to continue concentrating on his journey. Chapter 33. The inside of the Infinite City. Although it was already dawn outside, the city that belonged to Muzan Kibutsuji was still immersed in the atmosphere of the night with bright lights. The intricate layout of the room revealed a strange atmosphere. In the center of the Infinite City. At this moment, Kokushibo returned to this place. His sword, the Hollow Crying God, had already completed its regeneration and was steadily hanging on his waist. However, just because of those few short words from Tachibana Qinjian, his bad mood was not completely calmed down. Before, Kokushibo always believed that his own strength was everything, but now he was a little doubtful. He felt verbal violence for the first time, and felt that it was so uncomfortable to be messed up after losing the mouth cannon. What's even more abominable is that he clearly has the power to shut up Tachibana Qinjian, but because of his negligence, he was controlled by the other party using the sunlight, and was simply played within the palm of his hand. Not solved. Muzan Kibutsuji knelt on the futon beside the coffee table, frowning slightly, with a hint of indifference in his tone. This tall black-haired young man has pale skin like paper, without any blood color, but his face is quite handsome. In addition, he is dressed in a fashionable way, and his every move reveals a gorgeous and noble aura, like an elegant nobleman. So, upon closer inspection, he is quite pretty. Muzan Kibutsuji, left, Yoriichi Tsugakuan, right. Not far away, Mingnu gently stroked the pipa and played an ancient melody. She sat there quietly, her black hair and black clothes like a silent painting. Mingnu. At this time, a trace of dejection appeared on Kokushibo's face, which attracted the attention of Muzan Kibutsuji. His plum-red eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sharp light, as if to penetrate everything. The secret guess in his heart shocked him. If even one of the powerful upper rank cannot defeat the other party, then this person is very likely the reincarnation of Yoriichi Tsugakoku. Threat. This thought made him feel uneasy, but he quickly regained his composure and continued to ask, "Answer me." Kokushibo did not answer immediately, but just stood in silence. After a while, he slowly said, "It's dawn." This sentence seemed to be a signal, making Muzan Kibutsuji realize that both himself and Kokushibo were beings that could not move under the sun. To put it nicely, they are perfect creatures with eternal life, and to put it bluntly, they are stinky rats that cannot see the sun. I want the result. Not an excuse. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice was low and majestic, revealing a little anger and disappointment. Although the two parties were partners, he still couldn't accept that the matter was messed up. He slapped the coffee table hard, shaking the teacups on it and making them jump up, splashing some tea. Kokushibo looked at the scene in front of him, frowned slightly, and felt slightly dissatisfied. He had just been criticized by Tachibana Kinjian with sharp words, and now he was reprimanded by Muzan Kibutsuji when he returned here, which made him feel very unhappy. For a moment, Kokushibo secretly wondered whether he should leave this place. But thinking that he took the initiative to undertake this mission, he must give Muzan Kibutsuji an explanation. So, Kokushibo took a deep breath, tried to calm his emotions, and began to report to Muzan Kibutsuji about Tachibana Kinjian in detail. However, since they didn't know each other, they could only call him a ghost hunter of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, so far, their understanding of Ju Kinjian only stays on his appearance and combat ability. I didn't see any power of that man in him, but he seems to know us very well. Kuroshibo's faint voice sounded, and his calm tone made it difficult to detect his inner emotional fluctuations. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, but at this moment, he revealed a trace of doubt and helplessness. Not only that, although the breathing method he used is not the sun breathing, it is also not weak. Kuroshibo continued. As a former ghost hunter, he knows the importance of breathing methods to swordsmen. A powerful breathing method can often greatly improve the strength of swordsmen. And the breathing method displayed by Ju Kinjian has obviously surpassed the ordinary level. The only good news is that he can be wiped out before he grows to the peak. At this point, a trace of anger and unwillingness finally flashed across Kokushibo's face. As a ghost hunter who is almost the same as the ghost, one of Maitsuji Muzan's equals, Kuroshimu has always been known for his ruthlessness. But facing this invincible enemy with dirty tactics, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable as never before. In terms of character, Ju Kinjian is terrifyingly thoughtful. As early as the beginning, he had already seen through that Kibutsuji Mu's greedy and fearful character would not end in person, and used this as a breakthrough to formulate a perfect plan, to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. And when he encountered Black Death Mao, he quickly made adjustments to his plan based on the opponent's strength. Then he set the sun as his ultimate goal and continued to delay time to achieve this goal. Throughout the entire process, Ju Kinjian's actions were purposeful and planned, without any impulsiveness or recklessness. Moreover, his fighting method is also very strict, every step is full of calculations, making it difficult for ghosts to guard against him. Although Heishimua gave him a chance at first because he underestimated the enemy, no matter what, the fact is that Zhu Qinjian survived. In terms of skills, the breathing method he uses is completely different from the 5 major breathing methods in nature. Except for the 2 moves of Instant Slash and Blood Lotus Blossom, which are sword skills, the other abilities are more like Blood Ghost skills. Whether it is illusion, ghost control, perception field, or amplification field, these skills all pose a huge threat to the enemy. However, because the battle between the two was too short and Heishimua felt very aggrieved, no more detailed information about Zhu Qinjian could be obtained. As for the fact that he was tricked by Zhu Qinjian's disguise at the beginning, Heishimua didn't mention it. He was really embarrassed to speak. Chapter 34. The old man was very angry. You mean, he can control ghosts? Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes were full of disbelief and anger, the veins on his forehead bulged, and an uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you snatch my control over ghosts? Doesn't this mean stealing the fruits of my labor?" I don't know if it's because he feels that his authority has been challenged unprecedentedly, but Muzan Kibutsuji's words actually contain a hint of grievance. As the only one who can control ghosts, he is called the ancestor of ghosts. And now someone can do the same thing, which is simply shitting on his head, and it's thin. He couldn't help but think of Ling Yuzai who had lost contact before. He didn't expect that he had kidnapped 12 demon moons without even using his sword. Fortunately, Ling Yuzai was only a lower string and didn't come into contact with too many important confidential information, otherwise the Infinite City might no longer be safe. Muzan Kibutsuji took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger. He looked at Kokushibo, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and said in a heavy tone, "I didn't expect that even you suffered a loss at his hands." Although Muzan Kibutsuji thought that his strength was better than Kokushibo, but he also understood. Even so, facing the person who could control demons, he couldn't take it lightly. After all, how could he dare to try easily if even Kokushibo couldn't solve the problem? If he failed, he would have to pay the price with his life. If you want to say who is most afraid of death in this world, it must be Muzan Kibutsuji. His desire for survival has reached an incomprehensible level, and he also pursues to become a flawless and perfect creature. Thinking of this, Muzan Kibutsuji began to think whether he should wait another 100 years to wear the other party to death. After all, only by acting cautiously can he be sure of nothing going wrong. In the past Warring States period of Shugakuko Yuichi, Muzan Kibutsuji did this. It has to be said. If he really wants to hide, then with Tachibana Kinjian's current ability, there is really no way to deal with him. However, this seemingly only correct method was ignored by Muzan Kibutsuji. This time, he decided not to escape, but to take the initiative to attack. Although he himself did not dare to go into battle personally, he still had so many men to use. According to the information provided by Kokushibo, the gap between Tachibana Kinjian and Shugakuko Yuichi back then is still quite large. Perhaps, the 12 demon moons can be used to besiege him, and there may really be a chance to use numbers to pile him to death. We can't let another powerful ghost hunter appear in this world. Muzan Kibutsuji's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that a very powerful ghost hunter might threaten his life. Next time, I will definitely defeat him. Kokushibo's eyes flashed with reluctance and anger. Although he was escaped by Tachibana Kinjian, he believed that his strength was enough to kill his opponent. However, Muzan Kibutsuji glanced at him disapprovingly and said, "Where is the next time? His breath has not been locked by Mingnu, and we can't find him at all." Muzan Kibutsuji's tone was cold. This means that they must take other measures to track this person's whereabouts. For now, we can only use all the ghosts to find his footprints. Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He decided to launch a large-scale search operation and not let go of any clues. Once found, immediately mobilize the nearest 12 ghost moons to encircle and suppress, and never give him any breathing space. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice was full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to put the ghost hunter to death. Kokushibo nodded in agreement. The two ghosts looked at each other, understood each other, and laughed strangely the next second. After the plan was finalized, Muzan Kibutsuji decided to call the 12 demon moons for an emergency meeting. He needed to convey new instructions to them and make sure that every ghost understood the severity of the current situation. After all, he didn't want the entire plan to fail because of the negligence or unsociability of a certain ghost. In the end, Muzan Kibutsuji was still prepared to let the image of Tachibana Kinjian appear in the sight of the 12 demon moons. Although doing so might expose his fear of this human being. But he thought this was a last resort. It was impossible not to give any information and let his men find someone. Right. As long as we can destroy that Tachibana Kinjian, everything is worth it. Soon, through Mingnu's blood demon art, the remaining 12 demons were gathered. 12 demons, at this point in time, the next is Guhuo bird, and the next is Pilang. Guhuo bird. Pilang. Muzan Kibutsuji stood on a high position, looking down at the demons below, his eyes revealed a cold and cruel atmosphere, as if covering the entire infinite city. Feeling the awe in the eyes of the 12 demons, he nodded. Only in front of demons and ordinary people can he regain that unparalleled confidence. From now on, you must not have any internal friction. Do your best to find the demon hunter in your memory. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from the depths of hell. He shared the incomplete memories of Ling Yuzai and Yugui with the 12 demons, and also the relevant energy level introduction of Tachibana Kinjian. As for the memory of Kokushibo, he didn't share it. He wanted to save some face for the boss of the 12 moons. And this also has the effect of stabilizing the morale of the army. If the news of Kokushibo's failure is exposed. After learning the strength of the target, the weaker demons of the lower rank might be scared and dare not even go out. As time passed, the 12 moons left the infinite city one after another after receiving the order. Kokushibo looked at their backs and sneered in his heart. These guys are a group of selfish guys who are willing to do anything for their own interests. If they want to cooperate to encircle and suppress Tachibana Kinjian, they may go wrong. Suddenly, Muzan Kibutsuji said out of the blue, or, you should leave the infinite city too. I feel very insecure here. Kokushibo was speechless when he heard this, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and cursed Muzan Kibutsuji for being a coward in his heart. But he didn't show it, because he was also sincere, he just said lightly, okay. After that, he turned around and left Infinite City. Chapter 35. The other side. Tachibana Kinjian didn't know that he had been listed as the #1 enemy by Muzan Kibutsuji, and a series of beheading plans were planned for this. That afternoon, he arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The Yubayashiki mansion is located halfway up the mountain and is a picturesque place. Surrounded by green mountains and green waters, the air is fresh and pleasant. There is a huge pond in the mansion, in which a group of fat koi are raised. They swim freely, and the scales on their bodies flash with gold, red and white light, like gems jumping in the water. The pond is full of various flowers. Colorful flowers are in full bloom, exuding a charming fragrance. Butterflies and bees were busy flying among the flowers, sucking nectar. From time to time, they would stop on the cobblestone road, adding vitality and vigor to this quiet courtyard. In the distant forest, birds returning to their nests streaked across the sky, forming beautiful arcs. They sang happily, as if welcoming the coming night. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the entire Yubayashiki mansion was dyed with a layer of warm orange, and everything seemed so peaceful, giving people a warm and harmonious feeling. For the arrival of Tachibana Kinjian, Yubayashiki Yoya and Baiminjiu Xingming came out to meet him in person. When Tachibana Kinjian and Yubayashiki Yoya walked into the living room, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. She was Jinggu Amini. No, now she should be called Yubayashiki Amini. After seeing Yubayashiki Amini, Tachibana Kinjian almost broke out the Cao thief attribute, and the surging blood gave him the illusion that he could use the ninth form of blood breathing. This is an extremely beautiful woman, with skin as white as snow and as crystal clear as white jade. The long white hair tied on her head is as soft as a waterfall, adding a bit of elegance and nobility. Especially the eyes, the circles of rhyme patterns are like the deep starry sky, flashing a mysterious and charming light, which makes people can't help but fall in love with it. Welcome back. Yubayashiki Tianyan said gently, her voice was melodious and natural, like the sound of nature. Madam is getting more and more beautiful. Tachibana Kinjian smiled in response. Although it was the first time they met, it did not prevent him from praising the other party so much. However, his subtext was that I think Madam is still charming. Thank you for the compliment. Yubayashiki Tianyan politely lowered her head, and a natural smile appeared on her face. You look even prettier when you smile. Ahem, Kinjian-kun, stop chatting for now. Business matters are more important. Seeing that the two of them were flirting with each other, Yubayashiki Yoya interrupted them in time. I thought to myself, I'm still here, can you be more restrained? But he really thought too much. Although Yubayashiki Amina was indeed very beautiful, Tachibana Kinjian only had an admiring attitude towards her. Of course, if Yubayashiki Yoya's condition worsens in the future and he insists on entrusting his wife and children to him, Tachibana Kinjian will not refuse. If there really comes such a day, he will definitely take on this heavy responsibility and do his best to live up to this trust. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. It's about the 12 demon moons. Yubayashiki Yoya, who is facing this kind of thing for the first time, seems a little nervous. Ju Kinjian looked at him, waved his hand casually and said, it's okay, it's just a lower moon, no problem. Then he changed the subject and continued, but I just subdued her, I didn't kill her, I don't know if our previous deal still counts. Since the shadow followed Ju Kinjian all the way, Yubayashiki Yoya didn't know the specific information about Ling Yuzai. You mean, you snatched the lower 4 from Muzan Kibutsuji? It's equivalent to snatching control? How is this possible? Yubayashiki Yoya asked 3 questions in a row. Even though he has been the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps for several years, his eyes were full of shock and confusion at this time. It is unimaginable that someone could snatch the control of the 12 Kizuki from the powerful Muzan Kibutsuji. It's not that I don't believe you, it's mainly because we all want to open our eyes. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled awkwardly and asked cautiously. His tone revealed his curiosity and expectation about Ju Kinjian's ability to control ghosts, hoping to witness this incredible fact with his own eyes. Let me make it clear first, don't do anything, my ghosts are very cute and won't hurt anyone. Hearing this, Tachibana Kinjian looked at Bai Minjiahu Xingming to signal him not to make a move. Then, with the thought, he took out the ghost refining flag in front of everyone and waved it gently, summoning Ling Yuzai from it. Then, the white-haired little loli, who looked at a loss, suddenly appeared on the tatami, looking around with a sizing look. Although she looked very cute, the word low-handed in her left eye could not be faked. When Tachibana Kinjian turned his head again, the cautious Yubayashiki Yoya had flashed under the sun without knowing when, and was guarded by Bai Minjiahu Xingming. Yubayashiki Tianyan, who was standing aside, pursed her lips and did not speak, but felt that this method of controlling ghosts was incredible. Okay, I was right about you, Kinjian-kun. Seeing Tachibana Kinjian gently caressing the well-behaved Ling Yuzai, Yubayashiki Yoya showed a satisfied smile on his face. He walked back slowly and said firmly, of course the previous deal will count. When you leave later, Kinjian-kun can take the 20 million away. After that, he looked at Tachibana Kinjian again and said seriously, there is another important thing. From today on, Kinjian-kun officially becomes the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Taken into consideration Tachibana Kinjian's unique breathing method, Yubayashiki Yoya felt that the name of the pillar should be decided in accordance with his wishes. So, he asked Tachibana Kinjian, in view of the particularity of Kinjian-kun's breathing method, we need to ask for your opinion on the name of the pillar. Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Yoya couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and expectation in his heart. At this critical moment, the Demon Slayer Corps is facing the dilemma of a lack of talent, and Tachibana Kinjian has shown such strong strength and potential, which undoubtedly brings them hope. Feeling the sincerity and kindness of Yubayashiki Yoya, Tachibana Kinjian smiled slightly, and then slowly said, "The evil ghost's calamity, the calamity pillar." After hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. He knew that Tachibana Kinjian had accepted the honor and was actively involved in it. This new name also represents Tachibana Kinjian's understanding of his mission, fighting against evil spirits and protecting humans from disasters. Of course, this is just Aya's wishful thinking. As for whether Tachibana Kinjian really fulfilled his mission as a pillar or did it for money, it is unknown. Chapter 36. The host has been busy, but the truth is that he has been busy. Congratulations to the host for becoming a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. The system has added a simulation training function. You will get training results every 24 hours. From now on, you can rest assured and no longer have to roll back your sleeves. The sudden voice of the system made Tachibana Kinjian curious. But now, in front of others, it is not the time to concentrate on studying this. So I decided to put this matter aside for now and wait for further research. After many matters about the new pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were finalized, Yubayashiki Yoya still had some details to explain. He smiled and said to Kikunaki, "Although everything is set in stone, we still have to follow the rules. Please come to the meeting tomorrow. The flame pillar will also come. He may have a hot temper. I hope you don't take it personally." Kunaki was surprised when he heard this. Hot temper? Rengoku Makijiro? Come on, come on. I, Kikunaki, specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Killing demons outside is hard, and I have to face you Tsundere monsters when I come back. Oh, it's true. I think this Demon Slayer Corps will really disband without me. Thinking of this, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then he waved to Yubayashiki Yoya and prepared to leave. However, before he took the first step, Yubayashiki Yoya suddenly stopped him. "Wait, there is one more thing." Tachibana Kinjian stopped and looked back at Yubayashiki Yoya in confusion, motioning him to speak if he had anything to say. The current situation of the Wisteria prison is not conducive to the subsequent team selection. If Kinjian has time, please catch some ghosts and put them in there. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and said in a requesting tone. During the 7 days in Fuji Mountain, Tachibana Kinjian killed almost all the ghosts in the Wisteria prison. Although it was only the clone who did it, it was caused by him after all. Yubayashiki Yoya took a fancy to Tachibana Kinjian's ability to control ghosts, hoping to restore the selection strength of Fuji Mountain. I don't put those garbage ghosts in my banner. Without seeing the benefits, Tachibana Kinjian didn't want to take on this task, but Yubayashiki Yoya immediately offered a condition that he couldn't refuse. Don't rush to refuse, it's paid. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook them, saying, 20 million. Money can solve all problems. If it can't, it must be because your bid is not high enough. This sentence seems to have become the truth, and Tachibana Kinjian is a living example. When he heard the number from the mouth of that Yubayashiki Yoya, his originally dull eyes suddenly became bright, and the whole person seemed to be injected with new vitality. His attitude also changed 180 degrees, and this change can be called smooth. Yubayashiki Tianyan looked at this scene and couldn't help but pursed his lips and smiled, thinking that this guy is really a guy obsessed with money. Of course, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Tachibana Kinjian said seriously, as the Jizu of the Demon Slayer Corps, I accept this mission. But I still say that I don't accept garbage demons in my banner. So you have to send someone to assist me. I will be responsible for the capture and he will be responsible for the transportation. After Tachibana Kinjian finished speaking, the smile on Yubayashiki Yoya's face became even more intense. Okay, that's it. I'll arrange things tomorrow. He nodded and agreed quickly. Under the temptation of money, Tachibana Kinjian and him hit it off and reached another win-win deal. If the strange laughter was added at this time, the picture would be more harmonious. In fact, Tachibana Kinjian wanted to refuse, but Yubayashiki Yoya gave too much. After all, after accepting the 0 more, there are only 5 lower strings now, which can be regarded as a rare species. Not to mention a chance encounter, I'm afraid I can't even find it. Unlike those ordinary ghosts, they are almost everywhere. People with bad luck can encounter them when they go out at night. In this way, Tachibana Kinjian broke the record of becoming the fastest pillar in history. It has only been half a month since he joined the Demon Slayer Corps after the selection. He was not polite at all about the 40 million reward. He didn't even avoid people and directly waved his hand to put it into the system space. Seeing this move, the people around were no longer surprised, but they were still amazed at the strangeness of the blood breath. The blood breath is used to take the blame. Afterwards, while the sun had not completely set, Tachibana Kinjian left the Yubayashiki mansion. And on the way back to the butterfly house, he studied the system. After a deep understanding, Ju Kinjian finally understood what the so-called simulation training was for. It can be seen that the system really hopes that he can become stronger, which is like forcing him to open his mouth to feed. The so-called simulation training is simply a function that allows Ju Kinjian to hang up in the system. Moreover, there are currently 3 different types of training programs: swordsmanship, physique, and breathing method. If you choose to train swordsmanship, you can improve your combat skills, so that you can better grasp the timing of swinging the sword and blocking. If you choose physical training, you can strengthen your own blood, which is the key to unlocking the subsequent forms of blood breathing. As for the breathing method, it is only for the forms that have been mastered, which can make Ju Kinjian more handy when performing these skills. However, it should be noted that only one training method can be selected at a time. Every 24 hours, you will receive a round of training, which is equivalent to regaining the experience of hanging up. And you can reselect the training program after each reception. In this case, Ju Qing couldn't help but have a doubt, and he didn't know whether Tongzi would solve this problem humanely. Thinking of this, he asked the system in his heart. If I happen to be sleeping when receiving the training results, do you have to wake me up forcibly? Yes, wasting time is a shameful behavior. If the host father is asleep after the set time, Tongzi will be very considerate to ask you to get up and sleep again. Thank you so much, you always told me to lie down and not to roll inward, but you turned your head and disturbed my sleep. So, the host father should become a master of time management and arrange it reasonably. Choose physical training, try it for 1 day first. Ding! Start training, and count down 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Qi and blood are the foundation of using blood breathing. In the last fierce battle, Ju Kinjian successfully performed the 8th form Blood Lotus with the ghost blood of Ling Yuzai. Its power is so terrifying that even a top opponent like Kokushibo has to use moon breathing twice in a row to resist. Such a shocking result makes Tachibana Kinjian full of endless expectations and desire for the more advanced moves of blood breathing. Therefore, strengthening one's own blood and qi to unlock more advanced breathing methods has become a top priority, which is undoubtedly the fastest and most effective way to improve strength at present. Chapter 37. The night was full of mystery. The butterfly house seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil at night. There was silence all around. Only the slightly yellow light shone through the window and fell on the ground, as if whispering about the vitality and vigor here. Ju Qingjian walked alone on the path to the butterfly house, thinking about what the food would be tonight. He was always full of infinite enthusiasm for food, especially for the food from the butterfly sisters. Pain is eternal, and enjoying the present moment is the right way. Everything in the world is wasted, but food and love are not to be missed. In terms of eating, he is even better than killing ghosts. After all, food is a life enjoyment, and killing ghosts is a job. Since it is a job, you will get tired. Yubayashiki Yoya once considered preparing an independent residence for Tachibana Qingjian to facilitate his daily life. However, Tachibana Qingjian prefers to live with the two sisters of Butterfly in the Butterfly House. After all, here he can get medical assistance the fastest, and can also enjoy the delicious dishes cooked by the sisters. For a foodie, such a temptation is really irresistible. Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sister! Look, that stinky orange is back. Well, Qingjian is back. One voice is crisp and pleasant, with a hint of liveliness and playfulness, the other voice is gentle and pleasant, full of pampering and care. It turned out that the sisters of Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu were standing together. The former was looking forward to it, looking eagerly into the distance, looking forward to the return of Tachibana Qingjian. The latter looked around pretending not to care, but in fact, she was always paying attention to the road in the distance. In the end, it was not Goucho Kane who saw Tachibana Qingjian first, but Goucho Shinobu. She recognized the familiar figure at a glance, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Congratulations, Stinky Tachibana! Tachibana Qingjian robbed the pillar-sama. As they got closer, Goucho Shinobu spoke first. Obviously, the news that Tachibana Qingjian became a pillar has spread here. This time, Goucho Shinobu rarely quarreled with him, but smiled and sincerely sent her blessings. However, a closer look reveals that there is a hint of bitterness in this smile, as if she was mocking herself. Perhaps only she herself knows how much helplessness and unwillingness are hidden behind this blessing. It seems that you are a little discouraged. Although Tachibana Qingjian captured the details in the smile, he spoke straight male quotes as soon as he opened his mouth. No, hurry up and eat, you're the only one who talks too much. After saying that, Butterfly Shinobu went back to the house without looking back, a real tsundere. Don't rush to eat, Qingjian-kun, you're injured again. Butterfly Kane looked at the torn clothes of Tachibana Qingjian, and a playful smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Well, one of these sisters is tsundere, and the other is black-bellied. It turns out that gentleness is just the appearance of Butterfly Kane, but Tachibana Qingjian said that she likes it very much. Come on, I know you're going to bandage me again. Tachibana Qingjian turned her face and walked into the medical room obediently without even Kane's urging. There was a faint smell of alcohol in the room, and various medical instruments were neatly placed. In Kane's slightly red face, Tachibana Qingjian took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. There were obvious scratches and bites on his chest and left shoulder. This is the price of performing the heaven-level fighting skills. There is no other way. If you want the power bank of Ling Yuzai to achieve the best effect, this is the so-called negative distance contact. Moreover, this is the most practical solution that Ju Qingjian can think of. You can't let yourself bite Ling Yuzai back, right? If a person eats a ghost, wouldn't that be against Tian Gang? Fuzugawa Swanya, have you heard my story? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Later, he was busy on the road, and it was impossible to release Ling Yuzai under the sun to heal his wounds. After all, this behavior of not treating ghosts as ghosts is too despicable, comparable to Muzan Kibutsuji. In this way, these wounds were left. Your wound looks like... Kane, the butterfly, looked at the scratches and bites on Ju Qingjian's body, and a trace of curiosity flashed in her originally distressed eyes, and she asked. Yes, this is a ghost bite. Ju Qingjian smiled slightly and nodded. Then, he summoned Ling Yuzai from the refining ghost banner and briefly introduced it to Kanei. After Ling Yuzai came out, her eyes fell on Zhu Qinjian, ignoring everything around her. She stretched out her little hand and gently touched the wound on Zhu Qinjian's body, with a look of heartache in her eyes, and kept greeting her softly. After listening to the introduction, Kanei, who was standing by, was suddenly enlightened when she saw Ling Yuzai's appearance, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute sister! So you were bitten by her?" Hearing Kanei's words, Zhu Qinjian nodded, but secretly complained in her heart, "What's the matter with your excited expression? Her blood demon art, grabbing and biting people can add blood." Zhu Qinjian explained, in simple terms, it is treatment, but due to the characteristics of blood demon art, some wounds will inevitably be left. So that's it, it's really a practical blood demon art. Kanei's eyes flashed with admiration, and she exclaimed sincerely. Then, the smart Kanei keenly noticed something unusual. Being able to force Tachibana Qinjian to use the blood demon art of Ling Yuzai means that he must have encountered an extremely powerful enemy. Finally, under the attack of Kanei's curious eyes and pitiful expression, Tachibana Qinjian reluctantly took Ling Yuzai back, and then briefly narrated to her what happened last night. "By the way, return your money." The bandage was completed, and the story was just finished. Tachibana Qinjian took out a pile of money, about 1 million. "This is too much." Kanei shook her head slightly, indicating a polite refusal. Tachibana Qinjian waved his hand and smiled, explaining, "The extra money will be considered as my funding for the butterfly house, and use it to purchase medical equipment." He knew very well that the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters would allocate funds to the butterfly house, but this did not prevent him from expressing his own intentions. Now that he has a huge fortune in his hands, he naturally has to be more generous. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring, and he is always grateful to those who have helped him. Kanei bit her lips gently, with a touch of emotion in her eyes. Before she could thank him, Zhu Qinjian's hand pinched her delicate face. It happened suddenly, Kanei was slightly stunned, and her fair face instantly flushed. She pouted her lips hurriedly, slapped Zhu Qinjian's hand away, and said coquettishly, "Even if Qinjian Jun funded the butterfly house, you can't pinch my face casually." Zhu Qinjian's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile, teasing, "It's not casual, I'm serious." "Bad guy, it's time for dinner." Kanei turned away with a smile on her lips, and her back was like a happy butterfly. Chapter 38. The next day, at noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight poured into the room, making people feel warm. Zhu Qinjian finally woke up. He stretched and sat up from the bed. At this time, a crow sent by Yubayashiki Yoya flew into the room and conveyed the meeting invitation. It must be said that Yubayashiki Yoya, as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, is indeed extraordinary. Not only is he from a wealthy family, but more importantly, he is very caring towards his subordinates. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps can only better cope with the battle with evil spirits if they maintain a good state. Tachibana Qinjian had not slept for 2 consecutive days and 1 night, and had also experienced high-intensity battles. If he did not rest and recover his physical strength in time, he would not be able to bear such consumption even if he had a good physical fitness. For this reason, Yubayashiki Yoya deliberately postponed the meeting time to the afternoon. After a few bites of food, Tachibana Qinjian put on a white feather and hurried to Yubayashiki's residence to attend the meeting. At this time, the crow that had accompanied him now stood proudly on his shoulder. With the improvement of the status of his master, the shadow also looked very proud, as if he had become noble. As the saying goes, one person's success brings success to all chickens and dogs, it is nothing more than this. The so-called pillar meeting is that Yubayashiki Yoya convened the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps to discuss some major matters. To a certain extent, this is similar to Muzan Kibutsuji convening the meeting of the 12 demon moons. The biggest difference is that Yubayashiki Yoya is more democratic, unlike the boss who is arbitrary and dictatorial and only gives orders without thinking. However, the meeting scene at this moment seemed unusually deserted. In addition to the members of the Yubayashiki family, there were only 3 pillar-level swordsmen present: Rock Pillar Gyumei, Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijiro, and the newly joined Tribulation Pillar Tachibana Kinjian. As for the 5 pillars that symbolize the basic breathing method, 3 positions are absent. The heirs of water breathing, thunder breathing, and wind breathing do not yet have the strength to serve as a pillar. And Tachibana Kinjian knows that in a while, even the flame pillar may be in a mess. The current Demon Slayer Corps is facing the dilemma of a lack of successors and a decline in talent, and is in a very embarrassing period. One of the important reasons why Yubayashiki Yoya values Tachibana Kinjian so much is that he has shown extraordinary strength and courage at a young age. Such a young man is really rare, which leader would not like him? If Tachibana Kinjian chose to become a demon, with his strength and courage, I am afraid that even Muzan Kibutsuji in the Infinite Castle would not dare to speak loudly to him easily. Under the deliberate arrangement of Yubayashiki Yoya, the process of adding new pillars to the Demon Slayer Corps went very quickly and came to an end in a short while. I've finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is against? He was quite excited and his tone became heroic for a while. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. I object. The person who spoke was Rengoku Makijiro. He wore the unique clothing of the flame pillar, with flame patterns embroidered on his clothes. The people of their purgatory family were almost all carved out of the same mold. They all had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and their hair was bright orange-red, as if they were a burning fire. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya looked at Rengoku Makijiro and sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but smile and hold his forehead. As expected, the flame pillar would stand up and oppose. He knew that Rengoku Makijiro was straightforward and said whatever he wanted, so he expressed his opinions so directly. In fact, as the beloved lord in the minds of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he could suppress this objection. However, he wanted to see how Tachibana Kinjian would respond. It was a different kind of test. Rengoku Makijiro pointed at Tachibana Kinjian and said with an unhappy face, "This kid is not very strong, but he dares to ask for a high price," and clearly marked the price of the 12 demon months. As the flame pillar, Rengoku Makijiro has always been known for his generosity, enthusiasm, and strength. He is tall and his eyes are firm and sharp. At this moment, his eyes are like burning flames, staring at Tachibana Kinjian a little embarrassed. Boy, I heard that you have a way to control ghosts. But swordsmen can't just rely on external forces. For example, it's daytime now, what's the use of being able to control ghosts? It's no secret among the pillars that Tachibana Kinjian has the means to control ghosts. However, Rengoku Makijiro knew the fact but not the reason. Without knowing the other party's strength, it is no wonder that he said these words. About the way back, Tachibana Kinjian did not mention the encounter with Kokushibo to Yubayashiki Yoya. In his opinion, he just survived the opponent's hands, which was not a direct victory and nothing to brag about. This led to their misjudgment of Tachibana Kinjian's strength, thinking that he was only at the level of the lower 4. What? From what you said, do you want to fight with me? Tachibana Kinjian's words were a bit out of place, but fortunately the other party could understand what he was saying. He knew in his heart that for these Sundaram monsters in the Demon Slayer Corps, the best way to make them shut up was to speak with strength. To put it bluntly, it was a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although he was worried that his teammates would die in vain due to their lack of strength, he still said those annoying words. Oh? How do you plan to compete? Rengoku Makijiro crossed his arms, with an interested smile on his lips, staring at Tachibana Kinjian with a sharp gaze. The Demon Slayer Corps stipulates that members cannot use swords against each other, so why not have an arm wrestling match? A sly look flashed through Ju Kinjian's eyes, but he frowned on the surface, pretending to be embarrassed. He knew very well that he had a diamond physique. With 8 times the strength, plus the blood-breathing amplification, it was hard to imagine how he could lose. Okay. Then let me see how strong you are. Hearing this, Rengoku Makijiro, who had been fooled, had a flash of excitement in his eyes. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thick arms, and was secretly proud in his heart. This kid looks thin and weak, but he dares to compete with me in strength. I must teach him a lesson later. Ju Qingjian saw this and smiled slightly, secretly happy in his heart. He's taken the bait. He also rolled up his sleeves, pretending to be fearless, but in his heart he was thinking about how to maximize his profits. Let's add some jackpot. How about the price of a lower string? Seeing that the other party agreed readily, Tachibana Chingjiro was ready to start the trap. Rengoku Makijiro hesitated for a moment, touched the wallet in his pocket, and said with some embarrassment, "Who goes out with so much money? If you are interested, I can use the solitary breath of fire as a bet." Tachibana Chingjiro was delighted when he heard this, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and thought for a while. He thought that the breath of fire could not be measured by price, but maybe it could be sold to Rengoku Kyojuro at a high price in the future. So he nodded and agreed. Rengoku Makijiro felt a little strange when he saw Tachibana Chingjiro agreed so readily. But things have come to this point, so he can only bite the bullet. You have the courage to bet 20 million on the breath of fire, which is not a loss anyway. Tachibana Chingjiro said with a smile, as if he had seen the scene of victory. Do you think you are sure to win? Rengoku Makijiro said unconvinced. He knew that he was not weak in strength and would not lose to the young man in front of him. Then, before the battle, both sides began to talk trash, trying to undermine each other's morale. When they had almost finished talking, the two came to the edge of the pond and set the competition venue next to a heavy stone table with a top and bottom. They sat down, put their elbows on the stone table, clasped their hands tightly together, and prepared to start this fierce competition. During the whole process, Yubayashiki Yoya and Baiminjai Zingmei did not say a word. They were all in the mentality of watching the excitement. Looking at their excited expressions, Tachibana Chingjiro really wanted to say something. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are not as good as they used to be. Chapter 39. The two arm wrestlers looked at each other and exerted force on their tightly clasped hands at the same time. Ju Qingjian remained motionless, like a heavy mountain, sitting there as steady as Mount Tai. He looked relaxed, with a faint smile on his lips, as if he had not used all his strength at all. But Rengoku Makijiro was completely different. Veins popped up on his forehead, his face began to turn red, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Didn't you eat lunch, uncle? Ju Qingjian mocked frivolously, his eyes full of teasing. Hearing this, Rengoku Makijiro gnashed his teeth in anger, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must let this kid know how powerful he is. But no matter how hard he tried, the opponent's arm was still as hard as steel and did not move at all. I'm going to start to use force. Tachibana Chingjiro kindly reminded, and then smiled gently. Under Rengoku Makijiro's shocked and puzzled gaze, his arm began to be slowly suppressed. The situation that was originally 50-50 changed suddenly, and the balance of victory began to tilt. Damn! In the end, Rengoku Makijiro could only watch his arm being pressed down on the cold stone table little by little. He really couldn't understand why the young man in front of him could have such a strong power. Tachibana Chingjio's arms didn't look thick and strong, they could only be regarded as well proportioned. But every time he exerted force, he was full of power. The muscle lines were clearly visible, containing endless explosive power. After a long time, Rengoku Makijiro let out a long sigh, with a trace of relief and comfort in his eyes. He slowly took out a book from his arms, gently stroked the cover with a little heartache, and then handed it over solemnly. There was a kind of heroism and determination in his voice. I, the flame pillar Rengoku Makijiro, recognize you. Then I won't be polite. If you want to buy it back, it's only 20 million, not a penny less. Ju Qingjian got a bargain and was happy. He quickly reached out to take the book with a smug smile on his face. But this smile seemed quite asking for a beating at this moment. Rengoku Makijiro glared at him, his mouth corners slightly raised, and said with a hint of disdain, "No need, I'll go back and write another one myself." The arrogant Rengoku Makijiro raised his face high, thinking that Ju Qingjian could do nothing to him. He has been immersed in the breath of fire for many years, and he has been familiar with the essence of it. Even if he lost the book now, it would not be difficult to rewrite it with his memory and experience. However, Tachibana Qingjian knew it in his heart. If he did not interfere in the family affairs of their Rengoku family, even if Rengoku Makijiro did not pay the money, his son Rengoku Kyojuro would pay for it in the end. However, to make this deal happen, you have to grasp the right time. Because Rengoku Kyojuro has a good talent and has a unique understanding and perception of the breath of flame. As long as he is given enough time and opportunity, he will be able to understand the true meaning of the breath of flame. Therefore, if it is sold too early, the value will not be obvious, but if it is sold too late, the breath of flame will be equivalent to waste paper. This is Tachibana Qingjian's business acumen. In this case, the matter of the robbery pillar is settled, and Rengoku Sr. should not care about it anymore. At this time, Yubiashiki Yoya stepped out to smooth things over. In his bitter smile, Rengoku Makijiro turned his head away, indicating that he did not want to see Tachibana Qingjian's face. "I thought this guy was a strong man and should be respected. I didn't expect him to be a vulgar man who loves money and plays the insidious trick of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger." Then, Yubiashiki Yoya said to Tachibana Qingjian, "Regarding the task of the Wisteria prison, I will assign Qingjian a C-level swordsman and 10 GUI-level swordsmen." GUI level? Could it be the group that participated in the selection with me? Tachibana Qingjian asked in confusion. "Well, most of them, of course there are a few repeaters interspersed in it." Yubiashiki Yoya smiled and replied, "These young people have just joined the Demon Slayer Corps and need more practical experience to improve themselves. This mission is a good opportunity for them. You can give them the weaker demons." "But…" Tachibana Qingjian frowned and said with some concern, "These newcomers are not strong enough. Aren't you afraid that you will encounter the 12 demon moons with me without any scruples? How can it be so easy to encounter the 12 demon moons?" "Don't worry, Mr. Qingjian." Yubiashiki Yoya patted Tachibana Qingjian on the shoulder and flattered, "With you here, this mission will not be dangerous or unexpected." As he spoke, he kept raising his eyebrows. Seeing this, Tachibana Qingjian gave a thumbs up with a playful smile on his face. After looking at Yubiashiki Yoya embarrassed, he barely retracted his gaze and said, "You are worthy of being the lord, you really spent this money. After all, it cost 2 months' salary of a pillar-level swordsman, which is not a small amount." Hearing this, Yubiashiki Yoya smiled awkwardly. Although Tachibana Qingjian knew that he was slightly exploited for the value of the labor, he thought that this small request could still be agreed to when he thought of Yubiashiki Yoya's usual care for him. After all, as a pillar, it was a responsibility and obligation for him to take newcomers to experience when there were no assigned tasks. So, Tachibana Qingjian nodded in agreement. He was mainly because Aya never made empty promises, but really gave money. Afterwards, the 11 people who were assigned soon came to Tachibana Qingjian. "Lord Jizu." A young man of the same age as Tachibana Qingjian, who was in the lead, bowed and said respectfully with the other 10 people. However, there was no sign of Santo and the others among this group of people. I think Yubiashiki Yoya also knows their approximate strength, or he has been assigned other tasks. The leading young man was the Class C swordsman. He had short black hair and 2 scars, one long and one short, on the left side of his face. No matter when, his face was always filled with a warm smile similar to that of Kane, and he looked gentle and sunny at first glance. After a brief understanding, Tachibana Qingjian learned that his name was Masachi Kanao. It turned out that this was the elder brother of the later Wind Pillar, Fushigawashima. Tachibana Kinjian thought so, calculating the time in his heart and estimating what might happen later. Chapter 40. The new recruits were very busy, and the situation was very complicated. Looking at the 10 new recruits behind Kuang Yat, their eyes were full of vigor and vitality, and Zhu Qinjian couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Really vigorous. These young people are like calves who have just started their careers, facing the unknown without fear. They don't know how dangerous the work of ghost hunters is, and they may lose their lives at any time and anywhere. Obviously, this new recruit is not ready yet. However, Zhu Qinjian is not an instructor, and tempering his will is not what he is good at. Calling you Lord Ji Zhu seems too distant, just call me Brother Ji. Zhu Qinjian has always hated the formalism of clear boundaries and paying attention to superiors and subordinates. Because of this, he has always called the Lord of the Demon Slayer Koraya Yubayashiki Yoya, that is Tachibana Kinjian's beloved relative. Muzan, can't I add money? Whether a person is worthy of respect depends on his inner qualities. As long as the other party is worthy of respect, people will naturally respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, Tachibana Kinjian joined the Demon Slayer Corps and was promoted to a pillar, not out of a desire for respect, nor out of a great sentiment to save others. He did this mainly for the generous rewards promised by Aya and the mysterious blind box rewards provided by the system. Hello, Brother Ji. Hearing this, everyone said again. Well, hello. Tachibana Kinjian nodded with satisfaction, and then said, let's put aside the task in advance, and talk about it after I catch up on my sleep. You go back and get ready, and gather at the butterfly house in 2 days. Food and sleep are Tachibana Kinjian's 2 major hobbies. Maybe some people may say, what's the difference between this and a pig? How can you sleep at your age? But in fact, eating and sleeping are both great pleasures in life and need to be taken seriously. Only by enjoying these beautiful moments first can we make better use of other time to pursue what we want. If wasting time can make you happy, it is not a waste of time, it is enjoyment. Some people may say again. You are greedy for enjoyment at a young age, what about when you are old? In response, Zhu Qinjian smiled indifferently and just wanted to say, when you are old, you will find that there is basically no regret. Speaking of which, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Masahiro Kuroda and others felt this kind of attitude of playing bad for the first time. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Seeing this, Zhu Qinjian spoke. Why don't you leave? Don't you know where the butterfly house is? Hearing this, everyone said, no, we know the way. Why don't you stay at my place? I live alone. My house is quite big. I can sleep directly when I'm tired of training. It's no problem. Faced with such an invitation suddenly made by a pillar, these people seemed a little uneasy. I know. Brother Ji is kind. We appreciate it, but we still can't. Everyone waved their hands and refused, and then scattered away. Alas, you are so shy at such a young age. Looking at their hurriedly leaving backs, Tachibana Kinjian smiled and shook his head. After saying goodbye to Aya, he left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters alone. Regarding this mission, Tachibana Kinjian has taken full responsibility. All they need to do is to make up the number of demons in the Wisteria prison within a year. So, even if they are in front of Yubayashiki Yoya, there is nothing wrong. Butterfly House. After coming back, Tachibana Kinjian did not see Koko Shinobu. Without this little girl to bicker with him, he always felt that it was less fun. Out of curiosity, Tachibana Kinjian asked Koko Kane and learned the whole story. Koko Shinobu was born weak and had insufficient wrist strength. Even if she swung her knife to hit the demon's neck, she could not cut it off. After learning that you became a pillar, she was really happy for you from the bottom of her heart, but she was also uncomfortable because of her weakness in her heart. Kane explained the reason. Then I'll go see her. Ju Qingjian rubbed his chin with his fingers, as if thinking about some countermeasures. Finally, he decided to give Coco Shinobu some chicken soup. There is a stream not far south of the butterfly house. It is just one of the thousands of tributaries of the Tone River, and it is inconspicuous. But because of the existence of Coco Shinobu, this stream has a unique charm. The stream water is clear and sparkling under the sunlight, like a blue ribbon, bridging the mountains. The tranquility of the valley is connected with the hustle and bustle of nature. The water flows gently, making a clear and pleasant sound, as if telling the story of nature. The stones at the bottom of the water are clearly visible, often surrounded by groups of swimming fish. They shuttle freely in the water, sometimes swimming quickly, sometimes stagnant, as if enjoying the quiet time. The scales on these small fish are shining with colorful light, as dazzling as gems. In the reeds by the stream, colorful butterflies dance gracefully, their light dance is like blooming flowers, adding a touch of vitality to the whole scene. When they are tired of flying, they will gently fall on the shoulders of Butterfly Shinobu, and feel the tranquility and beauty with her. At this time, Butterfly Shinobu is sitting on the stone man beside the stream, holding her chin with both hands in a daze. Her purple bangs dance gently with the breeze, and with her cute expression, she looks particularly cute and moving. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something important. Chapter 41. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. Smelly sister, move aside and make some room for me. Ju Qingjian suddenly appeared and sat on the stone, which was not wide to begin with, without any warning. Sitting down, he pushed Coco Shinobu to the side and almost made her fall into the water. Smelly. Hello, Lord Jizu. Coco Shinobu quickly turned her head away, fearing that others would see the dejection and loss in her eyes, but her tone still couldn't hide the hint of depression. What lord did you say just now? I don't think I heard it clearly. Ju Qingjian pretended to be deaf and dumb, and did not forget to reach out and pick his ears, indicating that he really didn't hear it. Just when Butterfly Shinobu was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and she was about to get angry, he slowly added, "Actually, I still prefer you to call me Stinky Orange. Although I didn't like this nickname at first, it feels okay after a long time. It's quite friendly." Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu's face became suspicious, and then she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Stinky Orange." As soon as she said this, she couldn't help but arch towards Ju Qingjian, trying to vent her dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, with her petite body, she couldn't shake Ju Qingjian at all. On the contrary, because of the rebound force, she almost lost her balance and fell into the water. "What? Do you still want to attack the pillar?" At the critical moment, Ju Qingjian was quick-witted and grabbed Butterfly Shinobu, preventing her from falling in time. Butterfly Shinobu was startled and hurriedly pulled Rouyi out of Ju Qingjian's hand. A trace of panic flashed across her beautiful face. She stroked her hair with an unnatural look and asked, "Do you think that people who are born weak can become pillars?" Ju Qingjian looked at Coco Shinobu, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "I don't know about others, but you can definitely become a pillar." His tone was very sure, as if he had infinite trust in Coco Shinobu. After all, Coco Shinobu was destined to be the insect pillar. Hearing this, Coco Shinobu raised her head and looked at Ju Qingjian in a daze, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. She suddenly felt like she was meeting the person in front of her for the first time. On weekdays, they always quarreled and teased each other. But at this moment, he gave her such great encouragement and support. However, Coco Shinobu's mood soon became heavy again. She sighed softly, "But, during the time when the trainer was trained, I didn't feel any obvious effect." Her voice was full of helplessness and frustration. Recalling that time, Coco Shinobu's head drooped slightly again. She put a lot of effort in the training, but it seems that she has not made significant progress. This made her begin to doubt herself, whether she is really not suitable to be a ghost hunter. Maybe it's just the wrong direction. And how old are you, and you are depressed and self-doubting all day long? Ju Qingjian comforted, he knew the inner struggle and confusion of Coco Shinobu. Then he said, everyone has their own unique growth path, maybe you haven't found the most suitable way for yourself. Coco Shinobu nodded silently, and her heart was a little more settled. She knew that she couldn't give up easily, even in the face of difficulties and setbacks, she had to stick to it. After all, becoming a pillar and destroying ghosts is what she has always insisted on. Let's say, if it is the fastest pass of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Ju Qingjian, who comes to train, no, to train you. Ju Qingjian raised his eyebrows, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of cunning in his eyes, just like a bad uncle who is trafficking girls. He continued to persuade her, if we don't have strength, we'll go for speed. If we can't cut off the demon's neck, we'll find another way to poison him. As if she saw the dawn of hope, Shinobu Koko's eyes lit up. Ju Qingjian continued, no one is born strong, except Yuichi Tsugakoku. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. What we have to do is to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. This sentence flowed into Shinobu Koko's heart like a warm current, allowing her to regain her confidence. Obviously, this chicken soup for the soul worked, and Shinobu Koko's low mood dissipated a lot. She nodded in agreement. Then she tilted her head and asked curiously, you said everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, so what is your weakness? As for me, Ju Qingjian thought about it, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm a road idiot. Haha, what's that? Hearing the answer from Ju Qingjian, Coco Shinobu couldn't help laughing, with a bright smile on her face. I didn't expect that the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps was actually a road idiot. Coco Shinobu laughed so happily that she even leaned forward and backward, as if she had forgotten everything around her. The silver bell-like laughter echoed in the air, and the originally depressing atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and happy. After a long while, she finally stopped laughing, but with a smile on her lips, she slowly asked, won't this waste your time? After all, the pillars are usually very busy. So in order not to waste my time, you have to work hard. Ju Qingjian smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. After finishing the words of encouragement, he continued to explain, there are more ways to kill a demon than just using the Sunwheel Sword to cut off the neck. A sufficient number of wisteria flowers can also poison the demon to death. You can work harder in this regard. Then, Ju Qingjian emphasized that physical training is equally important. Because one's own strength and speed are the most basic guarantee of survival. For this reason, he specially formulated a detailed training plan for Coco Shinobu and explained the specific content to her. Well, pressure massen. Coco Shinobu listened carefully to Ju Qingjian's words, and the confusion in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a firm determination. Finally, she nodded vigorously to indicate that she would go all out, with a firm light in her eyes. Listening to your words is like listening to your words. Coco Shinobu, who finally regained her confidence, secretly decided to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ju Qingjian and stand beside him. Well, you should pack up and move in. Although it's only a few steps away, it's too troublesome to run back and forth. Kohaiko Shinobu said softly, with a hint of subtle shyness in her voice. Her face flushed slightly, like a blooming peach blossom. Hearing this, Ju Qingjian looked over with a suspicious look, as if surprised by her attitude and this proposal. However, before he could ask, Coco Shinobu gently hit his shoulder, and then quickly turned his head away, as if trying to hide his shyness. Don't think too much. I just think it will be more convenient for training. Kohaiko Shinobu hurriedly explained, revealing a hint of nervousness in her tone. After saying that, she didn't wait for Ju Qingjian's response, and hurriedly jumped away, her back like a happy butterfly. Looking at Coco Shinobu's departing back, Zhu Qinjian smiled in his heart. At this time, two big words appeared in his mind. Must eat. Chapter 42. At this time, it was after dusk. The sun was setting, and the afterglow was shining on the earth, showing a golden color. As the sun gradually sank to the west, the moon also rose quietly and hung in the sky. This scene of the sun and the moon shining together was like a beautiful painting, which made people intoxicated. As time went by, only the last ray of weak sunlight was about to fall. At the same time, the moon became brighter and brighter, casting a cold light, and the whole earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white gauze. Now, it was just the time for the simulation training to end. Simulation training completed, training results obtained, host's physique slightly enhanced, please choose the direction of next simulation training. Swordsmanship, physique, breathing method. Hearing the system prompt sound, Zhu Qinjian stopped, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't wait to say to the system, continue with physique, give me 10 days, call me again after 10 days. After that, he closed his eyes and felt the growth of blood in his body. That slight change made him happy, because he finally ushered in a breakthrough. The just added blood sent Zhu Qinjian, who was about to kick the door, to the next level. At this moment, he felt as if his body was filled with a powerful force, and every cell was rejuvenated. Driven by this force, he successfully broke through the bottleneck and mastered the blood-breathing 6 forms blood cherry dance. Blood cherry dance, this is a move that needs to jump into the air to perform. Through high-speed twisting of the body, using inertia to swing 3 consecutive slashes, the power is huge. However, this move is not perfect. Although its attack range is extremely large, there are certain flaws above the head and under the feet. Despite this, Zhu Qinjian is still very excited. Because he knows that as long as it is used properly, the blood Sakura dance will become a major killer in his battle. Moreover, the 6th form has come, how far will the 8th form be? That is a move that even Kokushibo can suppress. There are 9 forms of blood breathing, and 16 forms of moon breathing. 9 to 16, the advantage is mine. If this continues, I might become a Joe-level creature. Okay, I declare the game over. From now on, no one dares to speak loudly in front of me. On the way back to the deserted butterfly house, Zhu Qinjian, feeling his own strength, couldn't help but speak arrogantly. How can I describe his current strength? To put it simply, I am invincible below the top 3, and I can exchange 1 for 1 with the top 3 and the top 2. At this rate of growth, although I dare not boast of surpassing Tsugakoku Yoshiichi. But if he can survive for 2.5 months, it is not a dream to fight against the top player. If he can hold it in for 2.5 years, he dares to violently come inside the woman in women's clothing. It seems that some strange thoughts just flashed through his mind. Forget it. The next second, the system jumped out, quite dissatisfied. What's wrong with me talking loudly? Haha, you are not a human being. Zhu Qinjian smiled disdainfully, not only ignoring the system's ridicule, but also turning the tables. The inexperienced system was speechless after hearing his words, and could only disappear silently, hiding in some corner to sulk. Zhu Qinjian's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. The system is just a program, but he still can't help wanting to bicker with this cute treasure and enjoy the joy of victory. After all, in this world full of ghosts, some fun is needed to relieve stress. Night finally fell. Zhu Qinjian and the 2 women sat at the dining table, enjoying a delicious dinner. After dinner, he decided to move in without hesitation. After a short busy period, he opened the door, and the layout inside was simple and warm. Just separated by a wall, on the left was Kane's room, and on the right was Koko Shinobu's room. I wonder if they snore at night. Zhu Qinjian was secretly happy that he was sandwiched between 2 beautiful girls. This feeling was really wonderful. The next morning, the sun shone into the room through the window. Ju Qingjian was still immersed in last night's beautiful dream, hoping to sleep a little longer. Unfortunately, this little wish was ruthlessly broken by Coco Shinobu. She pulled Ju Qingjian out of bed mercilessly, and the girl was ready to start training with a burning look in her eyes. Obviously, yesterday's chicken soup had a huge impact on Coco Shinobu. She was full of enthusiasm and determination, and was more actively involved in training than Ju Qingjian. Although Ju Qingjian Qingyan was somewhat reluctant, but she quickly put on her clothes and followed Coco Ren to the training ground with drooping eyelids. The training plan that Ju Qingjian made for her was very simple and clear. Simply put, it was to eat more and exercise more. Specifically, she needed to run every day, including ordinary running and weighted running, to enhance her physical fitness and endurance. In addition, there were trainings specifically for wrist strength and grip strength. These trainings included basic exercises such as push ups with 10 fingers on the ground, horizontal bar hanging, and wrist curling. It can effectively improve hand strength. Under Ju Qingjian's explanation, Coco Ren quickly mastered the precautions and the key points. As for the training of swordsmanship, it requires meticulous work. For people like Coco Ren who have relatively weak wrist strength, it is more appropriate to transform the slashing of the Nichiren sword into stabbing. Therefore, the training of accuracy and penetration has become the key among the keys. Imagine that if the knife is compared to a straight line, then when it is swung, its attack trajectory will form a plane. However, when we stab with a knife, the attack trajectory remains straight, more like a straight line generated by the movement of a point. In this way, the range of attack is reduced, which also means that the enemy is easier to dodge. Therefore, the attack must pursue faster, more accurate, and more decisive actions. This is the so-called fast, accurate, and ruthless. Chapter 43. The training is a gradual process. Especially for the first day. Ju Qingjian knew that he couldn't put too much burden on Coco Shinobu at the beginning. Therefore, he arranged a moderate amount of training. Physical training in the morning, focusing on improving swordsmanship in the afternoon. And Coco Shinobu was free to do her own thing at night, so that she could study the toxins of wisteria flowers in depth. As time passed to the afternoon, the weather gradually became sultry, but this did not weaken Coco Shinobu's determination and perseverance to become stronger. She finally found the right path, so she would not give up easily with a little difficulty. On the training ground, the two stood in the sun and looked at each other. Due to the influence of the breathing method, such a temperature was not unbearable for them. Ju Qingjian held a wooden sword, with one side of the blade facing Coco Ninja. And Coco Ninja held his sunwheel sword. Although it was slightly heavier, its lethality far exceeded that of an ordinary wooden sword. At this time, Ju Qingjian spoke. The training is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, I will move freely during the sparring, either attacking or retreating, but the blade of the wooden sword in my hand will always face you. If I can stab you, the training is completed. In the second stage, I will immediately remove the force when you hit the blade. All you have to do is seize the opportunity at that moment to stab the sword forward. If you pierce the wooden sword, the training is completed. Ju Qingjian described the ultimate goal of the training in detail. Coco Ninja nodded to show that she understood, and the two began immediately. Ju Qingjian chose to take the initiative. He was very fast, and the wooden sword in his hand slapped Coco Ninja with the blade, but stopped when it was about to hit. The latter's hand holding the knife was trembling a little, and he hesitated before choosing to draw the knife. Why don't you attack? Ju Qingjian stopped and asked in confusion. I'm afraid I can't stop my hand, what if I stab you? Kaohao Shinobu said shyly. Hearing this, Ju Qingjian had an idea in mind. He pretended to smile with disdain, and his eyes were quite disgusted. Stinky sister, what are you dreaming about? If you can stab me today, you will be the Jizu. Under the stimulation of such words, Koha Shinobu also let go of her courage, and the sun wheel sword in her hand stabbed out without hesitation. However, Zhu Qinjian kept changing his position and posture while moving. Not to mention stabbing the blade, he couldn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. Then, Koha Shinobu calmed down, gradually slowed down the rhythm of the attack, and instead stared closely at Zhu Qinjian's movements, trying to find a flaw. This is simple to understand, but it is another matter in practice. In battle, it is not only Zhu Qinjian's movement that controls the position of the blade, but also his arms, wrists, and even fingers. Often a very subtle movement can adjust the position of the knife, which brings great challenges to Koko Ren. Although Zhu Qinjian has released a whole sea, it is still a difficult consideration. Under the premise that Koko Ren has not opened the transparent world, Zhu Qinjian estimates that this girl needs to accumulate at least half a month of training to touch the blade. However, Koko Ren did not give up. She gritted her teeth, tried to adapt to Zhu Qinjian's rhythm, and kept looking for opportunities. It seemed that only the wooden sword was left in her eyes. Every time an attack failed, it was a learning experience. She gradually mastered some skills and was able to better predict some of Zhu Qinjian's movements. In fact, even if Zhu Qinjian kept changing his position, the path of the knife in his hand was still limited. It was like at a certain moment. Take Zhu Qinjian as the center. Use the length of part of his body plus the length of the knife as the radius to draw a sphere. However, the center of the sphere is quite wide. As the saying goes, a single move affects the whole body. The center of the sphere may be multiple parts of Tachibana Qinjian's feet, waist, shoulders, elbows, wrists, etc., or even several parts at the same time. Therefore, Koko Shinobu needs to have a deep understanding of this range and predict the movement trajectory of Tachibana Qinjian and his sword within this range. Then, she launches an attack based on her judgment and strives to hit the target once. Time flies, and the afternoon training finally comes to an end. Unfortunately, Koko Shinobu still failed to touch the corner of Tachibana Qinjian's clothes, let alone accurately stab the blade. Throughout the training process, Tachibana Qinjian always cleverly keeps in touch with her, maintaining a subtle distance that is close yet far away. As if close at hand, yet out of reach. This made Koko Shinobu mistakenly believe that it was just her own mistake. In fact, all this was done intentionally by Tachibana Qinjian, who hoped to enhance Koko Shinobu's self-confidence in this way. Oh my, someone almost ascended the throne of the Pillar of Robbery. In terms of the degree of venomous tongue, Tachibana Qinjian is no less than that, otherwise the two would not have become a pair of living treasures who quarrel all day long. After the training, he put away the wooden sword, raised his head leisurely, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Humph, stinky orange, don't think I'll make dinner for you tonight, I'll let you starve. Koko Shinobu said coquettishly, her pink face was puffy with anger, which was very cute. However, although he said so, his body was very honest. Turned around and walked into the kitchen obediently, preparing dinner with his sister Kane. Chapter 44. The next day, in the evening, the world gradually fell into silence, and the evil spirits were about to appear. Masahiro Kono led the rest of the mission team to the butterfly house to report. At this time, the training of the butterfly shinobu had just ended, and Zhu Qinjian took a short rest before leading the team to set off. From this moment on, he will live a life of supervising the training of the butterfly shinobu during the day and going out to catch ghosts at night. In order to facilitate transportation, Zhu Qinjian followed the principle of proximity and decided to catch evil spirits near Fujiki Mountain. However, I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. They wandered around for a long time, but didn't even encounter a ghost. Is the version updated? Is his thin blood not popular anymore? Finally, Zhu Qinjian couldn't hold back any longer and suggested, how about we go fishing? Fishing? What does that mean? In the eyes of everyone who was puzzled, the vice-captain, Kuang Ye Kuangjin, expressed everyone's doubts. I think you don't understand at all. Zhu Qinjian raised his eyebrows and responded with a slightly teasing tone. Hearing this, Kuang Yequangjin suddenly felt a chill and his body took a step back involuntarily. A voice in his mind told him that silence was the best answer now. Understand? What do you understand? A simple-minded team member behind him spoke. Why don't you be the bait? Zhu Qinjian turned his head and looked at him with a smirk. After hearing this, the team member's face suddenly changed. After all, he was just a GUI-level swordsman, just a little stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, facing things like ghosts, no one can completely guarantee that they can be safe and sound. However, Zhu Qinjian obviously did not give him any chance to refuse, and he was even interrupted when he was about to speak. Don't worry, I'm here, even if the lower string comes, you have to lie down obediently, just listen to my arrangements. Zhu Qinjian said confidently. And threatened in an unquestionable tone, and said that he would protect his safety. However, this promise did not make the other party feel at ease, but made him more nervous and afraid. For a moment, he had an illusion that he followed the wrong person. This Jizu seemed very unreliable. Then, Zhu Qinjian took out the undying slash without hesitation and gently scratched his finger. Then he quickly wiped a little blood on the forehead of the team member, and signaled with his eyes that he could start the performance. Blood alone is not enough, there must be movement. For example, the cry for help of fear, helplessness, and sadness. However, as time passed, the team member just trembled and dared not to move at all. Zhu Qinjian frowned, grasped his shoulders tightly with both hands, and pushed him step by step into the empty moonlight. Masahiro Nagano watched all this silently. Although he was a little worried, he did not stop it. After all, as an experienced member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he knew the strength and judgment of the pillars. Moreover, he also understood that Zhu Qinjian did this to train newcomers and let them better adapt to the combat environment. Brother Ji, what are you doing? Brother Ji, don't do it. Brother Ji. The swordsman's request echoed in the air, but Zhu Qinjian did not respond. In the end, under the means of coercion, inducement, and coercion, the team member had no choice but to act as bait with a reluctant expression on his face. Help! Is there anyone who will save me? He shouted with a sad face, and his voice echoed in the silent woods, which made people feel pity. It can be said that those who hear it are sad and those who listen to it cry. On the other side, Zhu Qinjian and other team members quietly hid in the bushes, waiting for the best opportunity. The effect of super-thin blood was indeed extraordinary, and coupled with the realistic performance of the team members, it soon attracted an unlucky ghost. Roar! This blood smells so good! This ragged ghost slowly approached by crawling on all fours. When it got closer, it couldn't take its eyes off the blood on the human's forehead, and its originally intoxicated expression instantly became crazy. Without any extra consideration, he used all four limbs and ran towards the food in his eyes. At this moment, Zhu Qinjian, who was hiding in the dark, gave an order. This ghost has the right strength, catch it. Brothers, rush up, swing the sun wheel sword and chop hard, but be careful not to cut its neck off. Although they were only GUI-level swordsmen, they also mustered up courage with the advantage of numbers. As the saying goes, the more people, the less people, everyone dares to do it. With Zhu Qinjian's order, everyone rushed out like a wave, screaming excitedly and killing the ghost. The sun wheel sword in his hand was waving wildly, and in a moment, the ghost was almost chopped into meat paste. Among them, the team member who was used as bait before was the most dedicated. At this time, he had forgotten his fear and his state of mind had also improved to a certain extent. However, everyone still remembered Zhu Qinjian's order and did not attack the ghost's neck. Even so, the ghost with only his head left at this time was also desperate. His eyes were quite confused, from the continuous screams at the beginning to the weak breath later. In the end, he even gave up resistance. He tilted his head and just gave up. Come on, beasts. Chapter 45. The ghost hunter was so familiar with the figure. At this time, Zhu Qinjian slowly walked over, and the swordsman made way for him tactfully. Originally, the ghost, with only his head left, had accepted his tragic fate. However, when his eyes met Zhu Qinjian's, his expression suddenly froze. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. For a moment, the ghost felt that countless thoughts flashed through his remaining head. The figure of this ghost hunter was so familiar. Both his figure and his dress. It was a pity that the light at night was not very good, and it was difficult to see his appearance clearly. The ghost's eyes were wide open, revealing an unbelievable look, as if he had seen something incredible. Then, his eyes gradually became brighter, and his originally dull eyes began to glow with vitality and hope. He stared at Zhu Qinjian, with an excited look on his face. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed, his voice full of excitement and joy, ha ha ha. I found it, a handsome double-sword ghost hunter wearing a white feather. Don't ask why the vocal cords can vibrate when there is only a head and no lungs, because I don't know why either. Zhu Qinjian frowned slightly when he heard it, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. He lowered his head and stared at the ghost in front of him, and asked in a suspicious tone, have you heard of my story? The ghost seemed to be completely immersed in the joy of being rewarded, completely ignoring everything around him. He answered without hesitation, I haven't heard of it, but it is certain that you are the target that the adult is looking for. At this moment, Zhu Qinjian was secretly surprised. He didn't expect it. Muzan Kibutsuji was so brave. Dare to order all ghosts to look for him. The search range is so wide that even such an ordinary ghost knows his identity. Why do you think so? Zhu Qinjian tried to get away with it, but the ghost was also stubborn and said, double swords, white clothes, but the most important thing is that you are handsome. Zhu Qinjian looked at the smug look of the ghost on the ground and couldn't help but say, even if you find me, what's the matter, are you willing to give up your life and use your memory to inform Muzan Kibutsuji? Have you thought it through? However, since you said I am handsome, I can spare your life. If you stay in the Purple Tenghua prison obediently, you won't die. Maybe you can have a good meal when the Demon Slayer Corps selects personnel every year. After talking about the advantages, Zhu Qinjian was ready to talk about the disadvantages. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a hint of cunning, you know that the life of a ghost is infinite. Are you willing to give up this beautiful world? There are all kinds of interesting things in this world waiting for you to explore, such as the moonlight tonight. If there is a charming female ghost to accompany you, wouldn't it be beautiful to watch the moon and count the stars? Zhu Qing spoke eloquently, scaring the ghost lying on the ground. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. He kept blinking his eyes, and there was a gleam of wisdom in them, and it felt like he was going to grow a brain. An inexplicable desire was born in his heart, and it was out of control. And if you choose to use your life to inform Muzan Kibutsuji, then once you die, everything will be gone. So, think about it carefully. Then, Zhu Qinjian continued, humans are born from human mothers, demons are born from demon mothers, and from this, ghosts are born from ghost mothers. So, Muzan Kibutsuji is the ghost mother. Speaking of this, Zhu Qinjian suddenly paused, and then showed a mysterious smile. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into the verbose Tang Santang, and started Pua, teaching a ghost earnestly. The words were full of persuasiveness, which made the ghost fall into deep thought. The other members of the Demon Slayer Corps looked at this scene and their worldview was refreshed. They had never thought that there was such a way to deal with ghosts, and that they could influence their thinking through words. This discovery gave them a new understanding of Zhu Qinjian's name of the evil ghost's disaster. Fuck, it seems to make sense. Unknown and powerful. After weighing this, the ghost instantly quieted down and stopped clamoring to reveal Zhu Qinjian's whereabouts. Although a bright future is in front of him, he is not strong enough and is reluctant to tell his life. In this case, it is better to give up. With this in mind, he has prepared to go to the Wisteria prison to enjoy peace. Preparation for the rest of his life. Seeing that the other party had been successfully pua, Zhu Qinjian smiled in his heart. What a stupid ghost, much more stupid than my Ling Yuzai. Ling Yuzai, master, are you polite? Thinking of this little lowly, Zhu Qinjian summoned her out immediately. After tying up the ghost with her blood ghost technique, she looked at everyone and said in an inducing tone, "Next, who will be the bait?" I will." With the previous successful example, this time a group of swordsmen signed up enthusiastically. "Don't worry, everyone, wait a moment." After saying that, Zhu Qinjian avoided everyone and entered the shadows. Appeared again in less than 2.5 minutes. With the previous experience of the first ghost, Zhu Qinjian decided to change his appearance and go into battle lightly, putting the Sun Wheel Sword and the Undead Slash into the system space together. If needed, he can take it out at any time without delay. In addition, he also changed his own dressing style. In short, in order to prevent being calculated by Muzan Kibutsuji, the white Haori can no longer be worn. At this time, the black Haori is draped over the body, turning into an elf in the dark night. Anyway, the light at night is not good, and the face can hardly be seen clearly, so this point can be ignored. With the appearance of Zhu Qinjian, everyone felt relieved. Just now, they thought they were abandoned. It can only be said that Zhu Qinjian's style of doing things is quite jumpy, and it is completely different from the normal thinking of people. "Brother Ji, where is your knife?" Seeing this, Kusano Quangjin couldn't help asking curiously. "The knife is in my heart." After saying that, Zhu Qinjian made the action of Iai slash. Instantly took out the immortal slash and quickly sheathed the knife, and then quietly threw it back into the system space. The speed of the action was dazzling. The whole process was as fast as lightning, and everyone couldn't even see the details clearly. Zhu Qinjian's hands were empty, with only a flash of cold light. Then there was a loud bang, and a half-meter thick tree in front of him fell down. The strong airflow blew in his face, making Zhu Qinjian's black feather rustle, and his style instantly reached its peak. "Brother Ji, I want to learn this move." "Yes, it's so cool, Brother Ji, please teach us." "Please teach me, Brother Ji, with my 16 years of single-hand speed, I think it should be no problem to learn this move." Everyone didn't understand, but just thought that this method was awesome, so they all humbly asked for advice. "Alas, it's not that I don't teach, it's mainly because you really don't have the conditions." Zhu Qinjian sighed, and a sense of loneliness emerged from the bottom of his heart. But what he said was true. If there was no system space, this move really couldn't be performed. After hearing this, the other team members had to look regretful. The first time they saw the power of the pillar, they all left a seed of becoming stronger in the hearts of these newcomers. Most of them were people who participated in the selection with Zhu Qinjian. At the beginning, when they paid the protection fee, they just thought Zhu Qinjian was very strong, but they didn't have a specific understanding. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, they gradually realized the gap between themselves and others. It really fulfilled the old saying that goods will be thrown away when compared with goods, and people will die when compared with people. In the following time, everyone tacitly continued to act according to the previous method. Once Zhu Qinjian gave an order, everyone rushed forward with the Sun Wheel Sword. By cleverly using bait, they successfully caught many greedy unlucky ghosts and sent them all to the Purple Tenghua prison. So far, the group has not encountered particularly powerful ghosts. If they really encounter a strong enemy, Zhu Qing will let the other party experience what Ola Ola Muta Muta is without using the knife. After all, putting two powerful ghosts in the novice village is not very friendly to those members participating in the selection, and it may bring them too much pressure and danger. Of course, in the process of arresting, it is inevitable that some ghosts who are afraid of death but stubborn will appear. After all, a big bird can grow in any forest, this sentence is intentional. These guys are not only foul-mouthed, but also try to resist or escape. Faced with such a situation, Zhu Qinjian took decisive measures. Let Ling Yuzai tie up these ghosts and seal their mouths. After doing all this, they still felt unsatisfied, so they asked the team members in charge of escorting them to whip them with thorn whips along the way. Chapter 46. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Tonight, a total of 7 ghosts were caught near Tengzi Mountain. If the efficiency is this high every time, the Wisteria prison will be full in a few days. However, there are few ghosts in this place, and after being tossed by Zhu Qinjian, there are even fewer left. After that, we can only go to other places to catch ghosts. As time passed, the night gradually deepened. Zhu Qinjian decided to disband the team and let everyone rest. After this night of fierce fighting, these new team members have a deeper understanding of their abilities. They felt their own growth and progress, and also realized the importance of teamwork. Although they have not yet mastered the breathing method, their strength and state of mind have been improved through this practical experience, and their self-confidence has also increased a lot. At least they are no longer afraid of ordinary ghosts and dare to draw their swords. Because Tachibana Qinjian acted cautiously, he was either pua or whipped throughout the whole process. In addition, there is a fear of Muzan Kibutsuji in the blood of these ghosts, but no one chose to risk their lives to read out his name to report the news. So his news has not been exposed for the time being. The next morning, the sun rose and the sunlight sprinkled on the earth. In order not to make himself too conspicuous, and to avoid overlapping with the image of the ghost hunter that Muzan Kibutsuji was looking for, Tachibana Qinjian decided to go to Asakusa, Tokyo for a shopping trip. He carefully told Koko Shinobu to train well, and said goodbye to Koko Kane before embarking on the journey. Compared with the rugged mountain road of Sagiri Mountain, the road conditions in Tokyo are much better. Although the distance from Butterfly House to Asakusa is not far, Zhu Qinjian still decided to take a taxi to enjoy the trip better. As soon as he arrived at the town at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Qinjian saw a car parked on the side of the road. He immediately walked over and asked, "Sports car, are you going to Asakusa?" Hearing this, the well-dressed man in the car flashed a trace of displeasure on his face. "Who the hell is a sports car driver? This is my private car. Can't you see it? 100,000, are you going? If you have money, you have to spend it." Zhu Qinjian held a thick stack of banknotes in his hand and kept knocking on the car window. Every knock seemed to knock on the driver's heart. Zhu Qinjian has always been a man of few words, and he only slaps people in the face with actions. Looking at the stack of banknotes, the driver's eyes were straight, and he quickly swallowed his saliva, looking quite excited. "Don't think you're rich. 100,000 is just my monthly salary." The driver took a deep breath, slightly restrained his embarrassed look, and said seriously, "I just gave you a ride because I think you get along well. Get in the car." As soon as he got in the car, Zhu Qinjian handed over the bill of 100,000. After taking the money, the driver immediately looked flattering and asked enthusiastically, "Brother, do you want a soda? I still like your rebellious look just now. You should recover." Zhu Qinjian took the marble soda with a playful smile on his face. "Brother, don't joke. There were a lot of people outside just now. I apologize to you here." The driver was a wise man. He understood what Zhu Qinjian meant and immediately lowered his posture. After all, who would have trouble with money? What's more, although this young man looked like a harmless smile, he always felt that he was not the kind of person who was easy to bully. Then, with a nod from Zhu Qinjian, the driver stepped on the accelerator and headed for Asakusa. Zhu Qinjian got out of the car and walked straight to the clothing store. He really didn't like wearing a mask, so he picked some headgear similar to that of a gangster. Next, he bought a variety of colors of feathers: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, 7 days a week, and he could change different colors every day. Finally, he asked the boss for a small mirror that he could carry with him. He secretly thought that if he ran into that guy Kokushibo again next time, he would directly put the mirror in his face. In fact, it is not necessary to come to Asakusa to buy these items. The reason why Ju Kinjian chose this place was more of a lucky mentality, hoping to meet Miss Tamayo by chance. But it was still broad daylight, and this possibility was very small. After all, Tamayo was a ghost, and she could only move freely at night. And during the day, she could only stay in the house obediently. As for finding their residence, that would be difficult for Ju Kinjian, who has a poor sense of direction. Just as he was about to turn back. When he was about to leave the mansion, a cat's cry suddenly came from behind. Turning around, he saw a black, white, and orange calico cat with golden eyes in the shadows deep in the alley. It carried a small wooden box on its back, which looked like it was specially used to hold things. If the appearance of this cat only made Ju Kinjian feel familiar, then the box on its body and the talisman on its chest directly confirmed its identity. Yes, this cat is Cha-Cha-Wan raised by Tamayo. Oh my, what a cute little cat! As the words fell, Cha-Cha-Wan had already appeared in Tamayo's arms. At this time, he was in a quiet alley. Long before Cha-Cha-Wan noticed it, he hugged it and twisted its cat's mouth to prevent it from making any sound. After all, it was not easy to meet Tamayo's cat, so he couldn't let it run away easily. At the same time, on the other side of Asakusa Street, there was a rather luxurious house. A man and a woman lived in the house. The woman's name was Tamayo, a beautiful and elegant woman. She had thick black hair. Her hair was parted from the middle of her forehead to both sides, combed into an exquisite low bun, and cleverly fixed by a bright flower hairpin. Tamayo's eyes were like deep lake water, full of gentle emotions, as if a faint purple mist was permeating them. Her lips were slightly raised, revealing a seductive red, which formed a sharp contrast with her snow-white skin. She was wearing a dark purple kimono, dotted with wavy lavender branches and bright red flowers, and a beige wide belt around her waist, showing her mature and charming charm. The man was called Yoshiro, an ordinary ghost boy. He was once seriously ill and dying, and was transformed into a ghost by Tamayo and survived. He has a proud personality and is extremely in love with Tamayo. He thinks other women are ugly. He even wrote a diary about Tamayo for this reason, and the frequency of updating reached every minute, which is simply outrageous. At this time, Tamayo in the room was concentrating on taking notes under the lamp, and a strange feeling came in her heart. She suddenly raised her head and said with her lips slightly, "Cha-Cha-Maru was masturbated? Let's see what happened." Hearing this, Yoshiro, who looked respectful, immediately activated the blood ghost technique and presented Cha-Cha-Maru's perspective in his mind. After understanding the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay, it's just an inconspicuous cat-stroking boy. Cha-Cha-Maru is on his way back." As for the other party's action of covering the cat's mouth, he didn't take it to heart. As Cha-Cha-Maru left safely, it was completely regarded as a coincidence. Although Yoshiro looks about the same age as Tachibana Kinjian. But as a ghost, his real age is close to 30 years old. So when he called the other party a boy, he thought it was normal. On the other side, Ju Kinjian was caressing the cat leisurely half a minute ago. At the same time, he recorded the blood information in Cha-Cha-Wan's body, in short, the breath. As a user of the breath of blood, Ju Kinjian has an innate keen perception of blood. Once the blood is recorded, he can clearly sense the other party's position. Ling Yuzai, who was unknowingly hit by this trick last time, is now enjoying life in the ghost refining flag. Ju Kinjian gently stroked Cha-Cha-Wan in his arms, and threatened in a joking tone, "If you don't scream, I will let you go. Not if you understand." Woo! Cha-Cha-Wan whimpered and nodded his head to show that he understood. So Ju Kinjian let go of his hand and prepared to put it back on the ground. However, the moment he let go, Cha-Cha-Wan couldn't wait to scream, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. It never thought that after returning from completing the mission with great effort, it would encounter such a terrible cat-stroking maniac. Covering his mouth, what a pervert! However, the disappearing Cha-Cha-Wan did not notice the faint smile on Zhu Qinjian's lips. The practicality of the breath of blood was once again demonstrated. This trick is really tried and tested. Thinking of this, Zhu Qinjian couldn't help but feel proud, and sighed in his heart, I am such a genius. He slowly closed his eyes and felt, and he already knew where Tamayo was. Chapter 47. The two of them were in a hurry. Zhu Qinjian was sensing the location of Cha-Cha-Wan while wandering around Asakusa Street. His footsteps were light and fast, as if he was passing through the streets like a breeze. Along the way, he ignored the maze that Yoshiro had painstakingly laid out with blood demon arts. Those confusions and obstacles had no effect on him. His eyes were always firmly fixed on the front, and the intuition in his blood was guiding him forward. Not long after, he appeared outside the door of Tamayo's residence. This house was clearly under the sun, but it exuded a mysterious atmosphere, and it felt a little cool when it was close. In fact, the two ghosts in the house already knew about Zhu Qinjian's arrival. They felt a strong breath approaching, but they were not panicked. After all, they are always proud and confident. However, from a polite point of view, Zhu Qinjian still knocked on the door gently. The knock echoed in the silent air, as if breaking the peaceful atmosphere. 2.5 minutes ago, Yoshiro, who was looking at Tamayo with admiration, was startled, and his eyes became sharp. No, someone broke in. He whispered, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Hey, why does this person look familiar? Yoshiro frowned and tried to recall the previous scene. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shouted in astonishment, Fuck, isn't this the cat-stroking boy just now? Why can he find this place? At this point, Yoshiro was surprised, and his face was full of unbelievable expressions. Now he suddenly woke up. It turned out that Zhu Qinjian covering Cha-Cha-Wan's mouth was not a coincidence, but a premeditated plan. Tamayo put down the pen in her hand, stood up and said slowly, Don't be surprised, let's go and have a look together. Since it can stand under the sun, there is nothing to be afraid of. Her voice was calm and gentle, revealing a calm demeanor. Seeing this, Yoshiro hurriedly caught up with Tamayo. He said, No, Lord Tamayo. This person looks very unusual. How can a normal person find this place? When he thought of Tachibana Qinjian's handsome face, Yoshiro didn't want to contact him. However, although he was dissatisfied with Tachibana Qinjian, he didn't dare to go against Tamayo's wishes. After all, Tamayo had a very high status in his heart. Whether it was out of order or to protect Tamayo's safety, he had to follow obediently. Don't I know what you know? But since he's here and is waiting outside the door so politely, how can we not meet him? Tamayo saw through Yoshiro's thoughts at a glance. She frowned and said in a gentle voice. Hearing this, Yoshiro nodded helplessly and replied, Yes. Then he walked quickly to the door, opened the door and quickly took a big step back, keeping a certain distance from Tachibana Qinjian. Who are you? What's the matter with you here? Yoshiro asked with a stern face. He didn't want anyone to disturb his and Tamayo's peaceful life, not even women, let alone a handsome young man like Tachibana Qinjian. Tachibana Qinjian walked into the room lightly with a faint smile on his face, and said calmly, Let me introduce myself. I am the robber of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tachibana Qinjian. His voice was not loud, but it was full of power and majesty. As his voice fell, the air seemed to solidify. The next second, Yoshiro's face instantly became nervous. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly stood in front of Tamayo. He widened his eyes, his face full of alertness, and was secretly surprised that this cat-stroking maniac turned out to be a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. The so-called Great Hidden in the city. Yoshiro never thought that this place would be found by the Demon Slayer Corps. Could it be that he and Lady Tamayo were already on the hunting list of the Demon Slayer Corps? Tamayo was also shocked. She didn't expect to be found by the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. A trace of worry flashed in the depths of her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She used Yoshiro's body to block her sight, and at the same time, she secretly used her sharp nails to separate her flesh and blood. As the blood flowed out, a strange fragrance suddenly filled the air. Some distorted textures appeared in Tachibana Kinjian's sight, as if it was an illusion after eating poisonous mushrooms. However, this illusion only lasted for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal. Ju Kinjian smiled slightly. Shrugging his shoulders, he said, "Ms. Tamayo, your blood demon art is useless to me. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, and I don't even have the sun wheel sword with me." His eyes were like a pool of still water, gentle and firm, revealing a reassuring atmosphere. This voice seemed to have magic, which made Tamayo's inner vigilance relax slightly. Tamayo stared at the other party, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, but still said, as expected of the Demon Slayer Corps, "You are really powerful, but I have a question, how did you find this place?" After listening to Tamayo's words, Tachibana Kinjian smiled slightly. He lowered his head and glanced at Cha-Cha-Maru, who was curled up on the tatami, stroked the cat's head and said with a smile, "Don't scream outside next time." Sure enough, it was because of Cha-Cha-Maru. Yoshiro on the side immediately had an expression that said "I knew it," and he had suspected it from the beginning. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at the unpromising Cha-Cha-Maru, and the expression on his face also changed to a feeling of regret. "So that's how it is. Your Excellency is really good at it." After Tamayo exclaimed, she immediately regained her composure and continued, "A guest is a guest. Please come in." Since Tachibana Kinjian did not come with hostility, there was no need for both sides to be on edge. So, Tamayo turned around and led Tachibana Kinjian into the room. As Tamayo moved, she served a cup of black tea to Tachibana Kinjian, and knelt down with Yoshiro, while Tachibana Kinjian sat cross-legged opposite. "Ghost boy, you seem to be afraid." Tachibana Kinjian took a sip of black tea, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes revealed a hint of teasing as he looked at Yoshiro, who looked nervous. He deliberately turned his head to show his concern, and this action was teasing Yoshiro's deep fear. I'm not afraid." Yoshiro's face became paler and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, but he still answered stubbornly. He tried to cover up his uneasiness with a firm tone, but he couldn't hide the trembling in his voice. "I have lived for more than 20 years. I am not a boy anymore." He tried to emphasize his age, trying to prove that he was mature and no longer the easily frightened boy. However, his pale face and trembling hands betrayed his true emotions. Yoshiro felt at a loss for what to do with the sudden concern of Ju Kinjian. His originally tense nerves became more tense at this moment, his heartbeat accelerated, and his breathing became rapid. The strong blood and energy emanating from the other party was like an invisible pressure, which made him unable to have any idea of resistance. His intuition told him that if he had to show his personality at this time, he might be severely punished by Ju Kinjian. "You are wrong about this. A man is a boy until he dies." Ju Kinjian smiled slightly, put down the teacup in his hand, and said in a relaxed tone. His eyes swept over Yoshiro and Tamayo, as if observing their reactions. "Don't worry, I have 3 rules for not killing ghosts." Tachibana Kinjian continued, with a mysterious light in his eyes. He seemed to be hinting at something, which made Yoshiro and Tamayo prick up their ears, looking forward to his next words. Yoshiro didn't dare to speak, even though his curiosity was aroused. Tamayo on the side showed more interest. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Which 3 rules are not to kill?" After asking, she listened attentively to Tachibana Kinjian's explanation. Tamayo thought, since the boy didn't take action immediately, it proved that she and Yoshiro were in the 3 rules that Tachibana Kinjian mentioned. Chapter 48. The atmosphere was almost ready. Ju Kinjian cleared his throat and said, "First, I won't kill a ghost that doesn't eat people, because he's kind." He looked at Tamayo and Yoshiro seriously, as if explaining his inner thoughts to them. It's rare for a ghost to not eat people, and I can't bear to kill him at the last minute. Ju Kinjian shook his head slightly, expressing his resistance to this behavior. After a pause, he spoke again. However, this time his tone seemed a little unserious. "Second, I won't kill a beautiful female ghost, because she's pleasing to the eye." Ju Kinjian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Ghosts have eternal life. If they are beautiful female ghosts, they are like a work of art that will never change. I would feel sorry to kill them." When he said this, Tachibana Kinjian looked at Tamayo who was sitting opposite him, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Then, he continued, "The third one, I will not kill obedient ghosts because they are well behaved. Obedient ghosts can be used as tools, just like cattle and horses, they are free labor, and killing them is a waste of resources." Hearing this, Tamayo and Yoshiro looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and shock. After all, what Tachibana Kinjian said was very different from the principles that the Demon Slayer Corps has always adhered to. Except for the first one, which is basically understandable, the last 2 are really incredible. Ms. Tamayo can take the first 2 items, and Yoshiro, you at least take the first item, so don't worry that I will take action. Before Tachibana Kinjian finished speaking, Tamayo, with a complicated expression, immediately retorted, "No, I have committed crimes before." Her voice was filled with deep self-blame and regret. However, the next second, Tachibana Kinjian raised his hand and interrupted her words, "Haven't you been making amends for so many years? And that's not your original intention, the one who is wrong is Muzan Kibutsuji." His eyes were firm and sincere, and he continued, "In my opinion, you are no different from humans." This sentence was like warm sunshine, illuminating the dark corners of Tamayo's heart. Hearing this, Tamayo's dim purple eyes instantly shone, as if igniting the fire of hope. Tachibana Kinjian's understanding and recognition gave her great encouragement. Because she had committed murder in the past to vent her anger, she once thought that she was an unforgivable evil ghost. At this moment, the words spoken by Jizu of the Demon Slayer Corps were like a clear spring, washing away the guilt in her heart and making her feel the warmth she had never felt before. "Thank you, Kinjian." Tamayo bowed her head and thanked him solemnly. Her tone was full of gratitude, and her eyes were slightly moist. Then, she raised her head, with a firm light flashing in her eyes, "If there is anything you need, I will do my best." This promise is full of sincerity and determination. Tachibana Kinjian smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude and trust in Tamayo. He knew that Tamayo had extraordinary wisdom and ability in the field of medicine. As long as she was willing to help, she would become a powerful force. As expected of a woman who has lived for hundreds of years, she is really sensible. Since the other party has said this, Tachibana Kinjian will not pretend to be shy. "I have another mission later, so I'll make it short." Ju Kinjian continued, "I hope Miss Tamayo can study all the effects of my blood on demons this time. He has a super rare blood constitution, and believes that this special blood may not only be limited to attracting the attention of demons. Perhaps it can also produce other unexpected effects, but these are all Ju Kinjian's guesses, and the specific situation still needs to be analyzed by professionals." In addition to the blood breath rewarded by the system, Ju Kinjian has always felt that his blood may hide more secrets. As the saying goes, different traits are like different mountains. Although he has some experience in fighting, he is a complete layman in the field of medicine. The Butterfly Sisters are mainly responsible for treating the wounded of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they also have to take care of daily training, so it is difficult to take time to study his blood specifically. After comprehensive consideration, Ju Qingjian decided to give this important task to Tamayo, who has studied demons for hundreds of years. After all, she is the one who knows demons best and is most likely to discover the secrets of his blood. If the research results show that his blood has if there is a significant negative effect, then Tachibana Qingjian will follow the example of the future immortal Kawasania and cleverly use his blood advantage in future battles. But if the research results are not ideal, then he can only find another way. Jushi agreed to this request without even thinking about it. As a doctor who has been alive for hundreds of years, she thought it would not be difficult to study the blood of a human with thin blood. At this time, Ju Qingjian began to look around, as if looking for something. His eyes finally fell on Jushi's fair and slender fingers. In fact, he considered at least 10 methods of bloodletting, but in the end he chose the method that could make Yoshiro's mentality explode. Under Yoshiro's resentful and helpless gaze, Tachibana Qingjian took the initiative to hold Jushi's jade hand, and used her extremely sharp nails to lightly scratch his arm. In an instant, blood flowed out from the wound. Jushi's breathing immediately became rapid. An obvious blush appeared on her face, and her eyes gradually became hot, shining with unconcealable excitement, as if the desire in her heart was aroused. All these reactions are actually manifestations of her body's instinct, the ghost's desire for food. In contrast, Yoshiro's situation is slightly better. His demand for blood is relatively small and he can basically resist this temptation. Ju Qingjian has long been accustomed to this, after all, his blood is simply delicious to ghosts. However, when he saw Jushi's extremely eager but restrained look, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. After all, it is better to be remembered by a beauty like Jushi than by other ghosts. Chapter 49. Seeing this, Tamayo took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. After all, the excitement just now was too strong. She turned around and left in a hurry, her movements were quick and elegant. During this process, Tamayo always turned her back to Ju Qingjian, as if she wanted to hide something. On the way, she couldn't help but put the blood-stained finger into her mouth and sucked it gently, as if she wanted to taste the taste. That look was full of temptation and mystery. After a while, Tamayo had brought a transparent glass container, ready to receive Ju Qingjian's blood. Mr. Qingjian, I have an unwelcome request. Can I ask you to give me a little more blood? Although she knew that this request might be a bit excessive, she couldn't suppress her inner desire and couldn't help asking. As she spoke, Tamayo's tongue licked her lips involuntarily, revealing an irresistible charm. This action made the whole atmosphere more ambiguous. Yoshiro's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them, his eyes almost spitting fire, but he didn't dare to move under the power of Tachibana Qingjian. Tachibana Qingjian looked at the scene in front of him, his mouth corners slightly raised, and answered without hesitation, "Take it for consumption?" "No problem." His tone was relaxed and natural, as if it was just a trivial matter. Hearing Tachibana Qingjian's straightforward agreement, Tamayo couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise, and her face flushed instantly. She didn't expect that her thoughts were seen through by the other party at a glance, and she secretly regretted why she always lost her self-control so easily. "You can take a bigger container," Ju Qingjian kindly reminded. For him, providing blood is not a difficult task, after all, he has a blood-forming ability far beyond that of ordinary people. If a large amount of blood is needed for research or consumption, he has enough supply. This is also the confidence of his ability to use the breath of blood. If an ordinary person masters the breath of blood, he will feel dizzy and pale after using it once. If he uses it for the second time, he may die due to excessive blood loss. Even someone like Fujigawa Shia, who has a blood constitution of 100 people, probably finds it difficult to control the breath of blood. "Qingjian Jun, enough, enough, too much will overflow." Tamayo looked at the blood flowing from Ju Qingjian in surprise, her eyes widened, full of worry and shock, worried that Ju Qingjian would be hurt by excessive blood loss. Such a powerful blood-forming ability is comparable to that of a ghost. With a roar of praise, Tamayo personally bandaged Zhu Qinjian's wound and became the second person of the opposite sex to treat his wound. She carefully wrapped the bandage around Zhu Qinjian's hand, and her gentle eyes revealed concern and gratitude. Zhu Qinjian quietly felt Tamayo's care, and for a moment he actually enjoyed it. The Jizu of the Demon Slayer Corps is really a magical boy. Thinking of this, Tamayo developed a strong interest in Zhu Qinjian. Originally thought that studying human blood was just a trivial matter, but now she doesn't think so. But as of now, the characteristics of Zhu Qinjian's blood are by no means simple. And the sweet smell made her unable to control herself, and she wanted to swallow Zhu Qinjian's blood immediately. It is very likely that Zhu Qinjian's blood sample was consumed before the research results came out. 10 minutes later, Zhu Qinjian was ready to leave, and stood up and said, "Miss Tamayo, you can study slowly, I'm a little hungry, so I'll leave first." Hearing this, Tamayo wanted to entertain her and do her best to be a good host. But when he thought of his identity as a ghost, the gesture of retaining him turned into a wave, and the words on his lips turned into "see you next time." Yoshiro looked at Tamayo with a gentle smile on her face, and felt uncomfortable in his heart, as if something important had left him. "See you next time. By the way, if you encounter a ghost that you can't solve, you can ask Cha-Chawan to notify me." Meow. Zhu Qinjian smiled and stroked Cha-Chawan's cat head, then waved goodbye and turned away. Yoshiro looked at Zhu Qinjian's back as he walked away, and his heart was full of jealousy and unwillingness. He didn't understand why Tamayo cared so much about a human being, while he could only stand silently by the side. Tamayo looked out the window quietly and watched Zhu Qinjian leave. If you have to use one sentence to describe the relationship between the two now, that is, "Brother, you smell so good." Back at the butterfly house, Zhu Qinjian was able to catch up with Koko Shinobu's swordsmanship training. In the training ground, she flashed and stabbed out the sun wheel sword in her hand quickly. Each sword was fierce, as if it was going to tear the air apart. Compared with yesterday, both the speed and power of the thrusts have been greatly improved. It can be seen that although her slashing power is not good, she does have a unique speed in stabbing. Slashing is to cut the surface with a line, and stabbing is to break the surface with a point. From a scientific point of view, with the same power, the pressure of the latter will be much greater. Reflected in swordsmanship, it is penetration. After the training, Koko Shinobu sheathed her sword, with a little sweat on her forehead, but a confident light flashed in her eyes. "Come on, I believe you will be able to touch the corner of my clothes in a few days." Zhu Qinjian nodded with satisfaction and praised Koko Shinobu's progress. However, his so-called praise made Shinobu Koko's face fall instantly. The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "I knew you couldn't say anything nice." After dinner, Zhu Qinjian continued to lead the team to catch ghosts. The ghosts near Fujishi Mountain have been almost cleared by them, and they have to go to a farther place to find their target tonight. Since his identity was recognized by the ghost last night, Zhu Qinjian has become more cautious. As soon as he set out, he put on a hood and prepared one for everyone in the team. So, under his leadership, the style of painting became more and more strange. A group of ghost hunters wearing hoods looked like a group of gangsters, not messengers of justice. But over time, Maki no Kukino and others gradually got used to this unique style. They understood that although the appearance looked a little funny, it was actually very funny. But it was this disguise that made them feel more at home. It can be seen that these people have been led astray by Zhu Qinjian. Chapter 50. The first time, the second time. Under Zhu Qinjian's leading by example, the task that could have been completed in 2 or 3 days was dragged out for 8 days. Moreover, this is because today he finally made up his mind to finish this task that seemed to be catching ghosts but was actually training newcomers. As for his reasons for slacking off, there are too many. For example, "I am a little tired today," or I am in a bad mood because I didn't win the argument with Coco Ninja, or it is raining and the weather is bad. In short, as long as there is a little bit of dissatisfaction, I won't go. Well, just for fun. At the same time, after receiving the system simulation training results, Zhu Qinjian found that his blood and qi were still not enough to use the 7th type of blood breathing. His special physique, coupled with his huge appetite, caused his blood and qi to grow every moment. But even so, after 20 days of accumulation, 10 days in the real world plus 10 days in the system simulation training, he still failed to achieve the expected effect. It seems that the breakthrough of blood breathing is not something that can be achieved overnight. So, he decided to try 10 days of sword simulation training to see if he could improve the basic strength of himself and his clone. After setting the hang-up direction in the system, Zhu Qinjian finally led the team to catch ghosts. The night was deep, the moonlight was dim, and the edge of a vast rice field seemed particularly quiet and mysterious. Although there was no bright moonlight, the breeze blew past, bringing a faint fragrance of rice, making people feel the joy and tranquility of the upcoming harvest in advance. Brothers, we have to complete the mission tonight. Go all out to catch more ghosts and make it more difficult for the younger students who will participate in the selection later. As usual, Zhu Qinjian stood at the front of the team and began to give a mobilization speech before the mission. His voice was full of passion and determination, as if it could ignite everyone's fighting spirit. Ayo ayo ayo. The response of the crowd was thunderous, warm, and passionate. Although they did not seriously carry out the mission for a few days, Zhu Qinjian was good at painting a beautiful blueprint for everyone, that is, painting a big pie. The pie he painted was big and round, which made everyone full of expectations and motivation. After this period of experience, these younger brothers under him have been loyal to him and only follow his lead. A group of ghost hunters dressed as bandits seemed to be injected with chicken blood. That fearless look, even if the one standing in front of them was Muzan Kibutsuji, they dared to rush up and chop a few knives. Let's go, be careful not to fall, or it will be embarrassing. As the leader of the team, Zhu Qinjian took the lead after he finished speaking. It was pitch black all around, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. In addition, everyone was wearing a black hood, which added a sense of mystery and concealment to the vulgarity. Such an environment made them almost undetectable, and they moved forward quietly as if invisible. Not long after the group walked, Zhu Qinjian suddenly stopped. He looked at a rice field not far away. Although his vision was a little blurry due to the distance and darkness, he could still clearly hear the gurgling sound of water coming from there. This sound seemed unusual in this season, which made people wonder. According to common sense, the stage of returning water to the baked field has passed, and the next step is to harvest rice. Normally, there would be no water in the field, just like other rice fields around. However, this situation occurred at this time, which was obviously wrong. Just as Zhu Qinjian was feeling strange about this paddy field, the swamp ghost hiding in the field was also quietly observing them. He hid under the water, with only his head exposed between the rice, and watched Zhu Qinjian and others passing by through the gap. Why are they all men? I'm so unlucky tonight. I didn't even meet a girl. The swamp ghost was unhappy and muttered in a low voice. He originally hid in a small town, looking for his prey every night, and living a happy life. But accidents always come faster than tomorrow, and fortunately he was hunted by 3 ghost hunters who used water breathing. Relying on his special ability of blood ghost art, he barely escaped the pursuit. Finally came to this wilderness field to linger and try his luck. Unfortunately, most of the people here are old uncles and aunts, and there are few young girls he longs for. It was hard to wait for a group of young people to pass by, but they turned out to be all men. Because the sky was too dark, and the crowd was so large that the swamp ghost did not expect the demon slayer corps to appear here at first. He just lost interest in this place and did not want to waste time on men, so he decided to leave. However, when he just started to move, Zhu Qinjian's shouting sounded in the air. Stop! The swamp ghost pretended not to hear and continued to move in the field. This move directly angered Zhu Qinjian. His 3 principles of not killing, ghosts that do not eat people, beautiful female ghosts, and obedient ghosts. This swamp ghost not only did not meet any of them, but also violated all of them. Such a ghost, it is not unjust to die. The policy has been so relaxed, but he still can't seize the opportunity, damn it. Die for me. Yekai. Zhu Qinjian flew into the field and kicked the swamp ghost's head accurately, kicking his head directly. Because the swamp ghost is too weak. Zhu Qinjian was basically unaffected by his blood ghost arts and landed steadily on the water, barely wetting the solace of his shoes. Of course, this weakness was only relative to him. Swamp ghosts that could use blood ghost arts were still not suitable to be placed in the wisteria prison. Then, Zhu Qinjian reached out his hand and groped in the water, making the water gurgling. He exerted a little force with his arm and directly lifted the headless swamp ghost out of the water.